Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army.
However, there have been a certain percentage of this volume of reports that have been made by credible observers of relatively incredible things.
There is very compelling evidence that we may not be alone, whatever that means.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. Whole thing, dude.
American public and global public finally understands UFOs are real.
Non-human, exotic origin, vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
Hey guys, how's it going? Please let me know in the comments if you can hear me loud and clear. How is everyone? Good to see so many of you here. This has been a long time coming. Yeah, can everybody hear me okay? Fantastic. So we all know why we're here. I will just start off by saying I appreciate you all being here and commenting and that, but can we please keep the comments respectful? We may all have different views, different opinions about me, about Lou, but if we can just remember that we all want the same thing at the end of the day. So just try and be respectful. And so I think let's bring in the man himself. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny. It's certainly good to be here, and I really appreciate not only your patience, but also that of your audience. Really, really glad to be here.
Hey, it's my pleasure. You know, we all have things going on in our lives, and that can't be helped sometimes. I'm just glad that we were able to rearrange, and you're here now for everyone. So thank you.
My pleasure.
So, without further ado, I'm going to jump straight into something that's right up to date. So obviously we couldn't do our discussion last week because you were in DC on business. Mm-hmm. And after listening to your chat with Mr. Jimmy Church, you laid out that you had met with the Inspector General. And so I just wondered if you were able to give us an update on what's been said, because I know you had quite a long meeting with them. So if you're able to talk about that, I think a lot of people are quite intrigued by it.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, let me explain to your audience, who some folks may not be aware, what the role of the Inspector General is for the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. Think of it from the days of watching these old cop shows and police shows, internal affairs. Okay, so what the IG is responsible for is identifying any type of internal issues to the department, in this case, Department of Defense, and then making recommendations and solutions for the secretary to remedy those issues or those complications and problems. So they are an independent body. They don't fall under anybody other than the Secretary of Defense himself or herself, whoever's in charge. Right. And they are supposed to be unbiased and fair. And ultimately looking out for the best interests of the department. In this particular case, the individual who had a pleasure of speaking with this time was a gentleman named Harvey Stone. Harvey Stone is the originator, if you will, of the DoD Inspector General evaluation. A couple weeks ago, the DoD made an announcement that they're doing this evaluation to see how the Pentagon has, over the last several years, been handling this topic. They are not trying to necessarily get anybody in trouble. They're not trying to play gotcha. They simply want to find what is broken and then provide solutions and recommendations to fix whatever has been identified as being broken. I'm out of respect for the DoD IG and to allow them to do their work, I'm not going to go into a lot of details, sure, other than the fact that they seem very interested in trying to find where those challenges exist and then identify remedies to those challenges. And my part in this is to help them understand the landscape, understand maybe perhaps a little bit of the history behind this effort with UAPs and as it relates to ATIP and the Pentagon, and then let them make a determination how best to fix it. Obviously, there's been some significant issues involving not just the program itself, ATIP, from a from a public relations perspective, but also my role in it. And it ultimately took a letter from Secretary, apologies, I haven't had enough coffee, from former Senator Harry Reid, who was the Senate Majority Leader at the time, and his program, one of the original sponsors. It took finally a letter from him to establish the facts of what ATIP was and what my role is and what we were doing. So I think the Department of Defense recognizes that there's been some perhaps some missteps. We'll just say that, and whether they were deliberate or a consequence of perhaps some sort of dysfunction is going to be has remains to be known. But that's their intent within the IG, to figure that out, and then hopefully be able to provide recommendations moving forward, so we can have a collective conversation about this while ensuring transparency with the American people.
Wonderful. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thanks for clarifying that. And this case that you're involved in, this evaluation, the one related to your missing emails. Now, is that an investigation, or, I mean, because we know that there's an evaluation about looking into the DoD and the Pentagon's, how they're looking at it. But this is separate, isn't it?
Well, so there is another issue that we're dealing with right now, and that is the allegations that all my emails have been deleted. And here's why that's problematic, because the stated purpose that they deleted, the predicate for deleting my emails was the fact that they were, quote unquote, historically not relevant. Now, if you look at the time what I was dealing with, I had two fundamental portfolios. And the first one was one involving the 9/11 trials at Guantanamo Bay. So the individuals who were allegedly responsible for the 9/11 terrorist attacks in our country. And then the other portfolio was the ATIP portfolio, which I was also running. On one hand, you have what is heralded to be the trial of the century coming up. And then the other one is perhaps the most profound question we faced in our lifetime, and whether or not we are alone, and what was the Pentagon's role in that. Right. I find it very hard to believe that neither one of those topics was ever deemed historically relevant. That just doesn't make sense.
No.
And so, right. And if so, those emails were supposed to be kept into perpetuity, which means they're kept forever and eventually go to the National Archives. And so we have really two possibilities. Either A, my emails were deleted, which we've got a significant problem on our hands, because it's either complete incompetence or it was deliberate as part of a cover-up. Okay.
Yeah.
And neither one of those are really good. Or the other option is that they didn't delete my emails. And that either they were misinformed, which doesn't look good for the Pentagon, or once again, that someone is deliberately playing games here and trying to obfuscate, which again doesn't look good. So
no,
it's very sad for me, because at the end of the day, I'm trying to help the Pentagon. I'm trying to help the Department of Defense get out of this situation. They've backed themselves into a corner for a lot of years.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make them look foolish, but I can't excuse outright lying to the American people. You can't tell the American people the untruth. You don't have to tell them everything. There's times you can say, hey, no statement, no comment, can't confirm or deny, but you can't lie to the American people.
No.
There's only very specific circumstances in which our government is allowed to do that. And I'm not going to go into what those exceptions are right now, but they're legal exceptions that are legally defined by the letter of the law. And this is not one of those cases. So, what exactly is going on here? And why is it important to now delete my records on a conversation involving UAPs, right? Unless you're trying to hide something.
Yeah, and was it just emails, or were there files as well that may have contained classified information?
It was all the files. It was the shared folder that had all of the. So this is why I really have a hard time believing they deleted anything, because there's no way you're going to say that the entire Pentagon's UFO files are not historically relevant, right? I mean, guys, come on. I might have been born at night, but not last night, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I think this story is still evolving, and I don't think anybody buys the fact that they've deleted my emails. There's no way in hell, unless they really, 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 really are trying hard to cover their asses.
Absolutely. I mean, emails are one thing, but files as well that have pertain to such important information.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk recently about speculating how long the emails should have been around until they get deleted. And, you know, people were saying up until 2024, and other people, other
At a
days.
minimum, it's 5 years.
Right.
But when you go through the trail of emails, you realize that it wasn't like they just did it yesterday, which would have been like 3.5 year mark. Apparently, they deleted my files like a year ago, possibly
Wow.
a year and a half ago. So, and then of course, there's other categories of information that the work I did is supposed to be kept forever. It never gets destroyed.
Sure. Yeah, that makes more sense to me when you actually think about it. So, well, listen, thank you so much for clarifying that. So moving on, we know that also this past week that officials from the Navy and the FBI gave a classified briefing to members of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Counterterrorism, etc. So there's a lot of people that really are skeptical about these things. Are they getting the right information, the right number of cases talked about? So, I mean, these 120 cases, is it something, are they getting the best cases? Are they getting given the right data, or is it just something to delay this issue coming out? What can you say about that?
I think it was probably more like 170 cases, but I might be wrong.
Okay.
But they only started from the Nimitz incident and moved forward. They didn't really look at the complete history of the U.S. involvement with this topic.
Right.
I think it was the effort was an honest attempt to try to begin the conversation. What we do know is that the information provided by the Director of National Intelligence and the Secretary of Defense have now stated for the record and emphatically that this is not our technology. So that's a big deal, right? That is a huge admission, because that only leaves two possibilities. It's either foreign adversarial technology, or it's not, meaning it's something else. It's a completely different paradigm. And so on one hand, the government either has to admit this is the greatest intelligence failure that we have ever faced in our country, eclipsing 9/11 by an order of magnitude, because somehow some country over 70 years has managed to technologically leapfrog ahead of us using this technology, and we have no idea, or that this is something else. Again, that this is a much bigger question about our species and humanity, and that's where we're at. That's where the conversation is right now. I do think that Congress will hopefully see this and realize that we have to get ahead of this. We have to figure what's going on. I think Congress will have the wisdom to establish a more long-term enduring capability that's not just going to be a task force, which is usually set up to solve a temporary problem. And it's something that's going to hopefully include the whole of government approach, including FAA and Department of Homeland Security and Department of Energy and NOAA and perhaps National Science Foundation, get the best and brightest academics and scientists, academics all involved.
That's what we need. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think we're good. But if I may, Vinny, I'd like to share something with you. I haven't really discussed this with anybody. But here's probably the biggest challenge we have right now is not necessarily figuring out what's up there in our skies. I think the biggest challenge we have right now is with ourselves, and that is, what does disclosure mean? And people, everybody you ask is going to have a different definition, but specifically, first of all, what is disclosure? Who's going to determine when we've reached disclosure, right? Okay, now we have disclosure. I mean, and then also who decides, where we go from here? Ultimately, it may be by consensus, I don't know, but who is going to be the one to say we have now reached the moment of disclosure? Because some would argue we've just had it. It's already happened. And some have said, well, we haven't had it yet unless we have something landing in the White House lawn. We first need to decide that as a people, what does disclosure mean, and how do we know once we get there, right?
Sure.
And then we need to make sure that whoever we empower to make the recommendation and determination on where do we go from here. I'm always very careful to allow people in our governmental institutions to make that decision on our behalf, unless they have, if you will, the consensus of the people behind them.
Of course.
I think I trust an elected official to have this conversation probably more than a government bureaucrat only because in theory they represent the will of their constituents.
Yeah.
One would hope that that's what they're doing.
Yes, of course.
But these are questions we have to ask ourselves, and then maybe the big question is: do we decide as a society that we're not going to let anybody make that determination for us? We're going to make that determination, right? We're going to decide when we've reached disclosure, and we're going to make the determination and where we go from here. And then government will execute that as will of the people, not the other way around.
Yeah.
And I think that's we need to know internally and externally, what does victory look like? How do you know you've reached the next goalpost, if you will, or the next waypoint? Because it's important when you're navigating on a map. If you want to know where you're going, you have to first of all know where you've been to know where you even are right now. And then once you know where you are, then you can decide, right? Because otherwise you can find yourself way off course.
Yeah.
And this is a conversation we haven't had yet with ourselves. And it's something that we desperately need to do, and we need to do it soon, like now. Yeah. If you were to ask me.
No, absolutely. And it's like something that you've said before about disclosure being a process. And I feel that we have just started the journey. And we may not know where the journey is going to end or how long it's going to take to get there. But I think it's a positive thing that we have started the journey. And it looks like we have started it together, and we are all in it as one. And I think it's a big step. It's something that's we wanted to happen from a long time ago. So I see it personally as a positive thing.
But by the way, Vinny, before I forget, if I may here, I do want to do one quick shout out to somebody. I received a tweet from somebody. I won't say who because they wanted anonymity, but apparently their daughter has just joined the British intelligence community.
Oh, wow.
And is fairly excited about it. And I just wanted to offer a very warm, heartfelt congratulations. It is a profound honor when you are selected to serve your country in that type of capacity. And I just wanted to do a very quick shout out. If she happens to be listening to this podcast, I just want to say congratulations. Very well done. And, who knows, maybe we'll meet up sometime in the field.
You never know. And actually, I did see that tweet. So, no, that's great. Yeah. So if you're watching, there you go. So, Lou, just carrying on from what we were just saying about the briefing that was just happened last week. We did hear a few statements from some of the representatives afterwards. But the one that really stood out was, I think it was Peter Welch, who sort of said, "I'm not on the edge of my seat." Now, that doesn't say a lot for us, the public, who are sat here, desperate to get information on what might be coming through this June 25th report. I mean, what do you think about that statement, that it's kind of downplaying it a little bit?
Well, I think it's honest. I think what he's saying is, look, we don't have enough information right now to establish what this is. I'm not on the edge of my seat because I don't have enough information to provide any type of recommended outcome of what this is. We have more questions than answers at this point. Someone else had indicated that they think we should have at some point congressional hearings on this, and I applaud that. I think that's absolutely what we need. Hey, man, let's you want to be transparent, put your money where your mouth is. Let's do this. I'm certainly game for that. If the government gives me an ability to have a conversation about things I've been privy to, hey, and I don't got to worry about violating my NDA. I'll do it now. Let's go.
A weight off your shoulders, maybe.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Let's just talk about something that I've been seeing a lot recently through my Instagram account and stuff like that. Is the use of the word threat. Every single day, people assume that as soon as that word's mentioned, that we're talking about these, whatever they are, beings, objects, that they're here with hostile intents. It seems like people are jumping from 0 to 100 without actually thinking about everything in between. Right. We're not saying threat in a hostile way. Could you just talk about that and talk on that and how we need to be careful?
Yeah, Vinny, that's great point. Great point. We're looking at this to determine whether or not this is a potential threat. And when you say threat in government speak, it's a very simple calculus. You have capabilities versus intent. Now, we've seen some of the capabilities. We have no idea the intent, so we don't know if this is a threat. Okay. And second of all, there's a fundamental difference between a potential threat and hostile intent. And that's a fact. So I've often said, if I go to the airport and I jump on a 737 to fly to, let's say, Colorado, there's no threat there. But if I were to, let's say, now be on the runway when one of these things is passing by and I happen to get behind the jet engine at the wrong time, there's a biological threat there. There's an environmental threat. I'm going to probably go deaf. I'm going to lose my hearing. I'm probably going to get burned and blown all over the place, maybe break a few bones. So, it's not that the engine is necessarily trying to be a threat to me. It's not an intentional threat. It's just a consequence of the technology that I wound up being at the wrong place at the wrong time. So that's one thing about threat. The other thing is hostile intent. We're not fear mongering here. First of all, we're not even sure if it is a threat. We're trying to determine, is it or not? And anybody who says, well, we already know, and you shouldn't be wasting your time on that. No, you don't know. Okay, you think you know, and you want to sit here and tell people that in your mind that this isn't a threat. But you know what? You can't gamble with my life. I'm not going to allow you. You don't have the right to do that. If you want to go ahead and gamble with your life, then God bless you. Go ahead and do it. But don't gamble with mine. Don't gamble with my families. Don't gamble with my friends. Let them make a determination whether or not they think something like this could be a threat to them. And threat could be anything. It could be a threat to your philosophical belief systems. It can be an environmental threat. It can be all sorts of different threats. We need to figure it out. Is there a potential threat here, which doesn't even come close to yet talking about hostile intent?
Of course.
And I think people will say all the time, well, we want to make sure this is not fear mongering. We're going to use this to go ahead and build, more space-based weapons. That's utter nonsense. We're not there. We're not even there in the conversation.
Yep.
We're just finally trying to determine what the hell this thing is. So, that's part of my frustration I deal with on a daily basis. So you automatically see the hat, right? You see U.S. Army or the intelligence officer, and these are people that when you look at their social media profile, they support all these human rights and whatnot and non-stereotypes. And the first one to come out and say, "Oh, look, he's a military guy. You can never trust him." What?
That's crazy.
I mean, do you not see the contradiction in that perspective? I first of all never said it's a threat. I said we're trying to determine if it's a threat.
Sure.
And by the way, if it's not a threat, then you got nothing to worry about.
Exactly.
Who cares? What do you care what I'm doing with to determine for me if it's a threat or not? If you've already made that mental conclusion that it's not, then God bless you. But don't stop me from doing what I need to do, my own personal calculus, for me to make that determination myself.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's what I say to people. If something's incurring in our sensitive airspace over nuclear facilities and military sensitive areas, then, I mean, doesn't it just fall straight away under a national security threat until proven otherwise?
Look, our government spend millions and millions and millions of dollars, not just ours, all of ours, on protecting its national borders and its sovereignty. That is the job of the national security apparatus. That is what your taxpayer dollars pay for. If you don't think it's important, then tell your Congress people it's not important and don't pay your tax money for that. And we won't have a military national security apparatus. Okay, fine. But as long as we have a national security apparatus, that's its job. Don't get mad at the government for doing the job it's supposed to do.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Right. Let's move on to something that I don't think I've heard you talk about really. So you recently appeared on an episode of Expedition X, I believe it was called, which focused on Catalina Island and the UAP sightings relating to the ocean. And at one point during the show, you took a water sample from an area just off the coast of the island where there'd been some strong magnetic readings. And I think the water sample turned out that it had higher than normal cesium isotope levels. Can you confirm this and maybe extrapolate on any significance to those findings?
Well, it was my recommendation to do the water sampling test. Obviously, if UAPs or UFOs are also USOs or related to USOs, one of the things we want to do is determine the effects on its environment and biology, right? So one of the easiest ways and cheapest ways to do that is just take a water test, right? Sure. Now, let's not forget here that you've got a lot of flow rate. You got a lot of water coming up and down the coast. The water that you're sampling now may have been, 100 miles away out into the deep ocean just 24 hours earlier. So you got to be careful. But if there is a persistent source that is let's say contaminating the local waters, you should be able to test for that. Now, the fact that you have more cesium is interesting, but there are things that mankind does that will create that cesium, especially chemical type waste. And it turns out that there are some of these. There was a recent article done that over the course of 70 plus years, there's been a lot of contamination in that water because there's been a lot of waste, and it's not just chemical waste, but could even potentially be radioactive waste.
Right.
Could that be the reason why there's more cesium? We don't know, but I will tell you that we do have some samples. Very interesting. And by the way, Expedition X didn't know this. I did not share this information with them, so I wanted to see for myself, and I didn't want to do anything to artificially prejudice the analysis here.
Sure.
But we do have some samples, allegedly, of some pretty exotic material that has interesting high levels of cesium, with some interesting isotopic ratios. So that is true. And so the question is this potentially related, or is it not? Is it just, hey, we got a lot of industrial waste off the coast of Los Angeles, and that's a consequence of that. So we don't know. It's certainly intriguing, but we don't have enough data yet to have any real conclusion.
But is that still an area of focus that is ongoing, like you say, that it could have some really valuable data?
Sure, all the way down the Guadalupe Island.
Right.
So there definitely, if you talk not just to military personnel, but you talk to the local fishermen who are in their own right trained observers. They've been spending generations on those waters. They know what's natural and what's not natural. They've seen it all from bioluminescence to weather phenomenon and ball lightning. And what they're reporting is very, very similar to what the military eyewitnesses are reporting. There's something there. It is one of the hot spots. Now, the question is it a hot spot because there's actually more activity, or is it a hot spot because we happen to have more eyes, if you will, in the area, both on the water and looking in the skies? We have military maneuvers going on and exercises. We have sophisticated radar data and equipment going on. You've got two huge metropolitan areas between San Diego and Tijuana, and also, of course, Los Angeles, all very, very centrally focused. We don't know yet, but there does appear to be a high prevalence of UAP activity in that area.
Great, thank you so much. I found that really interesting. And just sticking with that series, there was a video caught from the cliffside. I think it was in the first episode. Which, have you seen that clip? It was caught from the cliffside, and it showed a UAP performing pretty strange maneuvers. I mean, a lot of people say that it's just the TV show making it up for TV's purposes, for entertainment. Can you clarify anything about that at all?
Well, I'll tell you my impression, and I don't know the hosts very well, but my impression that both Josh Gates and his programming and his hosts are always trying to portray an accurate picture.
Right.
When I was there, I didn't notice them doctoring anything. In fact, one of them is a biologist, a scientist, and he's when you talk to him, he'll tell you, hey, look, I'm a scientist. I prefer in following the scientific method. I don't think they are prone to hoaxing anything. That was not my impression. They seem very sincere in their approach. It's hard with a TV show because TV has to be not only factual, but in order for TV to be successful, it has to be entertaining.
Of course.
And this has always been my frustration because I'm not an entertainer. I'm not an actor. With me is what you see is what you get.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly talented in anything. So I've told people before I'm about as attractive as a cement truck. So I don't make very good TV. But I do understand that, if order for TV to be successful, you have to have eyeballs on the set, and that's how they get their, whether they get subscription or they get through advertisement.
Yeah.
So you have to have people tuning in each week. And so there is a part of that element in most TV shows where there is the way that they edit it ensures that the audience will come back and see more episodes.
Of course.
But it's not disingenuous. It's not artificial drama. They're not making something up. What they're simply doing is they just don't tell you the reveal until the next episode, and that's how they keep people coming back, right?
Absolutely.
Because it's a proven technique to keep people interested. And that's the same thing even with media today. When you look at some of the major mainstream media, they'll tell you this. I'll share. When I was a young intelligence officer, I won't say which outlet, but we had some people, the media, come in, and they said to us, "Hey, look, we want to let you guys know something. We're a business. I know we come across as fair and impartial, and we're the media, we're news, but we are a business because we don't get paid. We can't pay the salaries of our anchors and our camera operators and everything else unless we have advertisers. And the only way we're going to get money for advertising is if people watch. So, we are a business, make no mistake, like any other business, and we have to be financially successful and viable. And that to me really was kind of that aha moment, because I never really realized that as a young person. I thought that, there was this sense of duty to just report the news, and, whether you watched it or not, it was always going to be, this fair and impartial broadcast. And it turns out that's not the case. They have to be honest. They can't lie. But there's an art form to telling the news that gets people to tune in, day after day after day. And I think it's important, very much like this podcast here, right? You and me having this conversation. We're not artificially, making anything up. This topic is dramatic enough as it is. But there's a certain, in order to be viable, you need people to tune in. And so how do you get people to tune in? Well, you put people up that have an interesting story to tell, or perhaps have been involved in something historical or whatever. And the show with Josh Gates and Expedition X for me was a wonderful experience. Both myself and Sean Cahill had a chance to be on it. I really like their approach, and I really like the fact that they're using young people. Because I've told people before, and I know some people get mad at me for saying this, but look, my generation has done enough to screw things up. I think this topic, as we move forward, belongs to the next generation. And if we're going to get to the bottom of this, it's going to be the next generation doing it. It's not going to be some old fart like me. It's going to be, someone picking up the baton and moving forward. And that's where the future lies. And if you don't recognize it, then you're going to miss the boat, and you're not doing this topic any good. So we have to be inclusive and having this conversation and letting the next generation be part of that conversation is immensely important. This is one of the reasons why I just did the shout out. This is the reason why I talk about, Christina over at the debrief, and some of these young people that are coming in, Chrissy as well, because they're the ones that are going to, in 30, 40 years, they're the ones that are going to be sitting here having this conversation with the world. And frankly, hopefully they're a hell of a lot smarter than we are on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I couldn't agree more. They're doing some fantastic work. Both of the females you just mentioned, they're absolutely incredible.
And so that's why I did. I know a long-winded story, but Expedition X. That's why I did it, because I thought it was young folks trying to have an honest conversation about something. They invited myself and Sean to come out there and have a conversation. And you and your listeners probably know that I try never to pass up an opportunity to have this conversation with anybody. I don't care if it's for TV, radio, podcast. I don't care if you've got one follower or you got 10 million followers. The conversation is worth having.
That's great. Thank you so much. And it's appreciated. And we can never get enough of hearing what you've got to say. This leads me on to a recent interview you did with our mutual friend, a very good friend, Mr. Max Moskowitz. You described to Max with some drawings about the different shapes of the UAP and how they could be related. The discs moving into a triangle, possibly into a cigar. It was a beautiful way of explaining it. But going a little bit further on that kind of area, is it possible that these crafts can cause the witnesses to perceive the shape? So to one person it might look like something, but to another it might look like something else, and it's actually acting on the person's visions or conscious levels, possibly.
Well, we see this all the time, don't we, in nature? This is not anything that's super sophisticated technologically speaking. We see camouflage and mimicry and cloaking in nature all the time, whether it's an octopus trying to change its colors or a cuttlefish trying to use bioluminescence to warn a potential predator, or it's a particular gecko sitting on a tree limb that now all of a sudden assumes the same color and texture around it. There's mimicry that we see in nature all the time between a coral snake, which is very, very, very venomous, and a king snake, which is not venomous at all, but the color differentiations on patterns are very similar. So is it possible that this is also being used from a technical perspective? Well, we're doing it now. We do it with our B-2 bomber. We use special coatings and special shapes and geometry to hide the fact that we have an aircraft in enemy territory. Now I think what you're asking me, is it possible that these craft somehow are are tapping into each individual's own psyche and being able to pull something out
Yeah.
and says, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to look like this, or I'm going to look like that. I don't know that. There's a lot of people that speculate that. I haven't seen any information that substantiates that, but it doesn't mean that's not the case. I simply haven't seen that myself. But low observability is one of the observables. It's the fact that it's hard to see with your naked eye. It's hard to see electro-optically. It's very hard to see on radar. Again, people are going to hear what I have to say. They're going to say, oh, there goes Lou, dodging another question. I'm not dodging a question. I'm just trying to use common sense. I'm trying to take, when someone asks me a question, say, look, it's not that far out there. You can look right now here on our own planet and see examples of this biologically occurring all the time.
Yeah.
And we do it as a species ourselves,
Indeed.
So is it possible that something that is super technologically advanced could be doing that? Sure, it's possible. I don't have any data to necessarily back that up right now, but it doesn't mean in 5 years we don't come to this aha moment, this epiphany, this revelation that's exactly what's happening. We just don't have enough data yet to make that type of conclusion.
Sure,
but it doesn't mean that it's not possible.
Yeah, and a lot of the examples you just gave are biological things from our world. Is there any research being done on the possibility of these objects having a biological side to them, even the actual craft themselves? Has that been looked into much at all? Are you aware of?
Well, you know what, I'm gonna answer your question with another question.
Okay.
What's your definition of biology? I come from a background of biology, of microbiology, immunology, and parasitology, study of parasites, not parapsychology, parasitology.
Right.
And every time we think we have a definition of what a life form is, Mother Nature throws us a curveball. For a long time we thought photosynthesis was the basis of all life on this planet. Turns out it's not. We have things called chemosynthesis, right? And extremophiles that live at the bottom of the ocean, where they gain their nutrition and energy through chemical processes, not photoelectric processes, right? And then we thought, well, okay, all living things must have DNA. Turns out, well, okay, now some virologists are suggesting that viruses, they do a lot of things that living things do. They replicate, they defend themselves, and but they don't have DNA at all. They have RNA, and yet they seem very much alive. So we have to understand that when we say, is there anything biological behind these things? It's I think we need to be very clear, just like what disclosure means. We need to know, what does it mean, first of all, when you say biological? Because a kid flying a kite, the kite isn't a biological organism, but the kid flying it and controlling it is a biological organism, right?
Sure.
And then you have that kite interacting potentially with birds or insects that are in the atmosphere, I guess my point being is that anything's possible. We need more data.
Sure.
And I think, these are certainly questions that we should be asking ourselves from an academic and a scientific perspective, and let's let the data speak for itself.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just sticking with the interview you did with Max, you teased us with a little quote saying, there is an elegant way to explain why we see what we see from the outside when observing these phenomena, to which you said that you would show him another time. Is that something you'd be able to discuss with us right now?
Unfortunately, not quite yet. We are
Okay.
Those models are being, the part of this discussion is effective communication. And the last thing you want to do is take an important topic like this, and if you cannot communicate concisely with your audience, then you have a chance of really messing things up. And so efforts are underway to provide a very elegant illustration that people can look at and say, that makes sense. And I don't want to let that out prematurely, because I think we can even do a better job of illustrating that, and hopefully in the very near future, an audience will be able to see that.
Excellent.
So that's
something to look forward to. Then, are you able to let us know who is doing that or looking into that?
It's a collective.
Okay.
It's a collective of um, a lot of folks that you'd probably recognize.
Excellent. So I won't try and push that point too much any further. Let's move on. Now, the UFO community and others as well have recently become aware of this new think tank, Skyfort, led by Sean Cahill and I think a few of his friends. And he mentioned it in a recent interview with James Ian Doley of Engaging the Phenomena, and mentioned that you're connected to it. And are you able to expand on that a bit and let us know what role you will be playing?
Yeah,
I think a lot of people are. Yeah,
sure.
sorry,
I'm an advisor. People say, "Oh, this is TTSA 2.0." No, it's not. Skyfort hasn't asked anybody for money. It is a strategic think tank that is helping us navigate and advise through this very interesting topic. We've never really had a conversation like this before, and so being able to. I've mentioned this before. Pardon me. There are 5 pillars of emphasis. Very much like an intelligence or a military campaign, you have to make sure all are coordinated and you don't get out in front of the headlights too far on one of them. The first one is legislative engagement, and that's engaging our elected officials, letting them know where to find the data and the seriousness of the topic.
Right.
Then it's executive level engagement, and that second pillar is engaging our department heads and secretary level leadership, letting them know where they can find the data, right? Internally to their own organizations, who are the experts within their organizations, they can leverage it, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
The third pillar of emphasis is our international engagement, and that's engaging our friends and allies in other countries and their governments and institutions and organizations to share information, get into a formal information sharing relationship like we just did with Japan.
Yes.
And several other countries now that are happening. The fourth pillar of engagement is media engagement, mainstream media, letting them know that it's okay to report on this topic, and despite the stigma and taboo historically associated with this topic, you should report on it because it is one that's important, and it is scientific, and it is academic. And then the last pillar of interest, if we will, or emphasis that we dedicate to, is public engagement. Exactly what we're doing here right now,
right.
Letting the people know that whether you're around the dinner table or the water cooler, it's okay to have a conversation about this, because ultimately, and probably this is the most important pillar of all, because if the people say it's okay to have a conversation, then you're more likely to have your elected officials and mainstream media reporting on it, right?
Sure.
Again, because they feel it's okay to do so.
Absolutely.
And so it's very important. So what Skyfort does, back to your question, I eventually get back to it.
That's okay.
Is that they are helping us navigate these, and to make sure that we move together collectively as a process, all of these pillars, making sure that there are specific touch points within each of those pillars that you want to make sure you engage. And Skyfort has been extremely helpful. The connections that Sean Cahill has managed to amass with folks like Jesse and Jake are enormous. They all have experience like you do on social media and YouTube and delivering content, but they also have investigative backgrounds. They also have media backgrounds. They also have Hollywood backgrounds. They have the backgrounds necessary to orchestrate, if you will, or conduct the orchestra in a way where now you're making music instead of just little bits of sounds popping up within the orchestra. The French horns are playing their own tune while the violins are kind of screeching out something over there on that corner, and the guy on the timpani in the back is just rocking out to AC/DC. It only works when everybody is playing together and in a coordinated manner, and that is what that's the elegance of Skyfort. It is a one-stop shop to help us recognize those strategic touch points and make sure that the right message is delivered, so people can make well-informed decisions.
Brilliant. I just wondered if there would be any actual research involved as well, looking at cases as well, or
there will be, but again, think of Skyfort as a big umbrella, right?
Right.
And under that big umbrella, you're going to have several little umbrellas with verticals of different level, different interests that they're going to be engaged in.
Yeah.
That's why you see in there it's an incubator. I'm not owner of it. I don't have any financial interest in it.
Yeah.
But they have been exceedingly helpful, helping us navigate this landscape, both for Chris Mellon and myself. They know what the hell is going on. And when you are in a military campaign, you want good advisors. That's what you want on your team. Of course, people out there, the haters, are going to speculate, this is 2.0 TTSA. These guys just want to, it's another money plug, or Lue owns the no, I have no financial interest in this. I'm not, all I am is an advisor. I'm
Right.
not on the board of directors. I don't have any voting privileges. I'm not getting any money out of this. In fact, I suspect if you were to talk to Skyfort, they're probably losing a lot of money because they're donating most of their time to support this activity. They're not
Right.
making a penny right now
Sure.
for this. So, anybody out there who's listening in your audience that, wants to throw arrows, they probably need to do a little bit more research,
Sure.
before they start making, unqualified conclusions like that.
No, that's great. Thank you for talking about it. I think a lot of people were, when they first heard the name, I think it was Tucker Carlson, something that produced a document on one of his things.
Yeah, I was not ready for that. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think everybody eyes widened, like, what is Skyfort? So no, thank you for clarifying your involvement and a bit more about what they intend to do in the future. That's great. Moving on, this is something that I've only recently heard about. Back in 2019, Rich Hoffman of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, he briefly mentioned two cases involving the Navy that we'd not really heard about before. One, the USS Boxer in 1998. The other, the USS Bainbridge in 2017. I like the little smile there, because it sounds like you're aware of them. And that's what I was going to ask. Are you aware of these cases? And can you give us any details about them?
I am aware of them. I cannot discuss them right now.
Okay.
I think there are efforts underway right now to figure that out. But look, I'll give you another heads up here. It ain't just the Bainbridge. It ain't just the kid and the Omaha. It ain't just what people know about the Boxer. There's some pretty interesting encounters that are happening as of like last week.
And do these all involve data, video, photos, everything across the spectrum of what we need to analyze these cases as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm not going to discuss them right now because that's really under the purview of the U.S. government. I'm not going to tell you AORs. I'm not going to tell you anything else right now until maybe someone else decides to have the conversation.
I understand.
But this is occurring regular and routinely. This is not just the Nimitz and the Roosevelt. This is happening all the time.
And are these coming in through the official channels that the Navy brought into effect in 2020, where they kind of made it seem okay for the personnel to report these things? Have we seen an influx since that happened?
Yeah, they're reporting it. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. The Snoopy teams are engaged. It's working. Can it work better? Sure. I mean, everything can work better, right?
Of course.
But
yeah.
It's finally, that process has been established and it is working. So I'm very pleased by that. That was one of the greatest tasks, if you will, and goals that I had when I first left, that there'd be some sort of official reporting mechanism that would be established, and that's well underway.
That's great. That's really good to hear that it's working, and it's only really been about a year, so that is a big positive step in the right direction. The only reason I asked that question about the Bainbridge and the Boxer is because I rewatched the lecture that Rich Hoffman did, and I thought, well, if he's mentioning them by name and year, then maybe it's fallen out of some classified area into a gray area. I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, and look, Rich is great. I mean, his organization is they've done a lot they haven't received credit for behind the scenes, but they have definitely helped Congress make informed decisions. These folks are mostly former or current military and intelligence personnel, scientists working on this topic, and it's a great organization. I love what Rich has done with the SCU. I think it's something that we've needed for a very long time. And what will be wonderful is when the SCU can enter into some sort of work relationship with the U.S. government. I think that's almost at this point probably an inevitability, just because of the high concentration of expertise, scientific expertise that they have.
That's great. I think this is actually probably a good time to tell everybody here that's going to see this that I have just confirmed an interview with Rich Hoffman, which I will be conducting on Wednesday, the 7th of July. I will put out all the details across all my social media platforms, but that is an organization that I am a huge fan of. I've read a lot of their papers and listened to a lot of their speeches and lectures and talks. So I think that scientific angle is a very important in this day and age. So
yep, agreed.
Right, let's move on. Right, I'm going to go into a few. I don't know how to describe these questions, but
I
I'll
can
throw 'em
tell
out there.
your hesitation. You're mulling in your head what
Yeah,
how
I
you
mean,
want to
I've got the
preface this.
list. I never really know whether to just read it in the list order or just throw a few curveballs in. But I'm going to go
Whatever
and
you want.
ask: are you aware of any attempts to bait these objects, to draw them in? And I don't mean necessarily through a consciousness CE5 thing. I mean like more of a military aspect.
Yes.
Okay. Any? I don't suppose you're able to talk about that, or no? Okay, no, moving on. It's been said that Chris Mellon was denied access to looking into the Department of Energy. I don't know much more details on that, but my question is, did ATIP ever work closely with the Department of Energy when they were looking into cases? Were they given access?
We were focused primarily on DoD equities,
Sure.
but there were times where you have, without going into detail here, there are times where you have joint Department of Energy and Department of Defense equities at certain facilities. Okay, and I'll leave it at that. And in those circumstances, we were made aware through other reporting mechanisms
Right.
of interesting incidents involving some of those facilities.
Cool. That's great. Thank you so much. I'm just going to keep moving through these. Some of these are really short questions, and yeah, so since a lot of these cases have been happening over decades now surrounding nuclear facilities and really sensitive weapons areas, has there been anything put in place to try and deter them from those areas or to stop them messing with these facilities and weapons?
That would be a question you would have to bring up with the equity holders, Department of Defense and Department of Energy. I certainly don't want to speak to whatever countermeasures may be in place.
Okay.
I'll have to politely defer to them.
No, that's fine. No problem at all. Okay. Jim Semivan. Now, I think we've all been aware of Jim for a few years now, but not heard so much recently. He recently made a statement saying that his view on this UAPTF report is that it will lead to a more permanent command group or task force after that. I mean, I think that is what we all want. It almost sounded like he knew something. Are you aware of something like that, or is it
Well,
just?
I mean, Jim is. I mean, Jim hears information from his various sources.
Right.
I'm not going to speculate where Jim may have heard that. I've made it no secret that I support, and so does Chris, an enduring capability. Fill in the blanks.
Sure. Okay. Now, I think a lot of people are still unclear about what happened with TTSA and how it ended. And there's a lot of rumors and speculation flying around. Are you able to just give us a brief breakdown of what happened, why it separated, and why you left? And are you still talking and communicating? I think it just needs to be laid out there once and for all.
Yeah, sure. So it wasn't just me who left TTSA. It was Chris Mellon, and it was Hal Pudoff, and it was also Steve Justice. Hal was a founding member. He was on the board of directors. It was decided that by folks inside TTSA, they wanted to pursue the entertainment angle. And that really doesn't leave a whole lot of work for guys like Chris and I and Steve Justice, who, we're not entertainers.
Sure.
We're just not. And people see on the street as, oh, you got that TV show, but I'm not an actor. I'm a former intel officer, and so our skill sets would have been better used probably in a different capacity than just entertainment. Entertainment's important, but remember that's how you, in some cases, you engage the fifth pillar, which is public engagement.
Yeah.
But that's not our skill set. That's not where we do best. Tom is a great guy. He's exceedingly talented as an entertainer.
Yeah.
He's very creative, but that's not our skill set.
Sure.
And so when the decision was made to pursue entertainment, it was prudent for those of us who are not entertainers to continue to pursue this effort the best that we know how, and that is vis-a-vis government interaction, media engagement, more strategic level dialogue than necessarily, books or movies or stuff like that.
No, that's great. Thank you for that. I mean, I think it was important because I just get asked it all the time, and I don't like to speculate and things like that. I think what really interested me with the work going on at that time was the Adam project, looking into the metamaterials. I mean, I would normally assume that Hal Puthoff just continued with that work. Can you confirm that at all? Are you aware of it? I mean, I'd love to ask the man himself.
Well, I mean, certainly that's very important. I don't know what TTSA is doing right now involving the Atom. I know that we're working on that pretty significantly. But Atom is
when you
obviously.
Say we, sorry, can I just, when you say we, who's we?
Some of my colleagues and associates.
Okay.
We are pursuing that. Of course, Atom is a name given by TTSA. That's their trademark.
Yeah.
Let me say this with TTSA. Look, they have an obligation to their investors to do a return on investment. And one of the best ways to do that, if you are an entertainer, is to continue entertaining.
Yeah.
And so, doing movies and fiction books and things like that is a way to get revenue and make sure that you fulfill your promise to the investors. Okay.
Right.
And I don't disagree with that. I mean, your first obligation is to your investors, making sure that you. So, it's hard. What we're doing, what Chris and I are doing, is very hard to monetize. In fact, it costs a lot of personal resources to do what we're doing.
Sure.
We don't have banks, giving us money hand over fist to do what we're doing. A lot of this is self-financed. It can be a bit of a burden. And there certainly you're not going to have any return on investment for your investors.
Okay.
Doing it, what we're doing. So
brilliant. That's great. I'm going to move on to Dr. Eric Davis, who I'm a big fan of.
Me too.
A very big fan. And he's claimed a few times that the ATIP never ended in 2012. It just simply changed managerial roles and switched around a few things and continues to this day. Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about me and my colleagues?
Well, first of all, Eric Davis is a national treasure, and I mean that
absolutely.
If you ever have a chance to meet him, he is one of the original graybeards. He has done more for it. And by the way, he's super humble. So if you ask him, he'll say, "Oh, well, I did some things." I've read the reports. I know exactly what he's done for his country, and one day they'll write a book about him. He really is the man behind the green curtain to some degree. He's an incredible human being, an incredible patriot. As far as working with Eric, I mean, we talk all the time, right? I mean, it's not every day you get a chance to talk to a nuclear physicist, right? Who's worked on beamed energy propulsion and, was the author on some of these DIRDs. He's a living legend.
Yeah.
Of course we still talk and we still collaborate, and when opportunities arise for us to all work together on a project, we do that. And if it comes out maybe in the next year or so that people find out, hey, there was another project that these guys were working on behind the scenes, that shouldn't be a surprise.
Great. I look forward to it. Absolutely. Thank you. I'm just going to move on now to a few of my follower questions. So, these are from them, not from me.
Vinny, by the way, let me interject. I want to propose something. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Twitter. I'm always talking Twitter, but is there a way where we can change the term or the tag up there followers into colleagues? Because I just feel so damn guilty every time someone says, "Oh, I've got umpteen number of followers." I on this topic, I don't think anybody's following anybody. I think we're all leading the charge together. And I wish there was a way we could change that stupid tag that says followers or following into something like, I don't know, some sort of collective, hey, you're you're now part of the fight, right? You're now part
No,
of this.
I agree 100%. I will start using my colleagues instead of followers. I think they'll love that. And I am classed as disclosure team, and everyone asks about me and my team, and it's actually just me. And I say that my colleagues, followers, are the rest of the team. We are one collective together because we're all after the same thing. And I always say that.
Exactly.
So
I love that you say, disclosure team. It's right. We are a team.
Yeah,
we are a very formidable team. When we stand shoulder to shoulder,
indeed.
We are only here because we're working together. We're not here because I got 45,000 followers.
No,
we're here because all of us together have decided to stand together and do our best to have this conversation together collectively, right?
Absolutely.
And all opinions matter. All opinions count, even the ones that aren't necessarily very nice sometimes.
Yeah.
I just say that because I wish there was a way we could petition Twitter and say, look, is there any way we could change that name from followers to, like, bandmates or whatever?
I'm going to take that on board. I'm going to use that colleagues instead of followers going forward.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. So my colleague questions.
There you go.
This is from Kevin O'Malley. During your employment at the Pentagon, did you become aware of other legacy special access programs which had been studying UAPs for decades?
Yeah, so great question, Kevin. The answer is yes, but it was more from the Project Blue Book perspective. It wasn't until I got out of the ATIP in 2017 that I was on the Hill that I was introduced to somebody who was running a ATIP-like program in the 80s for the Navy, and I was stunned. I after all these years, I wound up leaving that meeting scratching my head, saying, it only took a decade to find out. I mean,
wow.
It could have been pretty helpful.
That's interesting. Definitely could have been helpful. So, Lou, you showed some slides once in an I think, well, this is the question, so I don't know if it's correct, but you apparently showed some slides in an SCU briefing on the nature of UAPs, which showed some foreign nations' flags, specifically Danish and Swedish. Are you aware of them having any sort of military UAP studies groups ongoing or anything like that? And that's from Christian Thompson.
Answer is yes. They had some programs established when I was in ATIP. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I don't want to speak on behalf of another country, where they were looking into UAPs. Shouldn't be any surprise.
No, absolutely. I think that's great that they did. And you said they did rather than they have. Is that something that you think might have ended, or?
Well, I want to be very careful. I don't want to speak on behalf of countries' current capabilities and interests. That I'd rather let the countries speak for themselves. Especially if I have to go back over there and work with them. I don't want to be one of those guys that has made life complicated for them unnecessarily. So out of respect for them, I'd rather let them answer that question as it relates to present day.
Brilliant. That's great. Thank you. This is from my good friend, Mr. Strafe Wilson. Did you ever meet Richard DOE in a professional capacity during your time with ATIP?
I've never met Mr. DOE ever, and not even even in my current capacity. I'm aware of the individual's reputation, whether good or bad, but I've never had an opportunity to speak with him or meet with him.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Great question. Because I mean, you both worked under similar intelligence agencies. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. What are your thoughts on the various videos over the years supposedly showing real footage of extraterrestrial beings, such as the Skinny Bob video?
We have to validate and verify that before I could speculate on it. I'm not a video expert. We need that's why in ATIP we employed experts. I might be a lot of things, but a video expert I am not. And I'm willing to recognize my limitations. Unlike some other folks who have recently informed the media that they're experts in XYZ when they're really not.
Yeah.
I'm not a video expert, and so any type of video, whether it's of potentially extraterrestrial life or anything else, you know, I would need an expert or two or three, like we did on our show with Unidentified, to
Sure.
sit there and look at these objects, or in this case, you know, a biological organism, if that indeed is the case. I don't know. I don't have enough information to speculate one way or the other.
Great. No, that's fine. Thank you. Just keeping with the show Unidentified. In the program, the Italians had a frequency that the UAPs used to shoot down a helicopter. Can you tell us more about that at all? Because I think you went over there, didn't you?
Yeah. Look, here people will look at this and say, oh, the Italy thing was some guy who you know, set fires and it was an arsonist. Look, we saw the real file. We saw the real documents and investigation, and that's simply not true. People say, oh, that's a hoax. No, it's not. Okay.
Wow.
You weren't there in the meetings. I'm going to say you, but we were there. And what they explained was very interesting. First of all, you had these old houses on the seashore that were burning up. But here's what's so interesting. They still had the original copper wiring running through the walls for electricity and whatnot. Well,
right.
They were able to determine by the distance between the points of heat in the copper cable to determine what the frequency that was being, some sort of electromagnetic frequency that was being used. Wow. And interestingly enough, they thought that this was originally a Russian sub. They thought this was some sort of directed energy testing being done by a Russian sub off the coast, because these things kept happening, kept seeing the same. And from that, they calculated the electromagnetic frequency of what this directed energy was. Furthermore, they actually evacuated a village and built this huge, what looked like a Faraday cage, according to Italian authorities, to try to really begin to start intercepting these frequencies and figuring it out. And it turns out that the helicopter that they were using, which was an undercover helicopter, there's pictures of these things, of these objects from different perspectives following the helicopter. And that when the helicopter did an emergency landing, it had one of its rotors blown out from the inside out, and you can actually see it blown out like that. And you know, these incidents continued to some degree after supposedly the perpetrator of these house fires was arrested. So you know, it's simply not true what some people have told us, at least what from our understanding of the investigation, which we were privy to. We actually saw the documentation and the briefing slides. You know, it was very compelling. And by the way, we were briefed by their Joint Chiefs of Staff and the former commander of their Navy SEALs, who were leading this investigation. There's pictures from different perspectives from different people of the same object maneuvering like this all through the sky. And there's actually photographs, and you can see it moving with this instantaneous acceleration and hypersonic velocity. So, you know, that's the Italian, if you will, incident that we were made privy to.
I mean, I've seen the program a few times. I can't remember. Was that footage actually in the show, or is it publicly available?
The problem is that you know, I don't know. I've never seen it publicly available. I tell you from my perspective, you know, what's so frustrating when you do a TV shows, we're filming on 100-to-1 ratio, meaning for every 1 minute you see on camera, you have 100 minutes of film that you can't use because there's simply not enough time.
Right.
So there's editorial decisions made by the editors, by these networks, to decide what's going to go in the show and what's not. And unfortunately, so much is left on the cutting room floor. It's such a shame, because when you see that beat, if you will, on the Italian investigation, you haven't seen the rest of what's going on, which for me was so compelling. It's like, oh my God, of all the stuff you're going to cut out, you know, why did you cut that out? Right. And you say, well, we just simply didn't have enough time, you know. So it goes back to, you know, advertisers and having to make a business out of something.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I can imagine, but that's given me an angle or a direction to do some research into. So thank you. And I won't keep you too much longer. I know you've probably got a busy day ahead of you and that, but I'll finish on the Jeremy Corbell photos, videos, and data, because there are two views on that when I see it with my colleagues. Mixed reactions. The people think it's just blurry photos and they just want to see 4K high resolution videos and photos. But I always say, look, we get a lot of backup data with FLIR videos and that. What are your views on that thing about people just wanting to see a 4K photo and not appreciating these military videos?
Well, there are high definition photos that exist. I'm
Yeah.
not at liberty to discuss them. I'm not at liberty to talk about them if they're government sourced,
Yeah.
photos or videos. But again, let me go. And this is going to be frustrating. I know part of your audience is going to hate me for this, but our job is not there to satisfy the idle curiosity of people. Our job is to get our elected officials engaged on this so they can make well-informed decisions so we can finally figure this out collectively. And that's exactly what we're doing and what's happening.
Yeah.
So, our mission accomplishment is making sure that we have an enduring capability so one day you can get those 4K photos. But we're not here to satisfy the idle curiosity of people. Say, that's enough, Lou. You need to get rid of your non-disclosure agreement with the government. The hell with everything. And you know what? You should go to jail for us. Well, that sounds nice, but you don't have a family to feed.
Exactly.
So, it's easy for you to say, but you could always, be in my shoes, homie, for a minute and try what it's like. It ain't easy.
No.
It's a lot of work, and you're risking a lot by doing that. And so,
Sure.
I've never been one to leak information. People say, information was leaked. I never leaked information.
No.
I know people have, but I don't recommend it if you have a security clearance. I'm held to a different standard than you are, because to me, it's guilty knowledge. If I know something's classified and I talk about it, I go to jail. You are a civilian. You don't have a security clearance. If you talk about something and didn't know it was classified, there's nothing going to happen to you. Nothing at all.
Yeah.
You get to live your life every day just like you normally do. Guys like me, we go to jail for 20 years, maybe longer.
I think people forget that as well, and they just expect you to sacrifice your life for the masses. And I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, and honestly, if we had done it that way 3 years ago, I'm not sure we'd be this far down the road.
Yeah.
I think I would just be a blip on the radar and, some, prisoner number. And we would not be where we are today. Again, we have to be very deliberate how we do this. I'm not trying to be destructive. I'm trying to be constructive.
Of
and
course.
that's why this conversation is happening the way it is. I'm not trying to tear anything down. I'm trying to fix it.
No, of course. I'm just going to ask you one final question, and it probably is a little bit cheeky, but I'm going to ask it anyway. We were just talking about the 4K photos. There is this one photo that everybody's been talking about for quite some time now, reportedly showing a black triangle that's come out of the ocean. Have you seen that photo?
I can't discuss that.
Okay, no worries. I thought I'd ask.
Great question.
I understand. Well, Lou, I can just not thank you enough for being here and letting me ask you these questions.
Vinny, my sincere pleasure. I hope I didn't bore you or your audience too much.
Not at all.
I sometimes I tend to wear my mind on my sleeve. Maybe sometimes I'm a little bit too candid. So if I've offended anybody, it's certainly not my intent.
You've certainly not offended me.
Okay. Well, I try to be cognizant of that. Try to be aware of that. I know not everybody necessarily appreciates, a military person or, someone who wears their patriotism on their sleeve. I do. This country, my family coming as my father's side, all immigrants and being in exile now from Cuba, this country's been fantastic for us. And, I am proud. I'm proud of the people I had a chance to work with and for, and the jobs I had a chance to do. And I hope that doesn't come across as militant, because as much as I love our military, I'm not necessarily a militant guy.
No, of course, it doesn't come across that way.
I much prefer a handshake than a machine gun.
No, absolutely. And I can't thank you enough. And I think even after today, this interview, and even after the report comes out, I think there's still going to be a million questions that people are going to want to ask you. So I'd love to invite you back on in the future. And the door is always open for you here. We love you, and we want to thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Anytime, and thank you for what you're doing. This is so important. This is not lip service. I mean, I am telling you, for a matter of fact, we would not be having this conversation today if it wasn't folks like you and your audience who are engaging on this topic. You've really made a difference. There's a groundswell occurring. There's a grassroots movement. and our governments are paying attention to it. Even now in the UK, they're beginning to start to warm up to the idea that, hey, maybe we should start looking at this again and start talking to our citizens. It's working. It's actually happening. So huge congratulations and a big thanks to you all as well for doing what you're doing.
Thank you. That's very kind of you to say, and it's my pleasure. So, guys, thank you everybody that's been here live with us, and for everybody that may come and watch us in the future. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm new to this. I'm a bit nervous. I may get better over time, but
you could have fooled me. You don't seem nervous a bit. You seem
I hit it well, mate.
Smooth, steady.
Thank you. Right. Sure. Well, yeah, I'm going to end this broadcast here, guys. So, what I will say is go and join Mr. Max Moskowitz over on his YouTube channel. He's interviewing Ryan Sprague. So that's where I'm going to go. I'll see you all there. Thanks. See you later.
Take care, everybody.
How's it going, everybody? Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I say tonight, it's 8 o'clock here in the UK. So yeah, thank you so much. This was something that I really wanted to put together, a conversation about what happened last weekend in San Marino with the International UFO Symposium. So let's start bringing in some guests. We've got a couple of guests coming in a little bit later on. So first of all, I'd like to introduce my very good friend and colleague, Mr. Sean Rash. Sean, how are you doing?
Pretty good. Thanks, Finney, for having me.
No, pleasure, man. It's good to see you, man. You've been away, and we might touch upon that as well.
Yeah, not San Marino, San Clemente.
But there we go, man. And then we're going to start off with Mr. Gary Hasseltine. Gary, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for inviting me back.
Hey, no, thank you so much for joining me. Like I was just saying, I really wanted to touch upon this San Marino conference because I think initially a lot of people thought it was just another UFO conference. But I think what we've garnered over the past week or so is that there's something maybe going on behind the scenes, with ISA being involved, Roberto Pinotti putting this on, even with the governmental patronage of the Secretary of State for Tourism and Culture of the Republic of San Marino. Sorry, I'm reading that. This was going to be something. Can you allude on that sort of background and stuff?
Yes and no. What you've got to appreciate is that my loyalty is towards ISA and obviously its members and representatives. So we are going to be having an executive council meeting on Sunday to discuss everything that was involved in the San Marino conference. And you're right, there were things going on in the background. But we need to report it through the executive council first, then to the members and deputies, and then we'll put some media press releases out to that effect. So I'm a bit limited in what I can say, but suffice to say, yes, you're right. And there has been the Italian organization that was associated with ISA for the conference. They've put out a press release already.
Hey, Max.
Because that was the host organization. So that's out there. So that's a matter of public domain. So if you quote from that, then you've got it from the horse's mouth as to what we're doing. But from an ISA point of view, I think I should go through the protocols before I can speak further on it.
I understand. Yeah, I think what I gathered, I had a couple of people who I'm friends with in Italy who pretty much straight away said that you're trying to bring the symposium itself under the aegis of the United Nations umbrella going forward into next year, the 31st year of the symposium, which let's speculate then. If you can't talk on it, let's speculate about it. If that was to happen going forward, what does that mean for different countries coming together potentially for the future?
I think basically the initiative is to approach the United Nations through San Marino to see if they will, I guess, endorse the idea that it's a UN-backed symposium from 2022 onwards. Now, that would be a pretty amazing thing if that happened, if you think about it. We have said that when we launched that we would hopefully over time seek to get ways to the highest levels of governance, including the United Nations. So if this is one possible approach, then it's one that we should take naturally. It remains to be seen whether San Marino would agree to accept the proposal that we've put towards them, and they would then submit it to the United Nations saying we want to do this. That's the big thing. It's getting a country, and the reason why, in a sense, San Marino was chosen because of Roberto's Panotti's had 30 years of conferences there, and I believe that actually the San Marino government have often financed or helped finance the conferences over the years. So there's been a long association there with the organisation that Roberto organised, put together many decades ago. So there's a long association there. Small country, in some ways maybe easier bureaucratically to
I was going to say that.
and therefore hopefully maybe take it forward. But we in a sense the proposal has been submitted. It's now for the San Marino government to study that and give us a decision. But obviously we wait with bated breath as to what they say.
I mean, surely, again, speculating, but wouldn't it benefit the San Marino government to bring a proposal like this forward? Because it would probably benefit their tourism and all these other aspects of drawing so many people to this small country, as it were. I mean, it all makes sense in my eyes.
Well, you raise a very good point, and that has been included in the proposal,
right?
For obvious reasons. The thing is, whilst they've had 30 years of association of conferences in San Marino, which is an absolutely beautiful, spectacular castle, where the conference takes place is in a spectacular location, a big fortress high above the rest of San Marino. It's very, very a mountaintop scenario. But basically, I think it's getting a small country to realize that the world has changed, certainly in the last 3.5 years since December 2017, and that we are now hopefully quickly losing the stigma that's been attached to the subject for 70 years. If this continues, then it means that a country, a government may well be more likely to say, yes, okay, we can make a bit of a name for ourselves if we become the first. So who knows? I'm not going to speculate beyond that.
No, that's fair enough.
I got
Anyone
a question.
else?
Yeah,
Go for it.
San Marino, do we know how reliant or influenced they are by Italy, by chance?
I don't think there's
not a
really
lot.
any. No, there's no influence there. They're
Okay.
totally separate republic. Obviously, they're next to Italy, and you've got to go through
landlocked, right.
Italy.
Yeah.
Because
Surrounded by Italy.
Yeah. So yeah, you've got to go through Italy to get San Marino, but it's a principality that's been around for many hundreds of years, and no, I think they're very separate. I don't think it's an issue.
Yeah.
Well, there's a big reason why this is in San Marino, because you could consider it like a Switzerland, basically. There's much more freedom.
Yeah.
There's much less bureaucracy, less rules. So, and they're very.
That's why you went.
Yeah. So that makes it easy to set up an organization, or let's say a home base for a potential UAP disclosure coalition, international coalition.
As someone said to me in a phrase, and I won't say who it was, but he said it was a bit like the Geneva Convention of UAP. You like the idea of a place and something that you associate with. So San Marino UAP, it would be quite a good connotation if it were indeed to take place. But let's not. I've learned over the years to be a pragmatist, and I always take the attitude I'll believe it when I see it, because I think that's the way you've got to be. You've got to be realistic, and this is a huge thing for any government to contemplate. But at some point, somebody is going to do it, and it may well be easier if it's a smaller, shall we say, more satellite country that does it. But who knows? Who knows?
Of course, what I think about is because I put a lot of work into studying this, was the last time it was put before the UN through Grenada.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, in that,
Sean,
go ahead.
Sean, sorry, 1 second. I've got to cut you off there because I would like to
man,
welcome.
That's rude.
I'd like to welcome
I'm outta
this
here.
gentleman. I think you might know his name. Mr. Lue Elizondo.
Oh my goodness.
Gents, how are we doing today?
Good.
Good, thank you, Lou.
Great.
Fancy meeting you, Lou, again. Fancy
Yeah,
meeting you
I
again.
was just to say, Gary and Max. Wow, long time no speak, huh?
People will start talking. You know.
Listen, I gotta say real quick. I won't mean to barge in. I'll just be a second, but Gary, listen, it was a honor and pleasure to see what you guys put together there in San Marino with ICER and the CUN. Absolutely blew me away. I cannot believe, I'm still kind of giddy, to be honest with you, what you guys managed to pull off. It is nothing, I mean, truly nothing less than historic. And people are going to look back. And I think, there's a couple paradigm moments where people say, the conversation really changed there. I think that occurred this last week there in San Marino with what you guys were able to achieve, particularly with the Italian and the government of San Marino and possibly the I don't want to cat out of the bag, but possibly a much bigger scale with the United Nations. That was truly impressive. And you, Max, what can I say, man? You had a front row seat to all of it. Right as you were leaving, you and your lovely lady, we didn't get a chance to catch up, but something incredible happened. And Gary and the folks had met with some people, and it looks like there's a significant willingness. If you remember that evening when we were there, we were supposed to meet with some officials, and it fell through. And I know some people were a little bit disappointed. But the very next day, it was like Christmas in July. It went very, very well, and I know that our colleagues were very happy to have a chance to talk to those folks in San Marino, and things are looking really, really good. Like really, really good.
Wow!
Fingers crossed.
I hate I missed that.
Yeah, well, I just had a long drive back. I'm glad you guys made it back safely. Gary, I'll tell you that I've already started prepping the battle space over here. I mean that figuratively, so I know, but it's just government speak and Army talk. So I'm not really prepping a battlefield. Yeah, right. Conspiracy theories, right? Oh, we're prepping a battlefield. Basically, I've already started the coordination internally here with some people. There seems to be a receptiveness to engage.
Did you read the email I sent you?
Gary, you keep telling me you send me these emails, but I don't get anything from you. Are you sure you're sending?
I sent it.
AOL doesn't exist anymore. Oh.
It's in there.
Gary,
you need to read it.
These things you tell me, I'm looking right now, and
you look.
Don't show that phone. People will screenshot this and use it.
I got your email from Paolo, and I sent it to you.
Oh man!
It'll be on Tuesday. I sent it to you.
Well, it busted. What I was
it'll be from my private email.
I just found it in my spam.
Gary. Right, so there's an admission there. You do have it. You don't need to apologize.
I have it. Yes.
Well, read it. Read it.
No, it's spam. You can't click on that.
Right, yeah, read it privately because it is private between me and you.
Okay.
Whoa, guys!
Yes, I have it. My humble apologies.
It's accepted. It's all right. Don't worry.
Guys, I didn't even think about this. I'm sorry, Carl. Thank you so much for the $49.99. Number one, Lou, come on my show. 2, please explain the heavy references to Greek mythology in TTSA books and Masonic symbols in the cartoons. 3, has Lou been trained in remote viewing? Now, what I will just say before you answer that, Lou, is that this conversation tonight is primarily about San Marino and the United Nations. Carl Vibe,
great.
He's my friend. Lou is coming on my channel on Sunday. We have an hour where we can answer these kind of questions. So, Carl, if you don't mind, I would like to put that to Lou on Sunday so that we can focus on this right now, if that's okay.
Dodged the bullet on that one.
Yeah, I know. And Carl, I spoke to Carl about half an hour ago. So, Carl, I'm sorry, brother. Can we please answer that on Sunday?
Lou is going to spill the beans. He may not be in the mood on Sunday. You really screwed this up, Vinny.
I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it.
I guess
I'm gonna say this one last thing now. When I speak to Lou on Sunday, I am gonna disable super chat so that we can just talk. So there's no interruption. I know people want to ask questions. It's going to happen because I've put out. People have been emailing me for the last month since it happened. Oh, we got another one. Oh, I didn't want this to happen.
Vinny,
Well, you better
if I can just
donate
say
those.
real quick. Look, what Max has pulled off, what Gary has pulled off has been and his group has been truly something that is, and I mean this, I'm not over exaggerating, is I think historic to the cause. I think we're going to look back one day and say, wow, that part of the equation happened in San Marino because of ICER and the CUN. And Max, I want to say, you know, as a member of the media and a journalist, you know, I'm getting calls every day bombarded by news journalists, and they're just now trying to catch up to you. So congratulations for being
He's
there.
a
No,
smoker.
listen, I got to tell you, Max and I were part of some incredible interviews with some senior military officials, eyewitnesses. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here. Extremely compelling, and you know what we're looking at doing in the future, very near future, I think is going to be again helping change the conversation indefinitely. We've got a few tricks up our sleeves between the folks with Gary and maybe have Max there covering it. You know, this is just the beginning. It's really
Don't tell
really,
him that.
really,
He's going to get excited.
All right,
well,
Fred.
he was there for one of the interviews that it was a kind of an ambush. Frankly, neither one have expected it. It was a drive-by, and next thing you
Here
know,
we go.
it just
Conspiracy
evolved into this, you know, big, huge, great thing. So, really, really appreciate both of you guys very much. Thanks.
Lou, let me
By
just
the
ask
way,
you. Sorry, Max, to jump in. Lou, I know you might be pushed for time. I don't know.
Yeah, I got to hop off. I just wanted to jump in and say hi, and I really wanted to thank Gary and Max personally, and thank you guys.
Yeah.
For having this, but go ahead. I got a minute or two, please.
I just wanted to say, like, and for everyone that's watching, this was not meant to be like a suddenly AMA Ask Lou Anything kind of conversation. Lou was going to jump in and just have a small conversation about what happened at the weekend. So, guys, any questions that have been answered so far, we're going to save.
Honestly, Gary and Max can tell you. I mean, I'm just coming in as kind of like the cheerleader here because, you know, my intent is not to take any attention away. It's actually just to bolster what these guys are doing.
No, I understand.
Can I just?
I gotta make them
this
sweat
real quick.
Yeah, Max, go for it.
All right. So Lou, tonight at 10:30 Dutch time. I'm not sure what time that is central.
About an hour. And
our interview on the streets of San Marino. It will be online on the YouTube channel.
Nice.
It's an incredibly beautiful and personal interview, and I really recommend everyone after, of course, Vinny's show to check it out. But I especially want to thank Lou for that because he said some really personal things, and my hats off to you, sir. You're my personal hero from that moment on.
Well, for those who don't know, Max is my personal bodyguard. His background in kickboxing, you know, I thought I was pretty decent at kickboxing until I saw who Max hangs out with, and I realized no, I'm not at all. So Gary, Max, and Sean and Vinny, and of course everybody else out there, thank you so much. Really, I hate to barge in like this. I'm gonna excuse myself now, but again, really appreciate what everybody's doing. And Gary, just a phenomenal job what you and ICE were able to achieve. In some ways, I'm probably a little jealous. I wish some folks here in my country would be able to kind of do what you guys are doing. They will eventually. We're getting a critical mass here. They're a little bit slower, so my apologies. But really, just fun. I hope, Gary, this continues every year.
You're an important, like I said to you at the weekend. You're a key player. Not ICER are just maybe the conduit for making things bigger happen on a global scale, which is what we kind of all want.
Right.
But I say to you in all sincerity, the emphasis is with you to raise the element of ICER to give in a sense, give the endorsement that really we're the only organization looking on the global scale that you appreciate.
Gary, it has to be global. I mean, look, we can't. We've seen what happens.
This is a world phenomenon.
Yeah, when one country controls the narrative, we've seen what happens, right? 70 years of silence, and that's not
correct.
That's not helpful. Correct. You know, no. So we need to broaden the aperture on this, and I think exactly what ICER is doing is exactly the way we need to go. And I love the idea, the proposal with San Marino. I'm so happy that they are willing to entertain this idea. The other folks like Roberto Pinotti and Paolo and the rest of the folks, Daniele, just unbelievable. I cannot believe what these guys have been able to achieve in such a short period of time. So my hat's off to you guys. And whenever you guys are doing this, count me in. I'm in every time.
Awesome. Well, that's appreciated, Lou.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your time, Lou.
Read my bloody email.
I'll do it right now.
And Lou, I will see.
I promise you, I did not send it to spam. It went by itself.
Lou, I will see you on Sunday, my friend.
10-4. You got it, guys.
Thank you so much.
To Jennifer.
All right. Will do. Stay safe, everybody.
Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope everyone is doing well. I just want to take this moment to say a big thank you to Max Moskowitz for letting me jump on his channel for the last hour. That was great. Always love speaking to Max. And then I want to just shout out the moderators, Max, who's in here, Dan, The Signal, my brother, and Josh, UAP UK. Thank you for the work and, making sure the chat stay mature and classy. So I'm sure there'll be no problems. So yeah, let's get into it. Without further ado, guys, this is why we're here. I'd like to introduce Mr. Elizondo.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Lou. Thank you so much for joining me again. It is always an honor and a pleasure. So how are you doing today?
Oh, my goodness. Well, I know I say this, it's probably a cliche at this point, but every day above ground is a good day. So I'm not complaining. Everything is pretty good.
Good. And you've adjusted back to being at home after your trip at the last weekend?
I mean, honestly, I've traveled so much in my career, even before I ever did this. I adjust to time zones pretty quick. So for me, it's I don't really know where I am at any particular day until I look around and I realize what time zone I'm in. But yeah, I'm quite well, thanks.
No, good. Glad to hear it. Now, let's just bring up San Marino. I know it's pretty much been spoken about quite a few times this week. Max did an excellent job. Well, you and Max did an excellent job with the videos that you did live from San Marino. But let's just touch upon where we're at, if that's okay. Am I right in saying that it's now in the hands of the representatives within the government of San Marino as to when and if they take this to the United Nations?
Yeah, of course they want to make sure what they do, they don't do it in a vacuum. What they're trying to do right now is make sure that other countries support this, and that makes political sense. You don't want to do something prematurely, and it winds up creating some sort of discord politically with other countries and allies and friends. San Marino is a very small country, but it's also one of the world's oldest republics. It's really interesting politically. They have two presidents, and those presidents are only in power for 6 months at a time.
Wow.
It's really the ultimate of sharing power, right? So here in our country, we have one president and a Congress and whatnot. There they have two, and they're only there for again 6 months, just long enough to not cause any harm, right? So it's in a way it's an advantage, but also in a way it's a bit of a disadvantage because every 6 months you have to kind of respin up an administration on what's important. So I do think the timing's right. Our Italian friends have done a fantastic job, both the CUN and ICER. Those two organizations as well have really done a lot to help set the stage to have this conversation in San Marino. And I think ultimately what we're looking at is the opportunity to create a Geneva-like type structure where you have the world can come together to this tiny little nation and have a it's funny, ironically enough, it'd be one of the world's smallest nations having one of the biggest, leading one of the biggest conversations, and I think there's a lot of beauty there. You don't have the politics of other countries, whether it's the United States or Russia or China or larger European countries. They seem to stay relatively immune to those type of politics. So yeah, that's kind of where we are. And right now we're trying to socialize the idea, make sure that other countries support this, so.
No, that's great. Thank you. I think that was leading into kind of my next point is whether you personally are planning on engaging with other governments within some of the other European countries, on a personal level. Is that something you're looking to do?
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about international engagement being one of the five fundamental pillars. When I somewhat jest told everybody we're shifting into third gear, that's what I meant. It was very clear. It's time to take this conversation internationally and not just have the conversation, but really start to look at this thing differently. I one of the things I suggest is that I think one of the greatest hindrances we've faced politically, anyways, and probably from a media perspective, has been this notion of UFO conferences and UFO this and UFO that. And I'm wondering if maybe the way to handle this now is to, rather than have a UFO conference, now that I think we're at the point where that part of the conversation is over, we've now proven the reality of these things. We still don't know what they are, where they're from, or anything like that, but I think we're past that part of the conversation. I think what we need to do is slowly start changing the conversation vis-a-vis a UFO conference, and instead have it a foreign affairs conference about UFOs. So rather than have a UFO conference and then part of that's about politics and global politics, I think maybe the time has come for us to really frame this topic as a foreign affairs topic, right?
Yeah.
It involves all of us collectively, and that way, it's no longer just a UFO conversation. It's something much bigger, something much more meaningful. It's, hey, look, we now know the reality of these things. What does this mean for us as a country? What does this mean for us internationally and as a world? Inter and intra agency efforts within governments, and within NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and big international, if you will, institutions like the United Nations, like NATO. And I think we're slowly beginning to see that, where the narrative is going from a once conspiratorial, little green men and silly little cartoons like that, to now one of, hey, this really is on the world stage. This is a serious conversation. It does involve foreign politics. It involves foreign relations and diplomacy. And maybe we need to start framing the conversation in that way.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, recently we've heard specifically here in the UK that they were somewhat uncooperative with the UAP task force. And obviously now with the National Defence Authorization Act specifying information from allies, do you think that might change? I mean, it's quite speculative, but
I don't want to speak for the UK government, but I do. I think that they will come along. I think that the UK government has to be very mindful of its public image, right? The UK government, like the American government and other governments, really tries hard to maintain its credibility with the people. And that makes sense from a governmental perspective. So historically, when they said nothing to see here, folks, it's kind of hard to go back on that, right? So I think what you start seeing is this undertone of cooperation between the United States and the UK. Maybe not overtly at first, but I think there are existing relationships, bilateral, multilateral relationships that we have with our very good friends in the UK. For example, the Five Eye Partnership.
Yeah.
So historically, we've been very close. We've shared information together. We've fought in wars together. So I do think that's going to happen. But in the long run, that's really not up. That's not up for me or the United States even to decide. That's up for the UK to decide. And this goes for any country who decides they don't want to be part of the conversation. Then don't. But you're going to get left behind in the conversation. If you're not in the conversation, then you can't be part of formulating the narrative. And then if you're not part of that, then you're victim to it. So my only fair word of warning would be, look, don't let the train pass you by. You can be selective on which car you want to jump on. Great, but I wouldn't let that train leave the station and leave you behind.
Yeah. Do you think it would be a good time as well for sort of UAP advocates to re-engage with MPs and Lords within the British government and the Defence Oversight Committees?
I do, and I think if we can frame it in a again into a foreign affairs conversation, the problem is we always say things like, hey, we don't want to know the truth, and we know they're from the Pleiades, and Elvis on the mothership, and you need to get engaged. Well, you're not going to get a whole lot of support that way. When you start saying, look, other countries are getting involved in this conversation. There is a national security issue here, and border sovereignty. And there's also, by the way, a requirement for us to work with our friends and allies. Let's not forget that, it could be very easily confused a UAP incident with some sort of foreign provocation, right? We've seen this already before with the United States and Russia, where we actually had to have a secret agreement between the two countries. So if someone saw something over the North Pole, we didn't start shooting nukes at each other. We could pick up a phone and be like, hey, Boris, is that you guys? Or they could call up and say, hey, Jack, comrade, is that you guys? And let's not, forget that we have other examples today, right? Where we have countries like India and Pakistan. Imagine these two countries, which, they're both friends of ours, but they don't necessarily get along with each other. What if we had a same incident like we did in the 1960s, where a nuclear missile facility was disabled, right, by a UAP, and now one of those countries confuses it as some sort of provocation? There's a gentleman in India named Sabir Hussain, who was actually one of the first ones to bring this to the attention of some folks, and he tried to bring it up to their I guess you call it a Supreme Court. It works a little bit differently there in India, but he tried to raise, and good for him for doing so, because that's a real potential problem. It's not like it's fanciful, right? Because we've already seen that actually happen in the United States and even in Russia. So I do think it's important we start having that conversation when we talk to our elected officials and our representatives in our respective governments. Start framing this as a foreign policy issue and less as a conspiratorial little green men issue. It may turn out to be that way, but to have the conversation on the international level that we're looking for, we really have to begin to mature the conversation. We can't be stuck in the same conversation we've had for the last 70 years.
No, absolutely. Can you talk to any benefits that we might have if NATO were involved as well?
Yeah, I mean, forgive me, by the way, I've got something in my left eye here. I went on a little hike this morning and decided to do a little sweat to the oldies, and I think I got something in my eye, so I apologize.
No problem.
NATO is North Atlantic Treaty Organization, right? It's a fundamentally, I think, balancing agent. This, obviously during the Iron Curtain days, you had the Warsaw Pact and NATO. NATO is more of a military organization, but it does have some other functions as well. I think NATO is important from a UAP perspective. I want to make sure, because why? Well, because they're flying around all the time with aircraft, and sometimes those aircraft are armed. And again, we don't want to confuse UAP with any type of provocation.
Mm.
And they also have a lot of sensors that they can use to help collect additional information for us. So I do think NATO is important, but I also think that at the time, and I'll share this with you, I think we need to start taking this conversation outside of military channels and intelligence channels and opening the aperture. So, up until this point, we've been talking in my country to the Senate Armed Services Committee, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. But I think maybe the time has come to maybe, open this up to the Foreign Affairs Committee, right? Why not? And bring in State Department. Doesn't have to be just Department of Defense and the intelligence community and Department of Energy. Let's bring in the State Department, and maybe let's do that internationally as well. Let's start making this a geopolitical issue, right? Which is what it really is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It really is. And there's parts of this conversation that really don't belong in the national defense arena. I don't think it does. I made that very clear. So I think when we talk about this conversation, whether it's to NATO or the United Nations or to the UK Parliament, if your listeners are out there and they want to get some traction on this, we need to up our game. We need to begin to elevate the conversation to where it belongs, right? And out of the world of the silliness and conspiracy, and into the world of reality, right? And international politics and foreign policy. That would be my suggestion. And NATO does play a part in it, but they don't play the only part in it.
Right. No, I think that's good, and I think people will be pleased to hear that it isn't just being spoken about within sort of military realms of the countries. So I think that's a really positive way to
The
look.
conversation started there, and it had to start there. And I know a lot of people really resented it. It's fear mongering and threat. But whatever. Do a better job if you think you can. Be my guest. We had to start the conversation somewhere, and that's where we started it.
Yeah.
But that's not where the conversation ends. And this is, I've told people a long time ago, we have a roadmap. We're doing this very diligently. This is a marathon. If you don't have the patience for it, then pick up a hobby. Pick up the piano, go pick up the violin, and check back in 5 years. Or, you know what, do a better job yourself. Stop bitching and do it. You know, stop waiting for me to do everything for you and Chris Mellon and other folks. You know, otherwise, if you like what we're doing, then, you know, a simple thank you would do, and we'll continue doing what we're doing. And I think we are helping with the conversation. I think it's becoming now the global conversation that we set it out to be. Now, I'll tell you too, in that same regard, the majority of people on UFO Twitter have been very helpful to this. They have been doing exactly what they should be doing. They've been talking and writing into their elected officials. Their letters are super high quality, and it's making a difference because they're not being silly. They're being serious, and they're having a great elevated conversation with their elected officials, and they're making calls right, and they're not sounding conspiratorial and well, quite frankly, you know, unhinged. They're coming across as fair-minded and rational, and that's working. That's exactly what we need to have this conversation and continue to take it to the next level.
That's amazing. Good to hear that it's making a difference. I mean, I've got to give a shout out to Luis Jimenez and the guys at the Unidentified Celebrity Review.
Absolutely.
The Big Phone Home. You know, these things do work. So,
Vinny, we were with Max and Moscovich in San Marino. And, you know, he got a chance to see kind of a backstage play politically, how this is playing out. And I'm certainly not going to speak for Max, but, you know, I was glad that he was there because journalists aren't usually offered that inside perspective.
Right.
And he had a hell of an inside perspective. He got to see things that probably publicly, you know, would never be mentioned. And he was in the front row seat watching it all unfold. And I think that was very helpful. It was helpful for us because it showed that people were taking this serious in the media. But I think it also helped maybe Max a little bit because he knew that there were professionals inside other governments that were taking this topic very seriously. There was a lot of representation at this little meeting we had there in San Marino. There were some pretty senior people from other countries that were participating in this little conference that we had with ICER and the CUN. And you know, every time I've gone to one of these over the years, last couple of years, it keeps getting better and better. No longer are people selling mood rings and beads and you know, things like that outside. These are you know, you have astrophysicists, you have aerospace directors of aerospace organizations there, and they're listening and they're having conversations. No one's trying to sell anybody anything other than you know, have a conversation, and that's meaningful. It's working because we're the topic of UAP is no longer one about personal narratives and agendas and conspiracies. It's now about reality, facts, data, science, right? And it's resonating.
That's amazing to hear, and that does just show how far we've come, and I think it will continue to go in a positive direction. So no, good to hear. Thank you for that. I'd like to switch this round and first of all start off by congratulating you on the recent announcement that you're bringing out a book. So congratulations on that. Now,
thank you.
A lot of people saw this headline article within the Hollywood Reporter that the book will reveal shocking details. And now we all know what people on social media like. A lot of are speculating and making claims that it's a pay for disclosure tactic, which of course they're going to. Can you just set the record straight, please? And so we can.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, what I'll say is that I'm writing the book. Second of all, is that the intended audience is for a lot of people that have never even gone onto UFO Twitter. You know, what I will say, and I won't go into any more detail than this, is that the purpose of the book is going to be very, very apparent when it comes out. And I think people who know me are going to be like, that clever guy. People who don't know me are going to probably wind up having to eat some of their words. You know, it's funny to watch social media and people go way out on a limb and start making speculation, wild speculation. It's a money grab, it's pay for play. Okay, well, think that if you want to. But when the book comes out and people really they read it and go, holy crap, this makes sense. Now we understand why you did the way you did it when you did it. You know, will they apologize? No. They'll just, you know, they'll go hide in the little deep dark corners of Twitterverse and maybe change their name or something. But I'm used to it. You know, for the last 3-4 years, I've been used to people always accusing me of one thing. They're never happy, no matter what you do for them, no matter how you do it. You know, You've just got people that are sharpshooting you. They're throwing rocks. I don't know why that is. It's sad.
Yeah.
You know, I really hope that those type of people find whatever peace they're looking for. You know, but if there's one thing, you know, my track record speaks for itself. People should know me now at this point that I'm not a money grab kind of guy. I do things very deliberately, very strategically. And again, I think the book is going to serve a very specific purpose. And I think people are going to be delighted when it comes out. You know, that's where we are with that. I'm not going to go into much more detail than that.
Sure.
But I think it's going to be very, very eye opening. And I think people are going to come back and say, holy cow, wow, that was exactly the way to do it. And by the way, it's my narrative. So, you know, when I sit there and I do an interview on a like a major news media, these are like 2 to 3 minute sound bites.
Yeah.
And it's not it. And by the way, I don't control their editing. This is my narrative from my perspective without any filter. You get to read exactly how I feel about every single thing about this topic moving forward. And there's going to be some information in there that I do not normally have the liberty or the time to discuss. There's going to be a lot in there. But again, there's a very deliberate reason why I'm chosen to do this. And I think it will be very, very clear once the book is out. And that's all I'll say.
No, fantastic. That's all you need to say. Thank you so much for that. Are you able to give us any like ETA on when we can expect to see it?
I can't, you know, I'm very busy. It's going to take me a little bit of time.
Sure.
You know, I'm dancing as fast as I can.
I can imagine.
I'm trying. I've got, for example, like in a couple of days, I got to be back in DC, and then I've got some more travel, and it's, you know, somewhere in there, I've got to find some time to really just, you know.
I understand completely. Do you mind? Is the DC thing Inspector General related? Can you elaborate on that at all?
Too early for me to discuss that. It is related to the topic, and I'll leave it at that.
Fabulous. No, I respect.
Believe me, I try to avoid DC as much as possible. I don't go to DC unless I have to go to DC, and it's about this topic. That's why I live out in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, because I've had my fill of DC. And no offense to those who live in DC, but you know that's a young person's game. I'm just too old. I tell people this is gray, not blonde. You know, I'm an old guy, and the further I can stay away from Washington, D.C., the better for my sanity.
Fair enough, completely. Now, Lou, something that is brought up regularly with yourself, especially recently, has been this super obvious sensor system that I get bombarded with questions and things about. So I kind of felt like I had to bring it up with you. But are you able to talk about it? Because I've got some ideas of what we think it is, and this is me and all the colleagues in the community. If we can discuss it? Can you put it to bed for us? Because
I won't answer. I won't confirm or deny, because what I don't want to do is be preemptive. It is ridiculously simple, but it takes a little bit of time and resources to do it. And what I want to do is, it doesn't rely solely on like a thing. It's not like a sensor that I put down, and it's a little bit more complex than that. But the data, what I will say is that we have every reason to believe that the data already exists. It's already out there, and it's been right under our noses the whole time.
Wow, that kind of. I'm going to have to go back and dig.
By the way, at some point we will talk about it once we can get the data. And if it turns out that it doesn't work, we'll tell everybody too. Look, this was a dead end. But right now, it's most of the folks, the scientists, are nodding their heads, saying, "Yeah, that actually that could be it."
Wow, that's intriguing still. But no, I respect your position on that. So, guys, for everyone watching, I tried. I said I would. Right, let's move on then. One thing that I saw recently, and a lot of other people have spoken to me about, is an interview that Tom DeLonge did recently. Now, I'm not going to ask for you to speak on behalf of Tom or anything, but he talked about the 3 videos that came out through TTSA, you know, the 3 Navy videos that we all know so well. But he said there were actually 26 videos. One specifically of a craft 10 feet away from an F-18 scanning the plane for 20 minutes. Now, this sounds familiar. You know, add 3 minutes onto that, and it's the thing we've been talking about for a while. Now, one thing that Tom said, and I quote, "We almost got that one out." Is that something you're aware of? Did we come close to getting that video out in the past?
You know, I can't speak for Tom. I love the guy, I really do. But you know, Tom's Tom. You know?
Yes, I think we know that.
Sometimes, sometimes Tom says things that even I have to look and say, "What?
Okay.
Where'd you get that?" But you know, again, I don't want to speak for Tom. You know, I'm very. If you've probably noticed, people like Chris and I are very measured in what we say. I'd rather under promise and over deliver. That's kind of my MO. I know it drives people crazy and they start losing patience and we want to know now. I get it. But there's nothing worse than over promising something. And so you know, I'm very careful. What I have said is what I have said for the record. And it's that type of stuff that will someday, hopefully soon, continue to be established and reaffirmed. Everything I've ever said to about this topic has always been truthful and has always come to fruition. And hopefully people by now realize that I've left breadcrumbs for 3.5 or 4 years on this topic. And every single one of those things have come to fruition. But I'm also very measured. I don't like to overpromise because I don't want to disappoint anybody. I don't want to anybody's expectations, any type of false expectations. It's really, really important, especially on this topic, because it is so emotional for so many people. And there is an expectation for me to always be accurate and always provide the truth. It's an expectation people have, and it's an expectation I have of myself. So for that reason, a lot of times I tend to be a little bit more subdued, simply because you know I don't want to do anything and set anybody's expectations, and then all of a sudden I fail to deliver even a little bit on that. So if you look at my Twitter page, I always say on there, you know, I will always own my own mistakes, and I will, and I do. At least the mistakes that I realize I make. Right? There's those you can't the ones that you don't realize you make. Then, you know, those are the ones that get you usually. But that's my perspective. I'm not going to comment on what Tom says or does. Tom is Tom.
Sure.
You know, and I guess that's that.
No, that's great. No worries. Thank you. I mean, I think we all know that some statements do go out there a little bit. So, no, that's fine. Let's talk about this new AI tool. I know you've mentioned it again, but is this the one? Is it related to the Scout tool that TTSA were working on, or is this a completely new platform?
Well, shit, I'm almost tempted to share a screen and show you a little dry run. I don't know if I can do that. Would you be okay with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let me see if I can do this. Stand by. Let me first pull this up.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm going to pull this up first before I share the screen, because I know you have some very clever people that will absolutely screen grab every single thing I do.
Yes.
So let me see if I can pull this up. I'm probably going to get myself in trouble for this, but give me a second here.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so here it is. Here's the case study, and what I'm going to do. Let me caveat a few things here first, okay? When I do this, because I don't want anybody. Let me see if I can share the screen now. Give me a second. Okay. See, I don't know how I can share this screen without all of a sudden everybody and their mother looking at it. Let me see if I can do it this way. Yeah, I can do it this way. Okay, let's try this. Let me come back to you. Zoom. No, not on Zoom. I'm on StreamYard, right?
StreamYard, yeah.
Okay, StreamYard. Let me close out of Zoom. Okay, let me.
And then at the bottom of the screen on StreamYard is the share button. If you click that, then I can add your screen.
Okay, let's try this. Boom. Video share screen. Okay. Share screen. Would like to record this computer screen. So I'm allowing you to record it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that just allows it to go into the live feed.
Okay. Share. Is it sharing right now or no?
I'm not seeing anything. No.
Let's see here. Entire screen. Yeah, I'm trying to. Here we go. Let's try that. Is it working now? No.
No.
Follows. It says Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. Okay, follow these steps. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry about it. We'll happily wait. I'm sure.
Browser is checked. Yes, browser Chrome. Well, shoot, guys.
Restart the app, it says.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me walk you through it. So that's obviously not going to work. See, this is why I don't like to overpromise, right? Because then it never works out. So what I did in San Marino.
People in the chat saying, can you send it to Vinny? Is this something that you're allowed to share with me?
It's a huge file. So it's a video that was taken on a military installation by an individual who was a military officer who said they saw a black flying disc, and it was hovering. And so the video was poor quality. We apply some AI to it, and all of a sudden we show what the AI can do. And there's this black hovering disc. And then we apply the AI to it to look at the background, the pixelation, the object itself. And what I will say is that things aren't always what they seem. And it's the point to this whole exercise was it's very, very important that quality of data it's imperative, because you need to be able to not only prove something is authentic, but you also need to be able to prove that it is not authentic, right? Or that there's something else going on. And in order to separate the signal from the noise, because ultimately that's the type of data that gets people to really listen. And I have a presentation here that I provided when I was in San Marino. I think it was recorded, but that was I was going to show you part of that presentation now.
Okay.
And I think it really helps people really grasp where we are. People look at that and they go, oh, okay. Because I talk about in some detail the 5 pillars of engagement. I talk about what we've been collectively able to achieve in the last 3 years. Then I talk about what we're doing right now, things that are happening right now behind the scenes. And then I talk about where do we go into the future? What does tomorrow look like? And so I have some ideas, construct of what a federal lab would look like and who's all participating. And then I go into some technology and we talk about the AI, and I actually do a dry run. I actually show, hey, look, boom, 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 boom. And by the time we're done, people are kind of like, wow, holy smokes, that's going to be available to all of us. And we're like, well, we're working on. I mean, it ain't cheap, but that's what we're in the process of building.
So is that file? Sorry to interrupt. Is that file something you can send me that I can then share with everyone at a later date?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm getting it to Skyfort on WeTransfer because it is such a huge file. So Sean and Jake and Jess will have it, and more than happy to share it with you.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I think you'll find it. I mean, most people when they see it, they're at that point they kind of say, "Oh, okay, we get it. This is this is the roadmap of how we got to where we are today." And you're right. This is probably the way we should probably be leaning to go in the future. Anyways, so
that's fantastic. So just because everyone in the chats on the edge of their seats wanting to see
it. Let me try one more time here.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm sorry, guys. Let's just try this again. All right, let's see if we can get this thing up and running. I'm going to try one more time. Okay, so I've got this up here. Yep. Boom. Let me go to share. Share screen. Yep. Share screen to monitors. Share screen. Entire screen. Yep. And when I hit share. Share. It says Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. So for whatever reason, Chrome isn't letting me do it. I apologize.
No, honestly, it's not your fault. I've not had this issue before, so unfortunately, I don't know what to suggest.
And so, see here, Vinny, I'm telling people I want to under promise, over deliver, and here's a perfect example, right? you try to do something, man, and you crash and burn. So, my apologies.
Well, no, like you said, you said you'd send it to me. So for everyone watching, when I get it from Lou,
we'll get it out to folks.
I'll put a video out on YouTube or something, and so yeah. Great. Can we just ask about when the tool is released to the public? Is it going to be an app? Is it going to be internet-based software, or what format?
We're working on that now. The problem is it's expensive. Look, AI. First of all, there's some pros and cons to AI. First of all, AI is great. because it never gets tired. It works 24/7. It doesn't, suffer from human fatigue. But there's also some limitations. First of all, not all AI is created equally. Two, AI, if you don't train it right, AI is only as good as its teacher, and humans are its teacher. If you don't train it right in the beginning, problems and misidentifications will propagate forever. So if I, for example, say on the AI that this is a car, not a cell phone, from that day forward, every time it sees this, it'll call it a car, right? And then false analytics are further applied to it. And it's like a cancer, just grows and grows and grows. So we're working on that. There's also a massive upfront cost associated with it. It will be free. There'll be a version that's free for everybody to use. It ain't cheap. We've got some really, really good people that are working, some of the best AI people, frankly, in the world, in my opinion, that are working on this. And they're putting a lot of time and money and effort into it. So there will be hopefully a free version. There will be a free version, just hopefully it'll be soon. We want to work out the bugs. The last thing we want to do is make the mistake that other people do. You provide something that's supposed to be an answer all for everybody, and all of a sudden it's not ready for prime time, right? And it ends up becoming a miserable failure. I don't want to do that.
No.
Again, back to under promise, over deliver. That's what we're trying to do. And by the way, we've been working on this for a few years now behind the scenes. I haven't provided an update to it because I didn't think there was any update to provide until we had something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Excellent. I'm going to move on to some questions that were submitted through my some of my social medias. So this one is from an anonymous person. When it comes to sizes and shapes of UAP, have you ever come across anything on the micro scale when it comes to a UAP?
What a great question. No, but that doesn't mean anything. If you're not looking for it, then you don't see it necessarily. So I think that's a great question. It's something that we collectively haven't really considered, but it's certainly a possibility. Look, we make micro UAVs, right? So we have technology to do that. So I think certainly it's in the realm of possibility. Frankly, maybe even the realm of likelihood. It's just something we haven't really looked at yet.
Fabulous, thank you. This one was actually a super chat from our conversation with Gary the other day that I said I promised that I would ask. So this is for Mr. Carl Vibe. Firstly, this is a three-parter. First, will Lou go on my show?
Sure.
There you go.
Next question.
Can you explain the heavy references to Greek mythology in the TTSA books and the Masonic symbols in their cartoons?
Look, again, this is a Tom DeLonge question. Tom has admitted it's a work of fiction, and inspired by his perspective. That perspective isn't necessarily shared by others. I'm not in TTSA anymore.
Sure.
Neither is Chris Mellon or Steve Justice or Hal. Tom has made it clear he's pursuing entertainment in this topic, and he's entitled to do so. And entertainment can be very effective tools for having a conversation. It's just not my expertise or specialty. And when people say, well, you're doing a TV show and isn't that entertainment? Well, there's a difference between entertainment and infotainment. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to make information a little bit interesting for people to pay attention. Yeah. I'm not an entertainer. I never have been. I never will be. My job is to just try to present the truth and the facts in a consumable way. That's it. I don't consider myself an entertainer. And so entertainment is not my thing.
Sure.
The books, Secret Machines, that him and Lavenda wrote, I think according to Tom, he's got some theories in there that Tom subscribes to. But I can't provide any comment. It's not, I don't know.
No, that's fair enough. And the third and final part of that question, or these questions, is: has Lou ever been trained in remote viewing?
Let's pass on that one for now.
Sure.
I don't want to. What I don't want to do is I don't want to distract from the topic at hand. I don't want anything in my past or my background. It's already a distraction, and people find out certain things about your background and assignments you have, and all of a sudden, oh, he's a bad guy and he shouldn't do that. And why would he ever do a mission like that? Well, it was my mission. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. You can do what you're told when you serve your government.
Yeah.
That's and if you don't want to, then don't serve your government. I'm not forcing anybody to do that.
No.
I don't want those elements, any elements of my background to be a distraction of the conversation we're having today. And unfortunately, it will be. Anything in someone's background can always be viewed in either a positive or a negative way, and I don't want to distract.
Absolutely. No problem. Thank you anyway. Another anonymous question here. Could the 2019 events involving the USS Kidd, USS Russell, and the other Navy ships actually have been a training exercise specifically intended to bait UAP?
What a great question. I'm not going to answer that question because that's a question that probably the government needs to answer for itself.
Sure, no problem.
Great question.
Yeah, I like that one definitely, because that was something I was looking into for quite some time, and I think I asked you the bait question on our last interview a couple of months ago, and that just really fitted together for me. So I appreciate it. This is a question from Benji, and this is another one about baiting. Can you talk to whether these methods of baiting that have been used have actually been successful?
I'm gonna have to take a polite pass on that too. By the way, it is amazing the questions now, how they have evolved over the last 3 years. Before it was, questions like, is Elvis alive? Right now, now the questions are like really, really good, very, very insightful. Someone's been doing their homework for sure.
Yeah.
So thank you for those wonderful questions. I suspect we will be able to answer them soon. I'm not at liberty to even go down that road right now. But those are great. Keep asking those questions.
No, understood. This one is from Graham. When you joined ATIP, did you ever consider it was simply a make work project and a waste of time, even though you may have had assurances when being invited to join?
No, absolutely not. It was never a waste of time. It was money well spent. In fact, the U.S. taxpayer got one hell of a deal out of it. For the $22 million, we dual use the hell out of it, man. We got shit. Excuse my language. We probably got $100 million worth of work out of that 22 million bucks. It's a shame that other government offices couldn't do the same. But no, I think it was money well spent, and I think it was time and resources well spent.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Another anonymous one here. What are your thoughts on the Hessdalen lights phenomenon? Do you think that there's an important connection to what we're seeing now in more recent times?
So the what lights, if you could repeat that?
The Hessdalen lights. It's a phenomenon that was studied, I think it was Norway back in the 1980s.
Unfortunately, and I know probably we're going to think I'm, fibbing here, but I don't know. I may know the event. The name may be throwing me off. I don't know specifically Hessdalen events. We focus, at ATIP on current military events, some historical stuff, but usually U.S. related for the most part.
No,
not other ones. Can you describe for me a little bit of what happened?
Yeah, I think it was over a number of years. It was these sightings that were happening regularly, and I think it was relating to a lot of things like ball lightning and things along those lines. Sometimes apparently physical craft as well.
Yeah, so ball lightning is something very interesting. Obviously it's a natural phenomenon. There's also, we see ball lightning and other type of electromagnetic discharge associated with a great amount of release of energy from tectonic movements. Typically right before or during an earthquake, you can see the whole atmosphere start to light up. You also have, aurora borealis. You have something called sprites, which is kind of this shooting of plasma up from the clouds up into the upper atmosphere. And then, of course, you have man-made stuff. And this is important because what people don't realize over the Northern Hemisphere, a lot of ballistic tests as it relates to ballistic missiles are flown over the Northern Hemisphere. And so a lot of times, first stage solid rocket booster motors on reentry will come in. You get this weird spiral effect, and it looks almost like a pinwheel. And because when you're talking about high altitude, you're talking very, very low air pressure, air density. Pressure is almost nil. And so the way a gas behaves in a vacuum environment is substantially different than the way a gas might behave down here, at our pressure. And so a lot of times you can, kind of fool the eye. You look at the eye, you look up in the space, and you see this object doing all sorts of weird stuff. When in reality, it's just, it could be a hydrazine tank bleeding off some propellant, unused propellant, and when you look at that from the ground, it can look pretty amazing. So that's why it's important AI, going back to our conversation about AI, that we can utilize AI, recognize those signatures, recognize those known patterns of the way things behave, and then filter the proverbial wheat from the chaff, right? Or isolate the signal from the rest of the noise. And that's when you have the aha moment, because the last thing you want to do is say, look, here's a UAP, and it turns out, no, actually it's not, right? It's Starlink, for example, right?
Yeah.
So
excellent, thank you. Well, here we go. Mr. Joshua Ringer, in your experience with the UAP phenomenon, has anything happened or any knowledge been gained that would impact your thoughts on the afterlife?
Ooh. Wow, thank you for asking that question. If anything, it shows that the universe is far more wondrous than we ever give it credit for. I will share my own personal thoughts, and let me caveat, they are only my opinion.
Sure.
But I'm fairly convinced death is a process, no different than birth. It's a transition, and I say that because I've seen enough of my fair share of death up close and personal, both in terrible circumstances and in circumstances that were more natural. Death is a transition, in my opinion. It's no different than walking over the threshold from somewhere else into this life, and then stepping over the threshold back to something else. We've long known, and by the way, a lot of religions also subscribe to this, that we know that energy cannot be created or destroyed, right? It just moves on, transforms. At some point I may share a little bit of my personal experiences. Again, I don't want to distract from the topic of UAP, because at the end of the day, it's really not relevant what I think. It's not relevant my experiences on this kind of stuff. What matters is what the facts and the data suggest, right? What the facts say. So I'm always very keen, because the moment you go from scientific discussion to spirituality, it's kind of a slippery slope. And what we've got to do is we've got to make sure we don't blend the two together. We really, really, really have to be careful. Now, I'm going to share something with you real quick, a quote, because I think it's relevant. And I shared this with Christina not too long ago. And then I sent it to my Skyfort guys, and they actually were able to put a really neat little chart together. Let me pull this up in a second.
Sure.
Because, as I do feel that science is important. I tend to stick to the scientific methodology of things. I think it's important we do that. But, and it's a big but, there's a whole nother part of human existence that science really can't explain. And not only can it explain, it really has no purview either. So let me pull this up here. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Here we go. Okay. So this is about scientism. Okay. Scientism is a speculative worldview about the ultimate reality of the universe and its meaning. Once you accept that science is the only source of human knowledge, you have adopted a philosophical position of scientism that cannot be verified or falsified by science itself. And so why is that interesting to me? Well, because in the pursuit of science, scientists often wind up adopting scientism. And I don't think scientism is any different than any other religion out there. And we must be careful of that. We must understand that there are limitations to science. There are limitations to current and modern technology. And I also will remind people that every well substantiated scientific principle today that we just accept as being no kidding started off as somebody's wacky zany hypothesis at some point in the past, without exception. So lest we forget that and remember that in the pursuit of science, let's not get lost in the world of scientism. I do think there's much to this universe that is not necessarily can be explained by science. Look at the reality of love, right? If I ask you what is love, well, we all agree that there's a thing called love because we all feel it, and yet we'll all explain it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
You can't touch it,
Good
you
point.
can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't smell it, you can't weigh it, you can't measure it. And yet it's something as universal as you and me, and as real as our planet. Right? Look at maternal instinct. Look at this is something that is so innately strong in some human beings that it goes contrary to the survival of the individual itself. They will literally kill themselves to protect and defend the next offspring. So it is real. You can pretend that it's not, but it is. And there's an example of the reality of something that is spiritual, something that we can't measure through science, and yet is as very real as anything else that we deal with. So, anyways, long-winded answer. I didn't mean to digress too much, but
no
you were
worries.
asking me a question that I want to answer fairly.
Sure.
But I also don't want to overstate my, if you will, my position, overstep my position in providing this information. It's too important of a topic, and I don't want my opinion to detract from our pursuits of trying to figure out what these are.
That was great. That was well explained, and yeah, I appreciate that. So thank you. I'm going to move on to this question from Road Warrior. Can you please ask Lou what he knows about the UFO and Navy situation in Puerto Rico, specifically Lake Cartagena and the Puerto Rico Trench?
It ain't just Puerto Rico, and you're right. That's an awfully deep trench, 22,000 feet deep. A lot of strange, weird things happen there. You do have some seismic activity and some subduction zones, but you also have a lot of other stuff going on. There has been reports, as part of the Bermuda Triangle. So there's a reason why people have always talked about the Bermuda Triangle. I mean, weird things do happen. Now, it can possibly be explained by science, but in reality, we don't yet know exactly what's going on there. We've had many accounts of. I'll tell you, I talked to somebody in the Navy. When was it? Give me a second. I'll tell you exactly when. Day before yesterday, my wife and I are at a restaurant, and a gentleman comes up and says, "Hey, I recognize you." And so we started chatting, and I was in the Navy, and he said, "I was in the Navy. I want to thank you for your service." And these are the ships. And he sent me pictures of the ships he was on.
Wow.
Really, really neat. And then he goes to tell me about how when they were in the Bermuda Triangle, they would have all these interesting experiences. Now, this is a U.S. Navy ship that is a submarine tender, right? This is
Right.
the ship that's responsible for stocking up and supplying a nuclear submarine. And they've got a lot of really good equipment on board. And when he says everything goes blank and dead on the boat, that's an indicator that, hey, man, I mean, we got backups, we got redundancy, we've got all sorts. And he told me at one point they had to get a guy out with an old-fashioned sextant because in order to even navigate, every single thing went down on the boat. They were completely blind. And that's in modern times, man. That's a modern ship, 1,200 foot ginormous hunk of steel on the water that's got all sorts of capability on board, just going dead in the water.
That's incredible.
I could. I mean, I don't want to. He didn't give me permission to share with everybody, but I can. Well, again, your people are too savvy. I throw a picture up real quick, but I know exactly what will happen if I do that. So I better not. But that's modern times. And we also had reports of UAP. We know that there were a lot of, and USO. And the question is, are UAP really part of the USO phenomenon? Well, anecdotally, it seems like, there is, that transmedium travel, that maybe USOs are part of the greater UAP issue.
Yeah.
Certainly seems to be enough information to suggest that. So yeah, that's a really interesting place, Puerto Rico, for more than just one reason.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. This next question: are you still involved in conversations regarding metamaterial testing, or are you having conversations with people that are involved?
Absolutely. And things are going well, and I'll leave it at that.
Brilliant. Is that something we might hear about in the future then?
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm
Good
not doing it
stuff.
to keep it secret, man. I just got to make sure that, we do it in the right way, and we got to let science do its thing.
Absolutely. Now I'm going to open this up to the people in the live chat. Now, if you want to ask questions, get them in. I can't read them all, I'm afraid, but we'll have a go. Mr. Christian Thompson, does aliens live in other frequencies here on Earth?
Ooh, well, that's been one of the hypotheses that has been presented. We don't know. We know a lot of reality exists in other frequencies. Again, your cell phone is a perfect example. There's realities all around it that we can't perceive, whether it's Wi-Fi or FM and AM and cell signal and GPS. It's imagine if you had this ability to have FM vision, right? Where now all of a sudden you could see in the FM band. What would the world look like, right? Well, that's reality. That's what these things do all the time. So we know that 99.9% of reality lies outside of the very narrow electro-optical spectrum that we call visible light. Everything is either too high or too low for us to perceive, and so by definition, there are a lot of things that can thrive in these other frequencies. Now, when I say thrive, let me give you an example. A bumblebee will look at flowers through ultraviolet and be able to look at certain flowers in a certain way and know which flowers it wants to go and it will take the nectar and it subsequently pollinates. We don't see an ultraviolet, so we have no idea that whole world existed. And yet these honeybees live their life, perceiving in the ultraviolet spectrum. That's their reality. Now, can things live in other frequencies? Great question. There's all sorts of anecdotal information to suggest that it might not even be just frequencies. There was a time in the universe where scientists speculate where the amount of matter and antimatter in the universe, it could have gone the other way. We live in a world that we call all this matter, but it could have been antimatter that wound up winning out. And life could have evolved exactly like it is now, except for it's the opposite of matter in a sense that it's antimatter. And we would be living in an antimatter world. Maybe the world we live in now is the antimatter world. We just call it the matter world because we don't know what else to call it. But my point being is that there's a lot of possibilities of reality. And we need to make sure without getting lost in those worlds, right? And all of a sudden creating these these pseudo religions about it. We have to recognize that there are alternatives. There are realities out there that are far beyond our comprehension and understanding, simply because of the fact we are a biological organism that are living in very specific confines within a very specific paradigm. But not all things in the universe are confined to that. We talk about life existing in a Goldilocks, part of our solar system.
Yeah.
And we expect other life to exist in that Goldilocks. But we know there's life forms on our own planet right now that if you were to bring it to where you and I are, would it's not a Goldilocks. They die instantly. I remember fishing off the coast of, well, better not say, but I was off of a particular place not too long ago, taking some R&R, and we did some fishing. And a buddy of mine threw some line in, and the line just kept going down and down and down and down and down. And all of a sudden, he caught something, and he starts reeling it up, and he catches this little fish. And unfortunately, the fish, because it lived so deep in the water, its paradigm, that was its natural state, very cold, very dark. By the time he brought the little fish up, it had embolized. Unfortunately, the fish died. And but the point being is that it was brought into a hostile environment. What we consider our Goldilocks area, if you will, environment here just on this planet is not even Goldilocks for a lot of living things. In fact, it's hostile, it's caustic, it'll kill it. That's a case in point. So we have to be careful when we say things that, well, everything, that living things can only live, on a planet that's so far from its sun with these temperatures and these oxygen levels. And that's simply not true. That's simply not true. We have to think beyond that. There are examples of life forms on our very own planet that have to live in what we would consider inhospitable environments. If you
Yeah,
bring it to our
absolutely.
environment, that's inhospitable. And so,
No, excellent. Thank you. Witness Citizen UAP, thank you for the super sticker, my friend Sean. Can you tell us about an ATIP study of a Brazil case?
yeah, there were a few. I suspect they're talking about Colares.
Ooh.
You know, there. I had the distinct honor to be at a meeting when General Uchoa was there for a debriefing. I got to be careful not to go too far down here because that report may still be sensitive. But he provided us a lot of detail to include some of the casualties that were deaths from some of his men had as a result of the Colares incident, and video and photographs, and it was very, very compelling, and it was well known, and it was accepted by all the military brass because they were there for it, and it was over a long period of time. This wasn't like a 5-10 minute incident. I mean, this had occurred over days.
Wow.
And so, yeah, I mean, it was very compelling, and that was definitely one of the interesting ones that we looked at in Brazil. You know who's doing a really good job with this right now is James Fox, the producer.
Yeah.
James Fox. He and I talk quite a bit, and we share things and leads. And I don't want to speak for him, but he's hot on the case of some really interesting stuff, and I'll leave it at that.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Always intrigued by the Colares case. I've lost my questions. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Kashi Chris, Aguadilla, Puerto Rico, 2013. Have you studied and can you provide any insight whether it's valid? Does the ship really break up in the end, or is it possible that is our perception once it touches the water?
No, we studied it, and it was real. It was a DHS helicopter, and I know the military installation that was taken over. I know exactly when it happened. That's very legit. There was some concern initially because this was at a interesting time, and the United States had some sensitive facilities there, and yeah, it was real. As for the what you're talking about, the breakup, there does seem to be portions of it where the object goes underwater without making a splash. Again, transmedium travel, right? And does so without losing velocity and then coming back out again. And as far as splitting into two, it looks like that looks like it's not an echo on the image. It looks like it actually did. We don't know what it is. I will tell you that there were some folks that did it, fair, in all fairness, they had a really compelling argument about some Chinese lanterns that were launched for a wedding nearby. Turns out that the winds were not favorable for that. It wasn't, those probably weren't, these Chinese lanterns they were referring to. But I appreciate the fact that people were looking at it from a fair and objective way, and they were bringing in all the data. Right, what were the prevailing winds? Right, what was going on at that time? I get stuff all the time from people on the inside of the government, kind of freaked out. They're like, "Hey, check this out. We just caught this over a military installation." And sometimes they're just balloons. They're just balloons. They're balloons that look from were released from a party, maybe someone's 31st birthday, and then the number 3 gets lost up in the air, and now that 3 is turned sideways, and now looks like some sort of weird little shape, and people start freaking out, right? So I'm pleased to say that there's a lot of people really looking at this. I will also say, and please forgive me, I know people are going to be absolutely throwing stones at me, but I applaud people like Mick West. I don't necessarily applaud their conclusions all the time because there's a difference between providing an analytic opinion and being conclusive. But I do think it's important that we have people that are trying to find explanations, because again, that's how we separate the signal from the noise. The more we look, the more we know what a conventional technology looks like, the better and easier it makes it later on to isolate the real thing. And so that's why I think people like Mick West and others are actually doing a wonderful service for us. We may not necessarily like how they do it, but I think it's important that we allow people to have that conversation. It's you don't want to live in an echo chamber, even if you don't agree with them. The last thing you want to do is live in an echo chamber. We want to have all voices heard.
Absolutely. No, fantastic. Thank you. Braden, Ross Coulthard's docu, Lue states no visible propulsion system, no obvious signs of lift, no wings, no ailerons, no elevators, cockpits, no rivets. Are photos and vids that detailed or seen in person?
Yes.
Wow. Thank you very much. I do remember I've got a question written here on my pad. Are you following the current updates with regards to the mysterious Tucson drone case?
Sure am.
And what do you think at the moment? Because I think the latest we saw that there was some internal emails where they now saying that they saw like quadcopter blades. So,
well, if you see rotors, then the chances are it's a conventional technology. That's concerning for a whole different set of reasons. That means there's some sort of adversary that's using conventional technology, and has somehow figured out a way to have these things loiter for a lot longer and maneuver in ways that we really have a hard time understanding. We need to make sure that's what was seen. But chances are, if there's rotors associated with it, then there's a high degree possibility that it's something very conventional. But we need to see. We need those emails to be. I know Tom and others, really have a very specific perspective on this, and I respect that perspective, and I think they're right some of the time. I do.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of things that look, our foreign adversaries are developing and trying to leapfrog our technology every day, and they are developing some pretty crazy stuff, just like we are. And sometimes they'll test it, and they'll test it to see our response. That's no surprise. We've been doing that for 70, 80, 100 years, right? So it's okay for us to have this conversation. I don't have an opinion yet. If it turns out that those emails are legit, then chances are it's probably a drone. That's why we have to be very careful in the beginning. I know when we see data, we're very tempted to jump and say, "See, here's another example. Here's a UFO." Well, again, okay, but I caution everybody from doing that. We really need data. And the good news is, that same data that's used to prove something is just a quadcopter, at the end of the day can be the same data that proves it isn't. And all of a sudden now you've got something really revolutionary on your hands. You've got something that's behaving that nothing does. And we've got it from multiple sensors, and we've got it from the eyewitness. And now you're like, okay, that's, that doesn't have, rotor wash. That doesn't have a propeller. It doesn't have wings, cockpits, ailerons, elevators, none of that. And that thing is flying, and it's flying in a way that we can't. That's when you have something special.
Yeah, definitely. Because I've been following this case for quite some time as it's evolved. And then recently we saw some FLIR footage with an A-10 Warthog in it. And it just made me think that the object we see in this Warthog video looks or sounds like it could be similar to what the helicopter pilot saw in the Tucson case.
Some people swear that I know the one you're referring to, that
Right.
video, it is a legit video. The question is, what does it show? And some people say it's a UAP. Other people say, no, it's a drone. Right now, there is some, quietly some fierce debate going on to determine what it actually was. And that's why it's important you hear from the people on the ground, you hear from the radar operators, you hear from the folks there that were actually on the scene at the time, possibly from pilots. That's important. Then you find out, you cast a broader net. You start talking to commercial pilots who may have been in the area at the time, right?
Yeah.
And whatnot. And then you start talking to private pilots, maybe someone who's flying a Cessna, right, from the next town over. So that's how you get additional fidelity on an incident like that.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Mr. Christopher Sharp. Hi, Chris. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Did ATIP or the UAPTF study any UK cases with exception of Rendlesham Forest?
I'm going to let them answer that. The only reason why I say it because that is a question that the UK and the United States need to answer. I'm not gonna speak. I don't want to provide an answer that puts either country in a situation where they have to respond. That's not my place to do.
No, that's absolutely fantastic. Let's do one or two more. Are you okay for time, Lou? Because I know we've just gone over.
Actually, I do have to I have to move my mother-in-law in her new apartment, so I have unfortunately no rest for the weary. So
no, that's absolutely fine. So, guys, I'll have to leave it at that. Maybe Lou will
let's
come back
do
in
one
another.
More. Go ahead.
Go
let's
on.
do one more. I feel terrible. You see, you're making me feel guilty. So let's go ahead.
Now I got to find a really good one. Here we go. Oh no, this one here. What are Lou's thoughts on the UAPs observing us, not only military bases but also normal people? This based on people's experience and multiple sightings of the same kind of UAP.
On the UAP UFOs, what are thoughts on you?
So I guess it's like alluding to.
Is it possible that you? Forgive me, I'm not sure I understand the question. Is it? Are they conducting surveillance on us? Is that the
Yeah, I
question?
think it. This is Yorno. Actually, I know Yorno. Thank you for the question. I think she's alluding to the fact that people, civilians, are experiencing UAP.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, no, that's clear. I mean, we have military incidents, but we've had historical, obviously reference going back hundreds and hundreds of years of UAP UFOs. In fact, for indigenous people, it was common. So I don't think it's anything new. I think it's certainly possible that. Whatever these are conducting some sort of surveillance or reconnaissance on us. Now the question is for what reason, right? I mean, we surveil species on our own planet all the time, and we fly a helicopter over the Serengeti. We scare the hell out of wildebeest, like run in a stampede. We decide that one we're going to dart. We dart it. All of a sudden, the thing wakes up after think, what the hell was that? And all of a sudden, it runs back to its herd and said, "Man, you're not going to believe what just happened to me, right?" And what happens? The herd looks at him like, "Man, what are you talking about, man? Are you kidding me, man? Come on. What watering hole were you just at? No more sun. You've been in the sun too long there, Jim." So yeah, it's certainly possible.
Excellent. That's great. Well, listen, thank you everyone that has been watching. For the people that sent super stickers, thank you so much for the questions, for the continued support, and hopefully we'll do this again in a couple more months' time. And hopefully
we'll do it in person, right? Maybe we get to see each other.
Yes. No more said about that just yet.
Got it.
Thank you, everyone. I am going to be back here in a couple of days' time with Tim McMillan from the Debrief. So I hope you can join me there.
Yeah, you have Tim coming on?
Yeah.
Ooh, man, that guy is solid.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, he's a hell of an investigator, man. Like for real, like from an investigator to an investigator, he's the one guy you do not want on your bad side. That is the kind of guy that will find every little thing about you, man. He's tenacious as hell.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to prep for that one because
yeah,
he's a super knowledgeable guy. So yeah,
he is good dude. Really, really good. He's really helped advance the conversation, and he's objective and critical, and he's exactly the kind of guy that you want in front of a jury presenting a case. Yeah, I mean, he's fantastic.
Excellent. Yes, I hope everyone can join me for that one. But for now, guys, please say thank you to Lou virtually.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I'll see you on the next one. Bye now. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Thank you so much for joining me. I am just checking a couple of settings because I've had a little bit of a technical issue with my internet stream tonight. But everything's looking good. Let's not waste any more time. Let's bring in your friend and my friend, Mr. Lue Elizondo.
Hey, Vinny, how are you?
I'm good, Lou. How are you, man?
I'm doing quite well. Apologies for keeping you all up so late. I'm in Colorado Springs this week doing some work, and unfortunately my time schedule is extremely compressed, and it is not mine. So sincere and humble apologies to you and your wonderful audience, but great to see you again.
Hey, it's so good that you could take the time out and come back. And I think we fixed the technical issues that we had last time as far as sharing screens and all that stuff. We just
thanks to you. I've never been very technically proficient, so I
it's not thanks to me. We just spent the last 10 minutes. I just sat here and watched you work away and do it. So no, thank you so much, man. Thank you to everybody in the live chat here right now. I really appreciate you all being here. I'm just going to state I have turned off super chat because this is a presentation by Lou. This isn't like a massive AMA, ask anything and all that. So just wanted to put that out there. So yeah, here we are. Lou, how's Colorado treating you, man?
Today's beautiful. I had a hell of a drive coming in yesterday through. They had shut down the highway, so I was coming down Highway 25, and fortunately, I have my truck is jacked up a little bit, so I have the
What
ability
you
to go through
driving? What
deep
you
snow.
driving? What is it?
It's a Ram with four-wheel drive with Dodge Cummins motor. So as most people
Beast.
know, I'm a gearhead. So yeah, she's a bit of a beast. Definitely go anywhere, anytime type vehicle. A bit of a
Nice.
zombie apocalypse type truck. And she actually normally she's a parking lot princess, but yesterday she was a workhorse. She did be good.
Appreciate it, man. That sounds awesome, man. So, listen, we know why we're here. I think everybody is really eager because we've touched upon this AI that has been mentioned for quite some time now.
Yeah,
Are you
well,
ready?
I was going to initially talk to you about the AI, and I'm going to, but I think
Mhm.
you know what? Since I put you guys off for about a week or two on this, and it wasn't intentional, but
Of
let me give
course.
you the full presentation if that's okay. And I'm going to
Of
go a little faster than I normally do. This is a presentation that has been provided to some fairly senior people,
Right.
and I think hopefully it'll kind of give a broad perspective of what are we doing? How are we doing it? Where have we gone? Where are we now? And where are we going?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and share, if you don't mind. I'm just going to share the screen now.
Do it,
Share
man. I'm ready.
screen. Forgive me, folks, if I do something wrong here. Can you
I
see
can
my?
see it, man. We're ready to
All
roll.
right, here we go. Now, first of all, folks, I know people are going to go ahead and pick apart this thing, but just know that this is for really the purpose of this briefing is to elicit conversation, just get people talking and understanding the methodologies and kind of take away the mystery of how we've been doing things. So there's really, I've talked about the 5 pillars of UAP engagement. And very
Yeah.
much like this picture here, when you're building these pillars, you really want to be consistent and build them roughly at the same rate and the same time, because if one pillar gets higher than another, then you wind up having a crooked roof. So we really have been very diligent in making sure that these 5 pillars all rise collectively together. And by the way, there may be other pillars as we move into the future. So I have this slide up here just to provoke a conversation. What I usually tell folks is, let me see if I can hide this. Give me one second. Does that work? Nope. I'm sorry, guys. Let's try that again.
It's all good, man. Just don't show your calendar.
Yeah. So, the question always everybody asks, right? What is disclosure? And I think it's important in order for us to have a conversation, we really all need to come to agreement of what it means. Now, this is a definition and that I was able to find. The action of making new or secret information known. Pretty simple, actually. Not too complicated. And we'll get back to that question. So the pillar one is the first pillar of engagement is legislative engagement. Here in our country, we have 3 branches of government. There is the legislative branch, the executive branch, and then there is the judicial branch. We chose the legislative branch for a reason, because these are the folks that set the laws of the land, and they're also the ones that fund the government. They're the ones who set the budgets. So it's important that as we ensure we speak about this topic, that we engage our lawmakers. Now, let me just preface: we're not lobbying. People say, "Oh, are you lobbying? You're lobbyists." No, we're not. We're not asking for a cent, not one red penny. What we're doing is just making sure that members of Congress are informed. So you see here some of the advantages, why we do what we do, ensuring lawmakers in the U.S. are provided relevant, accurate UAP information by qualified experts. What's a qualified expert? Now, this is not intended to hurt anybody's feelings, but in government terms, it's people who hold a security clearance, who have a very specific job, and they are a qualified expert in their field. So whether it's
Right.
missile telemetry or radar exploitation or fill in the blank, that is a qualified expert. It's not a hobbyist. It's not a ufologist. It's really someone who is getting paid by the U.S. government to do a very specific job. Now, I know some people are going to argue that and say, well, but that's not really a qualified expert. Well, but it is in government terms. I'm not saying it is from a universal perspective, simply from a governmental perspective.
Yeah.
And so we make sure that those briefings, we facilitate those briefings so they can occur. We it facilitates educated decisions to properly fund UAP efforts within the U.S. government. And so you see here annual budget cycles. MIP and NIP stand for Military Intelligence Program, and NIP stands for National Intelligence Program, making sure that Congress knows that if you want to help out, that's where you put some of the money. So now you can get the intelligence community engaged to start actually looking at this this effort, if you will, this problem collectively. It also allows for better oversight and decreases excessive secrecy. So Congress says, you know what, I want a 180-day report. So they get a 180-day report. They said, hey, that's great, but now I want a 90-day report. And oh, by the way, I want a report from the Secretary of Defense every year, right? So it becomes a snowball effect. And you see here the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the Senate Armed Services Committee. It also permits dialogue between constituents and elected officials. So now when a constituent calls and says to their elected official, have you been briefed? They can say yes. And you know what? You're right. This is an important topic for us, and it's an important topic for our district or a state. It also promotes media acceptance because now the media feels enjoined to actually ask the question that they never wanted to ask before, and that is asking our members of Congress, what do you think about UFOs, right? And then, of course, it enables international dialogue with other governments, specifically through their legislative processes, so their Congresses, their parliaments, committees, etc. So these are just some of the reasons why Pillar 1 is so important.
Yeah.
Pillar
That's
2
a
is
big one. Sorry, I was going to say that last point on Pillar 1 with other governments. I mean,
it does.
Every time that stands out, I think about the UK though, how we still seem to be falling behind.
Well, you know, I get it. You know, we have to have patience. We have to. You can lead a horse to water, right? But you can't make it drink. So we have to, you know, just continue, be persistent, and be fair-minded and rational about this topic. I think, you know, I think ultimately logic will prevail. The next pillar is executive level engagement, and this helps ensure that the bureaucracy, who's designed to execute the will of Congress, can do so, and they understand what those wants of Congress are, and then basically provide deliverables. It also allows for the defense and the intelligence communities to prioritize UAP data collection. Now, by the way, as you see, it's no longer just going to be defense and intelligence communities. We're beginning to open the aperture, but that's where we've been focusing on for the last 3.5 years. And as you see, as a result of that, you have a Deputy Secretary of Defense memo creating a strategic plan, literally on the heels of the 180-day report. But it also enables intra and inter-government efforts to be coordinated. So it's not just across federal agencies, but it's also up and down. And it also includes organizations not typically maybe included in the UAP conversation, like Department of Energy, like NASA potentially, like FAA. So DHS, NOAA. Excellent. You're right. You must have read these slides already. It also encourages resources and time investment. Because now they know that the will of Congress is such, and therefore, you know, the executive department could say, okay, we're going to take this seriously. It also helps eliminate stovepipes of previous UAP efforts. So, for example, like the UAP Task Force and ATIP, my program, and even OSAP to some degree, really suffered from stovepipes. You had this office that was squirreled away under a directorate, that was squirreled away under an undersecretary, that was squirreled away under a department, squirreled away, right? And so none of these organizations really shared information very well with each other. And there wasn't any senior level oversight. Now it says, you see this last bullet here, ensures proper oversight of UAP activities. Now you have the Director of National Intelligence and the Secretary of Defense directly now involved and on the line of responsibility for this topic. So executive level engagement is important. The next is international engagement. And this is something near and dear, I think, to all of our hearts, but this helps us synchronize U.S. efforts with other nations. Japan is an example where about 9 months ago, they came out and they said, we'd like to enter into a bilateral information sharing relationship with the United States regarding UFOs, UAP. There's other countries as well, but they haven't they don't want to go public yet, so you don't see them in this slide. Sure. It also helps establish new opportunities for intelligence information sharing of UAP data, not necessarily with other countries, but international organizations. such as NATO and the United Nations, and our Five Eye relationship that we cherish so much with the UK and Australia and Canada and some of these other countries.
Sure.
It also removes individual burdens of a nation and leverages partnerships to share the responsibility, right? So what do I mean by that? It's no longer one country having to pay the bill for all of this. We can all kind of pool our resources together. So NORAD is an example where you have a US commander, but the deputy commander is Canadian. And so, when you bring the UAP topic to them, now it's really more of an international approach, not just a U.S. or one country approach, but also equally important. It minimizes one nation's ability to control the narrative. We've seen what happens in the last 70 years when we allow one country to control the narrative, and in essence, not a whole lot gets done. So, really, this is very important. When you have an international conversation, then you truly have a collective conversation. It's not just one country that's managing the narrative. It also encourages joint research and development efforts and increased collaboration, which is very important, and helps maintain a common operating picture. That's kind of a military term, if you will, of the situation, while minimizing misunderstanding of adversarial provocations. Now, we know that these UAPs have interfered with U.S. nuclear capabilities and also Russian nuclear capabilities. What most people may not know, maybe some do, is that we actually have a communication with Russia over the northern part of our globe, our planet. And because when you launch nuclear missiles, you're going to launch them. The quickest way to get them to Russia and Russia to get them to us is over the North Pole. And so we have this agreement that if one of us happens to see something unusual over the North Pole, we can pick up the phone and call the other and say, hey, Boris, is that you? Or they can call us and say, hey, Joe, is that you guys? Or is this something else? Now, why is that important? Because we now know countries like India and Pakistan, who aren't necessarily friendly to each other, they both have nuclear capabilities. Can you imagine if a UFO were to be encountered potentially over one of their nuclear installations and it gets confused as some sort of provocation of war by the other side? I mean, that would be horrible. So it is important that we have this international engagement.
Yeah.
Pillar 4 is mainstream media engagement. This is why people see me on mainstream media a lot. And despite what people think, where I only do one type of media outlet, that's not true. I've done many outlets on both sides. But why is this important? Because it socializes the reality of UAP to a much broader audience. It also helps destigmatize the topic because now they're talking about it and they're reporting on it. It also further encourages legislative and executive branch involvement because when the mainstream media starts asking them hard questions, now they want answers. Now they're saying, you know what, I can't answer that question, but I'm going to poke somebody who can, and we're going to get back to you with some answers. It also provides data to massive information consumer base. Never before have we been able to take information across the planet so quickly in various different, if you will, media aggregators like Associated Press or Mother Jones or Comcast, where you could do a podcast today and it winds up being in a written article tomorrow and then later on in a broadcast the next day. And it could be virtually around the planet. Now, with that said, there's also some danger with that, right? Because there's an old saying that a lie will travel around the world in the time it takes for the truth to leave the front door. So it's important that we be aware of that and only provide valid, accurate information. It also creates positive pressure for scientific and academic communities. You now have academia asking folks like Dr. Avi Loeb, right? Hey, is this topic important, right? This is super, super important. It's helpful. It gives them an outlet, gives them an ability to have the conversation. It also increases government transparency, as we saw with the New York Times story, right? For years, if not decades, we've been saying, no, we don't look at UFOs. Oh, well, surprise, we do actually. And then, of course, it provides a platform for new theories because now people can talk to the media and new theories. And some of them, may not necessarily follow a line of logic, but they're probably worth listening to anyways.
Yeah.
And then pillar 5 is public engagement. The most important, in my opinion, because it enables the public to take part of the UAP conversation. They see something on the nightly news, and now they're talking about it around the water cooler, maybe around the dinner table at night. This is important. This is. It also allows for endorsement for the other 4 pillars. If the people say this is a topic that's important to them, the media will cover it, and our legislative members will begin to look at this, and same with our executive branch. So public engagement is probably the most important. It also bolsters the ability to fund and budget UAP studies in both government and the private sector, because now people say, you know what, this is important, and I'm willing to actually put some money behind this for us to try to figure this out one way or another. It creates a platform for grassroots enclaves to exist. Right now, you and I having this conversation, this is amazing. This is Twitter and social media. It facilitates a confederated effort and data crowdsourcing environment. Now we've got people who have cell phones in their hands, and YouTube is full of videos that we can all look at and collaborate and talk about. And then, of course, helps create new political platforms and agendas. Disclosure, I think, being potentially one of them. Now, those are the 5 pillars. What have those 5 pillars yielded since 2017? Of course, a lot of people say, yeah, not much has happened, in the last 3.5 years. Well, okay, let's go down that rabbit hole for a minute. We have DoD admitting the 3 videos are real. They admit that the videos depict unidentified aerial vehicles. The Department of Navy creates a UAP reporting policy and guidelines and actual reporting guidelines and policies that get promulgated. DoD establishes an official UAP task force under the Deputy Secretary of Defense directly. Mainstream media takes notice and begins to actively report on these encounters. Members of Congress receive classified briefings. Members of Congress have taken lead in advocating for greater transparency. Former directors of national intelligence and CIA admit and are talking about UAPs. POTUS receives a classified briefing on at least 2 occasions. Our President of the United States, former President of the United States, publicly acknowledges the realities of UAPs, along with two former presidents of the United States publicly acknowledge the reality of UAPs. Congress mandates a 180-day report be submitted by the DoD and DNI. One of only 144 incidents in that 180-day report were resolved. Congress mandates a UAP report every 90 days. Japan requests a bilateral information sharing agreement with the U.S. China introduces the 5 Continents Initiative, and one of the largest IC collaborative virtual environments is created to analyze UAP data. Now, that's just since 2017. I would argue that probably more has been done in the last 3.5 years than in the last 3 decades. Now, by the way, when I say that, I'm not taking credit for it. A lot of people were part of this, okay? But that's yesterday. What about today? Well, here's what's going on today, folks. Senior academics in the U.S. are involved in the serious study of UAP phenomenon. Renowned universities in the U.S. are expressing interest in officially studying UAPs. Scientific enclaves are being created to test the physics. Scholarship programs focusing on UAP performance are being developed. Defense Intelligence University at DIA and the National Intelligence University are accepting theses on UAPs. That's remarkable that you have actually these academic institutions in our national security apparatus now accepting theses on UAPs. Data from previous U.S. projects are being consolidated under a single entity. U.S. Navy is filing patents on potential UAP propulsion technology. DoD is developing a strategic plan to study UAPs for years into the future. UAP information is being integrated into U.S. intelligence collection cycle. Certain allied nations are expressing interest in working with the U.S. government. The DoD IG is conducting an evaluation and several inquiries into DoD's handling of the UAP topic. Certain members of Congress have expressed desire for public hearings. Study of UAPs are being included into annual budget cycles, both MIP and NIP. Former senior members of the intelligence community are assisting with U.S. government efforts involving UAPs. Office of Director of National Intelligence, Office of the Secretary of Defense, Navy, Spacecom, NORAD, and other elements of the IC are actively working UAP issues and planning for state, local, and tribal authorities to integrate UAP data is underway. That is all what's happening right now behind the scenes as we speak. So if it wasn't enough, the last slide to talk about what's happened in the last 3.5 years, here's what's going on right now.
I'm just going to give you a quick, just want to give a quick shout out. Witness Citizen gave a super sticker before. Thank you so much, Sean. I appreciate it. Thomas Fester, thank you so much for the super sticker. Lou, sorry to interrupt you, man. Let's go on to phase 2.
Yeah, so that's all, that's that, and all that is occurring under phase 1. So we talk about yesterday, we talk a little bit about today, but what about tomorrow, right? So you're now going to get information that has not really been publicly shared at all, really. It's only been in one other public venue that I'm aware of. But this is what we want to do, create a multidisciplined environment. Well, what does that mean? What does that look like? Well, it looks something like this. Think of a national or a federal laboratory. And what you now have are each one of these bubbles surrounding it are contributing members to this federal lab construct. where you have the international community, right? And countries, part of that. By the way, each one of these little bullets are just sub-examples. There's many, 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 many examples. Each one of these little bubbles could be a whole briefing on its own. You have the academic community, you have the scientific community and technology community. You have the, yes, even the private sector, intelligence community, defense community, and even the interagencies, all working together to try to understand this phenomenon with their respective expertise. So let's take, for example, when someone asks, well, what can the technology community provide us? Well, let's take one tiny bullet within the technology community. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. So here's some basic bullets. We know the technology exists today to analyze UAP data almost instantaneously, and it's anywhere in the world. This technology is relatively low cost. Now, relatively is important. I'll explain that in a minute. This technology continues to improve over time, and this technology offers innumerable advantages over its human counterpart. So now what I'm about to present to you is a test case, okay? This is an example of how AI can be helpful to our discussion. Yes, we are currently working on this. It's been a lot of work. It's not ready for prime time. So I'm going to run through you an example with using a real video. So this summer,
we've been waiting for.
yeah, this summer we got a video. And by the way, this is important to test the veracity and credibility of information, just as it is important to test to see if a UFO video or picture is real. It's also important to be able to disprove it, because when you're going to elected officials, you have to be able to tell them with confidence, 99.9% confidence, that this is legit or it's not. So we get a video from a military officer in, I won't say exactly where, other than California. And he says, look, I saw a black UFO hovering in the distance. He took a video using regular resolution on a commercially available cellular telephone. He's a U.S. Army officer, and I'm going to play it for you real quick. Now, when you see it, it's going to be very grainy, and you're not going to see very much. The video itself is actually a little better quality. You had to compress it to get it on here. But that little black disc back there, you're looking and say, well, that doesn't really look like much of anything, you know, even though that the guy swears he saw a black disc hovering in the background. So why is that important? Well, because then what we can do is, let me show you the still.
Whoa.
Right. That people said, whoa, wait a minute. That looks like a black hovering disc in the desert. You're not lying. Holy crap. So let's see what AI can do for us. So you have the AI first look at the background, and the AI immediately identifies 3 environmental anomalies not consistent with the background, right? So it looks at these objects and says, this is not consistent with the background. However, the image is legitimate. The background has not been manipulated, and is comparing and contrasting color, shape, and pixelation, okay? And then we ask the AI, okay, what about the object itself? Now, the human eye can't see it, but it identifies minor pixelation anomalies that are analyzed to be protrusions, some sort of weird thing coming off the side of this black disc, right? It also determines that the image is legitimate and it has not been manipulated, and it is not an artifact. It's a genuine object on screen. So then you ask the AI, okay, so regarding the background, what can you tell us? Well, okay, so the artificial intelligence comes up and says, look, there's a 94% likelihood that that is the tail of a C-17 aircraft that you're seeing in the middle. 85% certainty that that is an F-35 Lightning that you're looking at. And of course, there to the far right it looks like the tail of 2 aircraft, but it doesn't really know what it is. Now, these pictures are stock pictures. You know, ultimately what will happen is we'll have the rights to actually have, you know, real schematic, hopefully government schematic diagrams of aircraft that we'll be able to compare and contrast. And then when you look at the mechanism in the middle here, this if you will, this disc, it says there is something for sure coming off the edges of this disc. So then you ask the AI, okay, so in your best guess, what are we looking at? What it appears to be a black disc is in fact an dark olive green U.S. Army field tent, observation tent, and the protrusions coming off the side are guide wires. And what this is more than likely is a U.S. Army tent that has been set up as observation along an airfield to do flight operations. And so that is why it is so important that we invest in these type of capabilities, because not only will it allow us to identify when a UFO is real, but it will also help us identify when it's not. It's equally important that we can do both fair and objectively. Now, limitations of AI, you see here to the left, near instant analysis of massive volume of information, obviously is more accurate than human counterparts. It doesn't succumb to human fatigue, operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, operate all classification levels, and the more data, the more accurate it becomes, and is bias neutral. But like we all know, there are limitations. So all AI must be trained. There is a massive upfront time investment to train it. There's also an initial investment to build it is expensive. It requires human oversight, and not all AI is created equal.
Right.
And bad data can perpetuate poor results. So if I teach the AI to identify a tent as a disk, then it will always identify a tent as a disk. And last
Right.
but not least, it lacks human discernment. So towards the end here, I asked everybody the same question. You know, the question your kid always wants to know in the back of the car when you're going on a trip: are we there yet? Are we there? Do we have disclosure? And the answer is, I don't know. I'll leave that to you. So with that said, let me go back here and come back to you guys. I think it's here, right? And let me stop sharing my screen. All right. So that is a presentation that kind of shows a little bit about the methodology that we've been using, a little bit of a method to our madness, the touch points that we have been focusing on, and also the artificial intelligence, why it's important, because it is equally important to prove and disprove. We have to be objective. The moment you see that black disc, people go, whoa, that's incredible. And then you say, well, yeah, but that's because we want to see it. We want to see a disc, right? We're looking at something and we're seeing what we want to see. And although it's very tempting, we really have to be careful to avoid that temptation, especially if we're going to continue to be taken seriously. We have to be our own worst critics, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
I think that's the only reason why we have gotten collectively all together, all of us, as far as we have, at least so far.
I'll tell you right now, that black disc got me initially.
It got all of us. I won't lie.
Instant
a lot of my guys
impressions.
got really excited too.
Another shout out, Sean, Witness Citizen UAP, another $2.99 super sticker. Brother, thank you so much, man. You don't have to do that. You know I love you anyway, man. Thank you so much. Lou, if it's okay with you, I've got a few questions lined up. Are you happy
it's
to hang?
5:30 right now, my time, local time. I've got about I can probably do 10 minutes, and then I've got a jam. Unfortunately, it's my schedule is not mine. I am actually really working for, believe it or not.
Completely understand. So I'm going to skip those first few. Sorry to everybody. I'm going to jump into what everybody is probably wanting to talk about, which is James Lakatsky's book that came out yesterday. Can you talk about your interactions with James Lakatsky?
James is an amazing human being. He is the guy that I could never mention because I had a professional respect for him and a personal respect that I would never reveal his identity until he was ready to reveal his identity. And I kept that secret until he came out with his book. He's an incredible human being, by far one of the greatest rocket scientists we've ever had. And I'm glad he's finally being vindicated.
Yeah. Now, the thing is with the book as well, that it doesn't contain top secret SCI information, yet it seems to portray a lot of information that we don't know already. How is that hidden somewhere, but it's declassified? Where's that?
Well, he went through a review process. He had to go through, from my understanding, a very lengthy review process, about 14 months through the Pentagon. I imagine they probably weren't very happy initially with him releasing it. But I can't really comment on the book because it's not my book. That book was written. If you have specific questions about the book, my recommendation would be to approach him. But he's an incredible human being.
No, I understand completely. Let's just jump back to the AI software quickly. With the new avenue that the direction is going in with the AI and the data and everything that may come out of it, are we likely to see a development in the observables, let's say, as far as we have 6 right now? Could we see that number jump?
I sure hope so. Yeah, I mean that's the intent, right? It's to open the aperture. My hope is that we do find other observables. I suspect we probably will, but you don't know what you don't know, right? So this is part of that. I'm sure some really smart, savvy people are going to get a hold when this AI finally gets fielded. They're going to be like, they're going to find all sorts of creative ways to use it that we never would have imagined. We're going to say, holy
Yeah.
smokes, yeah.
No, that's great. Thank you. We saw the interview on Mystery Wire with Colm Kelleher and
Another
Jim
good man.
Lukatsky.
Colm is an incredible human being as well. He's done a lot for this country. We owe him a great deal of gratitude for sure.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I've been following his work for quite some years, but he actually talked about a case which involves some a public encounter with a father and daughter with 3 orbs that actually entered a vehicle, passed through the father's shoulder. We're talking about 3 orbs of baseball size. Is that something that you encountered through your studies in ATIP that you can correlate to what was studied in ORSAP?
I'm not gonna talk about OSAP. I've refrained from that since the beginning. It's not my place. I can't speak from a position of authority or expertise in OSAP. I've made that very clear since day one. I know people are curious. I'm curious, but it's not my area of expertise, and it wouldn't be wise for me to comment on that aspect.
I understand completely. One thing that has come up is one little small sentence about remote viewing, and I'm not going to actually ask you to comment on this statement, but this is something I've asked you about in the past that you didn't want to extrapolate on, and this is just for everybody that's asking. I'm not going to go there, Lou. I think this. I'm right in saying this, that it's not part of the discussion that we need to be having right now.
Well, it's first of all, it's written in somebody else's book.
Yeah.
And if somebody wants to ask questions about it, they need to ask that person. I've done a lot of things for my country. Most of my background and my professional experience has not been open to the public. The only part of my career that's ever been open to the public is really my part concerning UAPs, and there's a reason for that. I'm not going to confirm or deny or elaborate one way or the other what some of my other duties and responsibilities are or were or have been. I'm not sure it's relevant to the conversation, to be honest with you. We've been, I think, very successful focusing on the UAP effort, and I think we need to, at least from my perspective, that's where I need to remain focused.
I completely understand. This is this conversation has been planned for a few weeks. With the drop of the book yesterday, my inbox exploded with remote viewing this, remote viewing that, and we touched upon this a while back, and I understand your position that. So I just wanted to put this out there for everyone that I'm not going to push that narrative. Let's finish off on a question that I really have got for months and months and months. What books relating to UFOs would you recommend anybody
don't ask me that. I hate doing that. I don't want to endorse a product. I don't want to.
Is this harder than anything else?
I made that mistake once before. And apparently, those books, what I recommended, went on Amazon, became like it was like a $6 book, and wound up going for like $500 for a book. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't mean to do that. People asked me a question, I gave them an honest answer, and all of a sudden, now people are like, that book's like $500. I'm like, oh God, no.
Well, I hope this doesn't affect the price, but I'll recommend Graham Rendell's book on the Foo Fighters, 1940 to 1945.
I will say I have a copy of it, and I will say that I am. It is.
It's incredible.
I am reading it. But I have to be really careful here, Vinny, endorsing anything, man. I did it.
I understand.
With, of course, our friend in Australia as well, because I really liked it.
Yeah.
And, I got beat up so bad for doing that. People say,
really?
Oh yeah, because they think I was getting a kickback, right? And I'm like, no, I'm not getting paid, man.
Of course they did.
For some reason, everybody happens to think it's always about money. I'm like, well, it's not. I think I saw once recently on social media that I was making all sorts of money with the History Channel. I'm like, dude, I made enough with 2 years worth of work to buy a fancy lawnmower. So Get over it. I
Dude.
made substantially less than minimum wage. In fact, if I wanted to, I could probably have a lawsuit for like slave labor, because I put 2 years of my life into something and got paid peanuts, literally. I mean, and I had to take time off of work to do it. So I actually lost money doing something that was part of the five pillars there, right? So that was the
Sure.
pillar 5. That was part of engagement, to everybody else, public engagement. That's
Sure.
why Chris and I did it.
Understandable. Listen, Lou, I will just one last question. What's next for you as we see out the end of 2021 in jumping into 2022? What's happening?
Well, I kind of gave you a sneak peek already, I thought. That
Yeah.
briefing kind of,
So when do we expect the drop then? And am I right in saying this is going to be app based? Public?
It's going to be multi-based. There's an app, but there's also a desktop, and there's going to be other pieces to this. I mean, has not been easy.
Sure.
It's my intent is to provide it, allow this capability to go free to anybody who wants it, and then if you want to use it for some very, very specific stuff where it actually is costing us a hell of a lot of money, then maybe somebody might want to do a subscription. But
Right.
it's not necessary. You don't have to do that. It's going to be available. Our intent is to allow a version of it free for anybody who wants to use it. But that costs money. And nobody's donating to this. It's and people say,
Sure.
"Oh, well, where is it? I want it." Well, yeah, sure, but it ain't cheap, and it's been a lot of us, are doing this from from a place in our heart where we want to contribute. But it's like, guys, you ain't paying for it, so you want it to come around faster. Well, we're trying our best.
Absolutely,
So
man. I appreciate it. Quick shout out to Lara. Thank you so much for the $5. I think I've got one more. Tyler at Contactor. Thank you for the $10 so much. Lou, this has been amazing, eye-opening. I'm so blessed that I was the first for you to show this presentation. It means a lot.
I did
man.
it at a forum, but it wasn't really public. It was invitation only. I did it in Europe. It has not been publicly provided. It has been provided to some other very senior people. Like I said, you are really the first that this has been publicly provided to.
That means a lot. It means a lot. And if you could just hang about for a minute after we have the conversation, a little debrief, because we are meeting, myself and you are meeting in London in a couple of weeks, and we won't say any more about that, but that could be fun. Everybody, we'll see if something comes out of that, a little video, a little interview or something. But
a Cuban in the UK, there's got to be a joke there somewhere. There's got to be a joke there somewhere.
Dude, we're gonna drink some ale.
I'm ready, man. I'll tell you, I love the UK. If anybody has ever wanted to go anywhere in the world, if you've never been to Westminster Abbey, you will absolutely be in tears. It is one of the most profoundly beautiful places I've ever been. It's almost overwhelming, and when you see the history of UK there, and all these people that have been buried there, and some of the tombs, and how ornate, and the love that was put in behind some of those, it's just breathtaking. It's absolutely incredible.
It is. We take it for granted sometimes here in the UK. Finally, Laura Sosa, thank you for that super sticker. Lou, I'm not going to keep you any longer, man.
Well, I don't want to keep you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got to roll, but I know it's almost 1:00 for you all over there. I apologize.
Don't you dare apologize, man. It's been a pleasure. It's always good to speak to you, man. You've always given me the time of day, and yeah, it means the world. So thank you so much, man.
Great. Well, I'm sure people are going to poke holes in that briefing I gave you. There's always people out
Let's
there.
Go.
No matter what I try to do, they're like, yeah, I like that. I don't like that. So,
man, we got you, man. It's all good. Guys,
Vinny,
thank you to everyone in the live chat.
Thank you
so much. We appreciate you. Love you so much. Until the next time, we'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. How is it going? I hope you're all doing really well. Happy Saturday. I hope you're all doing well. I've been looking forward to this one for a few weeks now. Oh, bear with me. Multiple sounds. I'm such an amateur. My apologies. Yeah, so what I'd like to do before I introduce our guests is I just want to take a moment to remember someone in this community that unfortunately recently passed. Ethereal Aura was a friend of this channel, but also many, many channels, and was just an exceptional human being. So I just wanted to mention Ethereal Aura, and I hope you all keep him in your thoughts. And yeah, sad times, but the journey continues. So there we go. Now, one thing I also want to reiterate is that this is not just an interview. This is more of a conversation between friends. We're not here to put people in the hot seat and try and draw out as much information as we can get. This is not about that. So, you know, just wanted to lay that out there. So let's bring in some guests. This first gentleman is the co-host of That UFO podcast. He is my colleague at UAP Media UK, and he is the best travel companion and housemate that you could ask for. It is Mr. Dan Zetterstrom. How's it going, Dan?
Well, what a nice introduction. And I just want to reiterate the point you made about Ethereal Aura. You guys might have seen as we were posting videos and things like that. You might have seen this guy. This was being carried in the name of Ethereal Aura. So you know, he was there with us in spirit, and I think that he thoroughly enjoyed the journey, and you know, we won't forget him.
Absolutely, well said. My next guest is retired US Navy Master at Arms. His continuing efforts include projects on consciousness, ancient indigenous culture, and UFO UAP destigmatization. He is also the co-founder and strategic consultant for the think tank Skyfort. Please welcome Sean Cahill. Sean, how are you doing?
I'm well, Vinny. How are you? Good to see you, Dan.
I'm absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me today. Well, us today. Our final guest is running slightly late. I believe he's been on another interview, and I completely understand he probably needs some time to ground himself and all that good stuff. So we'll just get the conversation started, and I'm going to start with a little bit of an elephant in the room, which is I like to normally ease into things, but with everything that's happening around us in the world right now, I thought we'd just talk about the Ukraine and the situation. I've had a lot of people asking me questions with regards to does it relate to disclosure and the UAP subject. So we can tackle it from that angle, or we can just tackle it from the humanity aspect. So either of you gentlemen want to chime in, please be my guest.
I wouldn't know where to go to connect it to the subject of UAP. I wouldn't even know where to begin to fictionalize a tale like that at the moment. The geopolitical situation is one that, you know, as any, it's multifaceted, and it's based upon specific ideologies or wants or needs. As a populace, I feel like we're inundated with information, but at the least informed as we've ever been. So I feel like I'm at a point now where I couldn't even say what the situation is. I can say what the situation a lot of people are telling me it is. But it's a different time we live in now.
Absolutely. Dan, any thoughts?
There was this interesting moment when we were out in Colombia where I realized that it'd been maybe a week and a half before, and since any of us had actually read the news, and what's happening with Ukraine and Russia was, you know, on everyone's lips when we first got there, but it kind of fell away. And we were just left with this human connection in some ways across the political aisle as well. You know, some of the members with us were totally opposite ideologically to us, but it's moments like this and kind of coming back to this world that you realize that connection is what keeps us going. And as horrifying as the news is, you know, remember that phrase to look for the helpers, because I find that so much more powerful than looking at, you know, the greed of one madman.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of leads me into my next sort of, I was going to say question, but it's not really. It's a talking point. And that's, what does it mean to be human, you know, with everything that's going on? And how does that put us in a place with relation to the phenomenon?
I think that's a very easy one to draw a metaphor to, because we're looking at perfect examples of human failure all around us right now. And a lot of times we focus on those because they hurt the most and they're the most polarizing. At the same time, there has to be another side of that coin. As Dan said, there have to be the helpers and the people who are approaching this differently. And I think that as I said earlier, it's a modern world, but that given that we have more people now who understand words like mindfulness or self-awareness, and just or grace as it pertains to the way we should treat each other. And it would seem to me that at this point in our history, we should be able to fix these problems, especially in a situation like this where there was not an initial act of aggression on the local forces in any way, shape, or form. That what we're looking at is saber rattling, strategic nonsense, and that's ultimately going to end lives and destroy property. There should be a way around that now. We should be better than that. And I think more of us should stomp our foot and yell at the bad man less and say, why is it that we can't reach the bad man and bad people of the world and ask them to compromise? Because there certainly is enough to go around. If we treated it differently, and I'm not leaning towards one political ideology or another. I think they're all crap, frankly, because they all draw fences around smaller and smaller groups. And we should be trying to break those fences down, increase our circles, increase the circle of humanity. And strangely enough, at this modern point in our era, we're tribalizing further, we're polarizing further, and we're picking smaller and smaller sides and then hiding from the rest of us. And I just think that a lot of people would say that that's wishy-washy nonsense. Well, sooner or later you have to turn the other cheek, or you're just fighting constantly. Someone has to at some point. Now, and unfortunately, most of us don't want to be the person that does that. We want the other person to, and I think that ultimately it probably speaks to where we are with whatever the phenomenon is as a whole, because it certainly speaks to our humanity.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah. Dan, any thoughts?
I mean, this was one of the questions I had written down that I was really curious. Sean appeared, for a little context for people, Sean appeared on That UFO Podcast Discord yesterday, and he was asked what question we should ask Lue to elicit a very interesting response, and the question of what it means to be human came up. So this is definitely one where I'd rather listen than ask. And so I'm gonna politically sidestep, I guess.
No, not a problem at all.
Well, since we're friends, I'm gonna give Dan hell over that, because we spend a lot of our personal time talking about just that subject. And Dan's somebody that I rely on for his insight. Dan's a beautiful soul. If you know him, you know that's true. And you also know that there's a hell of an intellect and a heart behind that soul too. And yeah, I'm not gonna make it that easy for you, man. I've got to watch you as a human. You've got to watch me as a human. We've talked about that kind of thing since we met each other.
Sure.
And we both shared some personal mistakes or journeys that we've been through. I mean, I've at least learned that you're one of those people that when I want to know what it is to be a human, I turn to you. So I'm sorry, bro. I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, that's fair. I'll give you that one.
I can kind of I'm backing Sean on this one, Dan, because I was lucky enough to spend a lot of time with you recently, and it shines out of you, man. There's no way around it.
Okay. So what does it mean to be human for me? I guess the notion of free will could come up, but not in the sense that we get to make our own choices, because very rarely do we. We're often kind of just a product of our environment, whether it's through gene memory or the society we were born into. But in the sense that we get to choose en masse where the energy we spend goes, whether that's into kind of bettering ourselves or bettering society or building a bigger bank account or something like that. And I think to be human is to be given the opportunity to make those better choices and to choose compassion and to choose empathy every single time. Because if you're doing something and it feels hard, you're usually making the right choice, I would say, especially when it comes to compassion. And you kind of have to bury your lesser instincts deep down. And I think just that moment of choice, there is what it means to be human. There aren't many other things that get to have that instant reflection, I guess.
Yeah, well said, man.
How's that?
That's amazing. I'm sorry to kind of cut that chat. I've just noticed we've got a $5 super chat from Thomas. Thank you so much. Thomas says, help support Vinny in his service to disclosure. Thanks for bringing on Lou, Sean, with you and Dan. Well, as you can see across the bottom of the screen, guys, and I probably should have mentioned this at the start, any super chats today will be donated to CARE's Ukraine Crisis Fund. I battled in my brain today about whether to do that or not, because normally I turn super chats off for interviews with Lou when I know it's going to get, or can potentially get bombarded with questions and things like that. But I just thought, you know what, I can't feel bad for wanting to help. You know, we've got a big Ukrainian community here in Sheffield in the north of England, and I've seen things all over Facebook today about people needing donations and things to help families and stuff. So I thought, I don't want to be made to feel bad for doing that, so I'm just going to put it out there. So sorry to kind of cut the conversation off, Dan. That was a great point, and thank you, Thomas. Let's move on. And Sean, I think this is probably more aimed at you, and I'd like to talk about the 5 pillars of UAP engagement, which I know I'm sure you've had a massive role in. That was something that I first spoke with Lou about last year, and I'm wondering, has that been going as planned, or have you had to kind of make alterations to fit the way the subject has been moving through the political realms and the social realms, I suppose?
I believe that was it George Patton, I'm not sure, that said that that plans are. I'm gonna mess this quote up. See, I went too hard at it. I should have just said something vague. Plans are planning is essential. Plans are useless. And so having something like the 5 pillars, it holds up ideals. It gives you a baseline for how to operate. And so certainly it has not gone in a linear syllabus kind of way, because as our earlier discussion, we're dealing with human beings. We're not. Yeah. There's no aliens hiding that I know of that I can point to that we're dealing with. So it's just human beings, and so it's all of those same failings, successes, triumphs, and cognitive biases and personal relationships and all those other things. So and beyond that, we live in a world, that our geopolitical landscape that most of us are either willingly or unwillingly participating in, doesn't recognize phenomena as a real thing, an influence, as part of the world we live in, as part of the larger structure. And so that means that what we call everyday life, or real life, which is a ridiculous phrase, frankly, because it's probably the most artificial thing that we're doing, is what we call real life. But that artificial cultural construct that we all live in yanks every one of us back into reality, and changes the flow of information and things like that. And I would say that they're a masterful foundation, but it has required lots of last minute fixes, and new lines to be run and things like that, if I can stretch the metaphor.
Excellent. And do you feel the media has been doing its job well enough with regards to that? Because I know the engagement between
my short Welsh friend just realized that her mom got home, so I have a corgi. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just the media. Do you think the media have been keeping up with? Because I know they've been engaged, and we've seen some good stuff, but we've also seen some not so good stuff. I'll put it like that.
Well, I think we have, we tend to lump people into categories and titles and things like that. So you have the title of journalist, and to us, journalists should, each of us have our own ideal as to what journalistic integrity means. But then within that pool of people who call themselves journalists or bloggers or just writers in general, we have a lot of different wants, expectations, and needs by the people that are creating content or seeking out content to report. So when we say, is the media doing their job? On the one hand, yes, they're certainly representing their advertisers. But on the other hand, what does our media investigate, and what does our media report back to the populace? And some people would say that I might be a hippie for saying it. I don't think so. I think it's a modern era to say that our media and our social media manipulates us. That the algorithm looks for what gives us the quickest dopamine fix or gets the most ad revenue out of that content, because that's who's paying for that content. As much as I love the Marvel movies and I love the cast and think they did a great job, I'm not under any illusion that someone didn't do that for money and for personal gain and created a great deal of power and influence that I don't I believe it's put right back into that same system. I don't see it being shunted off into areas that would improve humanity. So are they doing their job? Yeah, I just think that their job at the end of the day doesn't necessarily benefit all of us. And I think I'm sure a lot of journalists would take that personally. But I think that if we asked people to be more additive to the conversation they're having, rather than polarizing, rather than shocking, I feel like we've kind of lost our way in the fact that so many of us are willing to find an excuse to say it's not my fault. I'm just reporting it, or I'm just asking questions, or I'm just playing devil's advocate, or I'm just being contrary. And at that has its use at some point, but the media is not finding this as the important subject that it is. They're not finding it as the world changing and world affecting subject that it is. It may be because it's too heavy, but we do have to ask the question: is what are the people, what are the advertisers interested in, and how do we get around that being the control structure of our information system?
Dan, what do you think about the media? I mean, you can answer this from the UK perspective because of the way that, unfortunately, some of our tabloids are going at the moment. What do you think?
Sean is right. It's almost like we have the wrong incentive to have conducive conversations to things that actually develop. You know, if the stock market tracked human happiness, I'm sure we'd be discussing different things and how they affect the world, right? But instead, we all for some reason agreed that money was the way and tracking goods was the way, and now we're kind of in a position where, you know, the very mechanism that the Western world functions by is being taken advantage of. So we're not even. It's a very. I kind of have to touch on Ukraine a little bit, because seeing how it's being portrayed in the media from different points of view all over the world simultaneously is really informing how I see the conflict. You know, we read about World War I and World War II and the Cuban Missile Crisis and all of these things, and we have very unique perspectives on them because we're reading after the fact. But actually living through one, and one that we can see from multiple angles at the same time, is, I mean, it's horrifying, and it's as horrifying as it is interesting in some ways, because you're seeing how that message is manipulated depending on what the incentive is for the person writing it. So I basically back what Sean said, that we essentially need some kind of institutional change that shifts what we're actually after as a species, and looking to the helpers, as I said earlier, it kind of shows the winds of change coming through. You know, what was that quote, that the moral arc of the universe always bends towards justice, and I think you can see that in a lot of ways in the world right now, especially through the media.
Yeah,
I think we could segue right into politics on that, because I mean, again, individuals make up groups, groups present edifices, and those groups are almost always made out of well-intentioned individuals. You know, any of us who've known a politician who's beginning their career, they're the most invigorating, believable, authentic people that you can meet. But 20 years later, if they're still pacing the same halls, they're not the same person that began that journey, and they don't have this. They seem to have the same vigor or care. So I don't want to, you know, I don't want to call out journalism, as I want to say that we're talking about the media, and I think the media is an edifice. It has transcended that individuality, and it's become something that's almost self-sustaining. And that again, self-sustaining systems like that, how do you slow the wheel down enough without breaking it to make some changes? You know.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the time. I noticed Lou's not here yet. I have sent him a private message and he's not responded. So apologies to everyone watching. I'm sure it's not purposefully. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll give him a break. It's all good. I'm just sorry. I keep looking off to the side because I've got notes and questions, and I'm going to jump between a few. Sean, if you don't mind, because you mentioned something on last night with that UFO podcast on the Discord about a sighting that you had of a triangle. Now, that's something I'd never heard of before, and I just wondered if you'd
Sure.
if you'd be okay to tell us about it again.
Yeah. I purposefully up until recently haven't talked too much about any sightings that I've had. I don't feel that as an individual, my sightings are compelling enough that they provide evidence. They're just anecdotal.
Sure.
Something that I add to the pile of other people's stories and look for connections. But I'll give you a more detailed explanation. It was probably around 11:30. It was near midnight. I think between the hours of 11 and midnight. My family was asleep. It had been a long day. For some reason, I was still in my uniform. I was still in khakis, and I was sitting outside, chain smoking, and playing a video game called E-Republic. And I've been hyper focused, very tunnel visioned on the screen, to the point that I didn't even see the whole world around me, because you know how it is. I was outside in the dark at a little bistro table in my yard. And looking back, I wasn't a meditator at the time, but looking back, that was flow state. I was in flow. I was writing and playing the game and very focused. And when I finally decided just to reach up and close the computer, because I knew it was getting too late, I had to be up early and everything else. I closed the computer and I stood up, and I was standing just outside my front door facing due east, smoking a cigarette. And I was looking out at a totally clear night sky. And I was looking at the stars that were above the horizon, and they were blinking. They were going away. The stars were basically, being occluded by something. And I could tell that this thing was moving from the horizon slowly because of the way that stars were disappearing. But I couldn't figure out if I was looking at a large rain cloud. But I mean, all these things were happening at once, and a lot of it, the recall is weird to try to do. But I knew the wind was blowing in the opposite direction. A lot of things didn't make sense, and I'm squinting and really getting interested in what this thing is. And as it starts to actually, the apex of it starts to actually go over the top of my house, and people are going to ask me the altitude. It's really hard to gauge because the size of the thing was ridiculous. So it seemed to be at least a couple of football fields wide, meaning a couple of 100 yards from tip to tip. I guess that would mean, equilateral, because it was equilateral. It had no lights that I could see. It was reflecting, now that I think about it, it was reflecting a small amount of moonlight. And I heard the wind going over. It seemed I heard the wind as it was moving. I heard the wind over the outside of the craft as if you were moving something large through the air, but there's no engine sound. As it passed overhead, I was kind of going ape. I mean, I just couldn't believe. The Tic Tac had been 5 or 6 months before. And there was a 48-hour period on board the ship where I knew we had a Roswell type event that should go down in history. And we didn't seem to care about it. And I think I kind of compartmentalized that. I went a lot of different directions with it. I just assumed it's probably us. That was a really safe feeling to have, knowing I didn't want to be floating out for the next 12 years, knowing that there was crazy tech surrounding us. So who knows what I did psychologically, but five or so months later, I just wasn't ready to turn around and see that. Yeah. And as it went over the top, as it went overhead, it sped up. And we used to have these 2 really large palm trees, for reference, that I turned around and I watched it go over the top of the palm tree. And I was going to lose sight of it right behind the palm tree. And I ran to the west end of my yard and jumped up on this rickety table we had built. And I remembered the next morning, because I busted off the bistro umbrella It's wooden. It had this little brass thing in the middle, and I just cracked it right in half, jumping up on the table to catch one last glimpse of this thing as it tipped over on its port wing edge, and just, we have this term in the Navy called, we say zorched. It's just zorched. It was, and I say it got smaller or it went away, because without sound and light reference and no effect, given that we're talking about the phenomenon, we assume, I can't say exactly what it did. It just receded. It went away from my vision and perception. And I stood on top of that table for probably 5 minutes, just jaw agape, repeating expletives under my breath. And I just went to bed. I never told anybody about that. I mean, I drew it. I wrote down what happened. But I wasn't somebody who was like, holy crap, I just saw a giant UFO.
Yeah.
No, I told friends and family about the Tic Tac incident. Like I said, I wasn't asked to sign an NDA. There was no classification around it. And so when it came out in the news, they knew exactly what they were looking at, friends and family. They were the ones that were telling me about the Times article. But people ask me, what did you think it was? Where do you think it's from? I don't have any of those answers. It was a big black triangle. It didn't make any noise. It was going super slow, and it was way too big.
Yeah.
And at this point in my career, my second career of what we all do with this subject, I don't believe that was tech made by you and I or anybody with an email address or that pays taxes or lives in the world that we operate in. I can't find a way to make that fit. But I know I saw what I saw. And when I got back up in the morning, I went out, and the umbrella was broken and the cigarette butts were on the ground next to the table. And I have a memory, and I have a period of sleep in between.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. And I was sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, you said that a lot of friends or family that you told were saying, what is it, or what do you think it is? My first response to question you on that would be, did your views on it change over the years between when it happened and in between to now, and the way you've revisited it in your head?
Yeah. For me, 04, for a long time, I just assumed the Tic Tac was our tech. And I was ready to accept that it wasn't, once I saw proof. But at that time, and then as I said, the way that our chain of command reacted, some of the senior people in that chain of command were just not concerned. Now I know there's been significant evidence presented to some people who look at it and go, yeah, so what? I don't know why that happens for some people. I don't know why some people take evidence more seriously than others. The triangle, I got to be honest with you, I just didn't think about it. I found myself about 6 months after we filmed Unidentified. I had a good friendship with a couple of people that we had filmed with, and separate from Lue, and we maintained a chat about the phenomenon in general. And we had sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. We really talked about, what's sorry, the dogs, for some reason the dogs get me. Hearing the dogs.
Okay, it's absolutely fine.
My friends asked me, we would have these conversations, and I would be like, oh, I kind of had an experience like that once, because I've seen a lot of this stuff in my life. And I realized I wasn't really keeping track of any of that. I didn't have a real log of it. Hadn't put it all in one place. And my friends knew that I had a big whiteboard in my garage where I had my office set up. And they said, why don't you take some time, meditate, and try, just then go up to the whiteboard and just start writing down everything weird that ever happened, everything that ever had, every time you ever questioned, frankly, reality.
Yeah.
Because something was poking in there or appearing that didn't seem like it should. There was a big list. And I had a bit of I don't want to say, not a breakdown. I would say I was emotional. I was in the kitchen, and I was leaning against the counter, and my wife came down. She saw that. I mean, when you see a big dude like me with puffy eyes and tears on his face, you want to know what's going on. And I told her, I said, I filled the whiteboard in the garage with memories of really weird stuff. And, and as every one I remembered kind of brought up another one, and I got to the end and I kind of felt like I was losing my marbles, because I was like, what's going on in my life? So what made it even easier, and I'm being sarcastic, is that as she leans in to give me this huge hug and leans her head on my chest, both of us are looking towards the sink in the kitchen. Basically, we watch a cereal bowl jump over a bunch of other stuff into the sink. And we saw it in broad daylight. And we both just immediately broke our embrace and kind of did that curious dog look, and then just started saying things it must be. It must have slid. Something must have moved when we weren't looking. It must have slid. There's water on the counter. There must be some kind of surface tension. And then we were like, and then one of us looked at the other. I can't remember who it was, but we're like, no, that bowl jumped over a bunch of crap and went into the sink. And her knees got a little weak, and I grabbed the counter, and we just both looked at each other, and we were like, all right, that happened, and now it's over. And looking back, I think that was how a lot of those moments in my life went, where I just went, what the heck am I looking at? And then when I was done, I was like, well, got to go get the groceries. I mean, I don't know that everybody has that same reaction. Some people never come back from that. What the hell is it?
Yeah.
And I don't know if they've got it right or if I've got it right. But it's now, I don't know what they are. I know what shape they are. I know what we all assume they are. We all assume, we like to call them aliens, but I've been exposed to so many different iterations or possibilities that fall under that term. We haven't put too much time into considering that something else could be living here with us in the oceans, or in an environment that we don't access or necessarily perceive. The way they operate tells us that our physics books aren't completely written. The reports from witnesses and so-called experiencers tell us that our psychology books aren't finished being written. And the way that it all dovetails into our religious mythos across the globe tells us that we don't even have a consolidated worldview of spirit. So what do you do but just go help? We all need to help each other with this, and so that's the conversation that we've been talking about for so long, that we need to change, is just the acknowledgement that it's real. I mean, all of it, as I say, like a broken record, those of us in the community that pay attention have a wealth of knowledge, or have been exposed to a wealth of ideas that your average person hasn't taken a minute to do, beyond an occasional Ancient Aliens or maybe a science fiction movie. So it's daunting, but here we are. I mean, we are another one of those positive conversations, trying to be additive, not saying I'm going to put on this very safe skeptic's hat, or contrarian hat, and I'm going to cherry pick things that fit a negative narrative that I intend to prove. That I just caged it very negatively. But at the end of the day, we need skeptics, but skeptics have to come along with the data as well.
Yeah.
To be a skeptic for the sake of being a skeptic just kind of makes you an a-hole. I mean, it's, in my opinion, because what are you building? What are you leaving behind besides a vacuum?
No, you're right. Absolutely. I could pull a million questions out of that. That was incredible. Thank you so much. I was picturing, as you spoke to it, the bowl jumping in my head and imagining my reaction, and I don't think I'd handle it as well as you did, to be honest. I'm just going to take a minute to stop right now to bring in our last guest. Please welcome Mr. Lue Elizondo. How's it going, Lou?
Hey, gents, forgive me. I totally suck. I thought it was at 2:00 Mountain Time. And my calendar, obviously, look, guys, I'm obviously not technically proficient. My wife says I'm limited. She's clearly right. When I was a kid, my mother used to say I can't have nice things. So, I mean, Obviously, I don't know how to use a calendar, so mea culpa, my apologies. So anyways, here I am. Sorry.
It's all good. I've been watching you previously on Tony's channel. Fantastic conversation, by the way. So
Oh, thank
refreshing.
you.
So
Thank you.
refreshing. Chris Leto, I've spoken to him many times. Great guy. Alexi, what a brain. What a brain.
Yeah, a lot of fun, you know, really it was totally just more esoteric, not really. I mean, there was a couple things UAP related, but you know, it was neat to just kind of, you know, I always resist going down the rabbit hole. And you know, Sean will sometimes pull me down the rabbit hole, kicking and screaming. But it's good. It's good to, you know, have conversations sometimes that are a little bit more esoteric because, you know, it forces you to think outside of your current paradigm, right? It forces you to think out of the nice, neat little shiny box that we all build for ourselves, that we're all comfortable in. And, you know, sometimes you have to be outside of your comfort zone in order to have new perspectives. And so, you know, I really appreciated that conversation we had. I thought it was neat. You know, for the record, I'm not an expert in astrophysics or anything like that or, or philosophy. So it was more or less just, you know, personal perspectives being shared back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a conversation. There was, you know, even watching you, Lou, be the one asking the questions was a breath of fresh air. It was fantastic. So yeah, that was
Oh,
great.
thanks. Thanks. I hope I didn't monopolize the conversation. My wife says I have a tendency to do that sometimes, so I'm always trying to be mindful, you know. But I'm just so eager to share in the conversation. I love it, you know. Maybe it's my you know, being Latino, we tend to talk over each other, and it's kind of cultural for us. But I apologize if I seem to do that too much.
Not at all.
It's
Not at all.
intentional.
Just to bring you up to speed on what we've been chatting about, we opened up with just a little brief chat about what's happening with the Ukraine and that. I just felt
Yeah.
we'd get the elephant
What,
out
you
of the room.
know, look, guys, what a tragedy. You know, this Ukraine incident is a lot like the Titanic. You know, there's been a whole sequence of missteps and calculations for us to be where we are today. You know, we can't just put our finger on one thing and say, you know, that's the reason why. This has been a long time coming, and you know, this is proof that, you know, there are still bullies in the world. There are individuals out there that don't have necessarily the best interests of their fellow man. You know, it's very sad, and especially with someone like Russia, who, by the way, are very capable. These folks are extremely intelligent. They conduct warfare asymmetrically. They are, you know, you're looking at true chess masters that understand the chessboard. In some cases, even better than us. And so, you know, this is no joke. There's people's lives at stake, and innocent people's lives at stake, and yeah, it's disheartening. And you know, I'll tell you what, though, let this be a reminder. You know, and this isn't fear mongering. This is reality. Um, what happened in the Ukraine and what's happening in Ukraine can happen in other places. And this is why we have to remain diligent, and why we always can't take for granted, you know, our country and our elected officials. We, as a citizens, as a people, must have an active role in our governance. We can never allow other people to just make decisions on our behalf, and that's why we have to elect good people into office, so we can make good decisions and, you know, hopefully avoid things like this happening in the future. Again, I'm not laying blame to any particular side. This is, you know, this is not time for that. This is just recognizing that there's a lot of people suffering in the world right now. A lot. You know, my wife's background is Eastern European. In fact, um, you know, for a long time we would tell people Czechoslovakian or Hungarian, but in reality, it's her family comes from a small town in the Ukraine,
Wow.
and yeah, this has been tough. This has been tough. You know, especially civilians. You know, you never want to. Warfare is bad enough as it is, but when you involve civilians and women and children, and I just, you know, it's terrible.
Yeah,
Sorry, my
absolutely.
wife is it just busted in here reminding me. For the record, I'm on and I'm with Vinny and Dan and Sean. Yes, I know the time was off. I was late by half an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi,
So
Jennifer.
you can beat me later. They said hi. Yeah, I know. It was on my calendar for 2, and then the things started going crazy, and I'm like, oh my God, something happened. So my wife just came in here to remind me the same thing.
Oh, that's lovely. And if Jennifer does have any family and relatives over there, obviously our thoughts are with them as well as the rest of the population. So yeah, thank you for your insight into that as well, Lou. One other point we touched upon, I asked a question to Sean regarding the 5 pillars of UAP engagement, which you brought to us last year. And my question was whether between when you first told us about it to now, has it had to be altered slightly at all to fit with the way that things have gone politically and socially?
Well, actually, the pillars have been there all along for the last 4 years.
Right.
I just decided to for some people, because they keep asking you the same question. Well, what's your strategy? And we do have a strategy, but of course, like everybody will tell you, war plans are only as good as until you start the battle, and then you start with new ones, because nothing ever goes like you think it will. So we always have to be flexible. This is what I think what makes the team so good, because you have people like Sean and folks and other folks, frankly, folks like you that can bring new perspectives as the environment changes, as the landscape changes. You have to be prepared to adapt to that. I think the strategy is the same, but the good thing about a good strategy is you never have to. You can, if it's a really good strategy, you can stay on that strategy, and it's in such a way that allows you the flexibility to maneuver, right? It allows you to adjust, lift and shift, as we like to say. So yeah, I think we always have to be prepared to be flexible, because people are people, and new issues come up, and new revelations, and new information, and you have to be prepared to absorb that into your calculus. And sometimes if you're lucky, not unlucky, but if you're lucky, it actually will help reshape how you look at things, and think of things, and your approach. And so that's always fun when you have new information that's kind of revelatory, right? And you're now forced to reassess. Okay, well, is it time for us to put more pressure on this column, or on this column, or on that column? And that's a deliberative process. This isn't World According to Lou, or World According to Chris Mellon, or the U.S. government, or anybody else. This is we all have this conversation together, and Sean has been a critical part of that. You all have been part of that. Your audience has been part of that. A lot of the people in the audience may not realize that they're an integral piece to this. They say, well, what have I been able to do? Well, have you written your congressman or representative or your elected official in your country over the last 4 years? If you have, guess what? You're part of it. Have you had a conversation over a water cooler, maybe at work, or over the dining room table with a family member? Well, guess what? If you have, you're part of it. This is something that we're all engaged in collectively, and it's beautiful to see. It really is, to see how far we've come. We now have law, historic for the first time ever in U.S. government history, law on this topic. And you've got a bunch of other things that are happening for the first time ever in this country. You have the acknowledgement by senior level officials. You have people testifying in Congress, and in order for them to get their job, let's say the DoD IG, they owe some answers to Congress on what they're going to do about this topic, right? I mean, this is open hearing. This is like, holy crap, guys! This is for the record, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. So yeah, it's I guess in short, I think we're doing quite well. But of course, you always have to be flexible and be prepared to lift and shift your priorities as the environment evolves.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. And you mentioned there the audience and people saying, well, what have I done, if they're sort of sat just absorbing the information and the videos and everything. I mean, I think that's great in itself, that they're actively just interested. But for anybody that actually did want to take that next step, whether it be researching, investigating, I mean, I've had a lot of people say to me, but it's too much of a big step for me to do that. Is there any way that you can talk about it? I think you know what I'm trying to say. Like, how can people get more involved?
I think Sean's got some ideas.
I've faced that a lot, because we talk about a larger team. We talk about a that the audience and some of the people that are at the center of this, maybe, that they are on the same team. And I believe that. I truly do. But just as there is with our political process, where a lot of us have ceded a certain amount of responsibility to others, and are assuming that they're going to act in our stead and do what's right for us. If you're truly interested, you have to find out where you've ceded that responsibility to others, and you have to take it back. So in this case, a lot of people want to make that jump to be, and I'll just go point blank and say they want to be on our team and in our room or on our phone tree. And yes, we need a lot of help, but it's not a blanket call for a grassroots constituency. It's not a rabble, it's not a mob. And so first you have to find your own place. You have to find out, first of all, what is your ideology? How unshakable is it? How far are you willing to take it? And then you need to take the steps to do that. It's not a question of someone else allowing you access or pointing you in the right direction. It really is, if you're going to dedicate yourself to, let me make a metaphor. The general public is at the center of this immense jungle of confirmation bias and incorrect information that all of us are collectively trying to hack our way through just to expose them to a certain data set that we can all agree upon. That's an arduous trek. This isn't easy. And so when people say, how do I get involved? First, measure yourself and then act, frankly, whether it's finding a MUFON near you, starting your own local, just getting on a Discord chat, getting on Reddit and getting in a different community, something other than Twitter that isn't so much polarizing or advertising. To me, that's what's going to be most successful. This is not a bandwagon. It's not a genre. It's not an aesthetic. It's not even a collective ideology, because you can't get 5 of us in the same room that have the same opinions about the unknown. So I'll step off the soapbox on that, but it's personal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've got a.
Oh, sorry, go on, Lou.
Sorry, just real quick. I'd like to add to
Sure.
that. I think Sean's absolutely
Yeah.
right. Look, I think what we do, if you want to know what you can do, lead by example. Let me give you a real example there. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm having some trouble with my earpods. Let me give an example. Dan and I recently agreed to go ahead and use this platform of the UAP topic and UFO Twitter to raise awareness and raise money for some folks for St. Jude, right? Children who have cancer and have life-threatening illnesses, and also animal welfare, right? Thousands and thousands of dollars was raised by the UAP Twitter community for a cause that wasn't even about UFOs. It was about humanity, right? Now, when in history has a UFO community ever donated to anything other than topics about UFOs? Well, guess what? That just happened. Don't look now, but the UAP community just helped mankind writ large on something that has nothing to do about UFOs, right? That's leading by example. That's what I mean. You're doing something. You are an ambassador. You're representing this topic, and you're being generous and you're giving to a worthy cause that has nothing to do with the topic, right? That I could be wrong, but I don't ever remember any type of UFO event where they donated 100% of the money to charity, right? To kids and animals. I don't. And yet that's exactly what happened for the first time in perhaps, I think it's true, in the history of this community, that we raised thousands and thousands of dollars that went to help kids and animals, right? People, I mean, to a group of people who probably never even considered the topic of UFOs. That's what this community has been able to do. And that's magic. That's remarkable. It didn't go to line the pockets of anybody. It went to help people who have no idea we even exist. And you know what? We didn't even ask credit for it. So
yeah,
isn't that wonderful? And those are some of the steps that we can do, that if, you don't have to necessarily get out there with a black t-shirt that says, UFOs and I want to believe, and, let me talk to you. It's just about leading your life by example. Being a better human being. Treat others, the way you would want to be treated. And I think that says a lot. As much as we may bicker and argue on UFO Twitter, minus a couple rabble rousers out there that really don't have any interest in the truth. Most people, I think, do want the truth. They're very passionate. They really want, to have answers. They're frustrated, rightfully so. It's been 70 years, right? And they want answers, and frankly, they deserve those answers. But we also have shown that we can do incredible acts of kindness when we want to, and we all agree to, and that's in large part because of the work that Sean and Dan and you, Vinny, and your incredible audience have played a role in this. We just helped out in a very small way humanity. And,
Yeah.
and we did that because you guys created this enclave called UFO Twitter, where we could talk about, sometimes very passionately, about this topic. And what was a result? Well, it resulted in 20 some $1,000 being provided to children and animals. So, I'm super proud of that. I really am. And I see here you have something here with money going to the Ukraine Crisis Fund. This
Yeah.
is fantastic. These are causes we can all get around. We can all rally around, put our differences aside for just a minute, and say, that's what the UFO community can do.
Yeah. I'm just going to take this second. Dan, I'm going to come to you because I miss your voice already. I'm so used to being with you, spending 2 weeks with you. But the community right now, I probably mentioned the fund about 45 minutes ago, and we're about $500 in now. So you guys are absolutely incredible. Yes, YouTube will take a little cut. I didn't think of that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
Well, in that case, we need to donate more, right? So if YouTube's going to take a little cut, or maybe we can call out YouTube and say, "Hey guys, with one case, can you not take a cut and let?"
I like that.
Let's give it to the people who need it. This is hugely important. It really is. I did a talk not too long ago. I won't say for which outlet, but involved veterans, and the outlet was going to pay me, and I said no. I don't take money for that kind of stuff. Charity is something that we should all be part of. And that's maybe one of the good things about organized religion, that there is tithing. I think it keeps us humble. I think it keeps us grounded when we realize we do owe something to our fellow man, to our brothers and sisters out there. And if we have a means to give, then we should.
No, absolutely. Now, Dan, just following on from the conversation about people wanting to get more involved in investigating and things like that, we were very lucky enough to be able to go out to Colombia to investigate a case out there, or maybe a couple of cases out there. But we also have talked about a case close to us, the Longdendale Lights, about going and looking into that case. So just talk about how people could even look to what's around them locally, and I'll go out and look into it, ask questions, knock on doors, maybe not just knock on doors. But do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm getting at? How would you see that, and how would you sort of direct people into wanting to get a bit more boots on the ground, maybe?
I mean, everyone has their kind of favorite area of expertise, and for me, one of those areas was the Hessdalen Lights. I grew up when I was a teenager. I'd watch those 24/7 video streams, and I never saw anything when I was watching, but it fascinates me, and it's still a very relevant part of the conversation. And those guys produced a long form study paper, and in the back of that paper, they list various areas around the world that have similar phenomena going on in them, whether it's the Brown Mountain Lights, the Min Lights in Australia. There seems to be a common phenomena around the planet that has many different names that you can contribute to this subject by studying. I feel like we went and did that with one of them in Colombia, and the results of that will be forthcoming. The gentlemen here, Lou and Sean, were very gracious to give us their time to help direct us a little bit while we were out there. But these places exist everywhere. And I feel like when Biden signed the UAP investigation bill, it was kind of a green light that this is legitimately how we could go spend our time now. So, Vinny and I just did that for 2 weeks, and we want to kind of get back out there and dig in. But I'd recommend people, just do a little bit of Googling, have a read of those papers, talk to people in those areas where lights are seen, and just get boots on the ground and get photograph and throw the common modern technology at it, and let's see what we can get.
Well, if I can
and Dan,
add,
if I can
remember that
jump in,
Oh, sure.
Go ahead, Sean.
I
Go
was
ahead.
just going to say, remember, it's a journey. I talk to so many people that want one chance at that 3-pointer or that slam dunk. They just want to hit the bell really hard, and I don't want to stamp on that kind of energy, but it is a stairway, and it is tall, and it is a process, and there's falling. So, keep your heart and stay to it.
And Dan, I'll tell you, man, you and Vinny really succeeded. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, but you guys had one hell of a coalition when you were in Colombia. This was, you guys talk about boots on the ground. You had a pretty good assortment of individuals. Again, I'm not going to say who, but I know that Sean and I were pretty impressed when we saw who you had down there, right? And you were doing your own investigation, and that's talk about boots on the ground. You guys really did. And that's something that anybody can do. You don't have to be necessarily a trained expert in investigations. You don't have to be a special agent or counterintelligence. You can just ask the obvious questions, the 5 interrogatives, right? Who, what, when, where, how, and why, and start with that. What are the questions you would want to know, right? What are the answers you would want to know, and then ask those questions. So, I applaud what you guys did, that initiative. Not everybody can afford to get on a plane and fly to another country, but maybe you can get in your car and drive to the next city. Right.
Exactly.
Maybe there's some areas nearby that have some pretty interesting things happening, and go out there with a camera. Maybe just take a pen and a notepad and just start taking, because you never know when that information is going to be really, really useful, down the road. So that's what I would encourage people to do.
Thank you, Lou. That means a lot. Means a lot. Dan, so we'll kind of stick on that. So let's talk about the investigation that I'm going to say about what you did. I don't want to bring it on to me because you're my guest. So how did you find the investigative process, not having that kind of background or training? Did it come naturally, and did you feel like you saw the steps? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like Lou said, it's asking the questions that we as audience members would want to know the answers to, whether it's, what did you see? How long did it happen? Did it have to happen over multiple nights? Did anyone else see it? All these kind of obvious things, including did you take a photo? Did you take a video? And trying to gather those bits of information enough to help us not just come up with an idea of where it could be, but actually solve the thing and say whether it's something anomalous or whether it's just, for example, a blown transformer or just electrical failure or something like that. It was really great to kind of learn the filter of how to use information from all the team that we had there. I'm trying not to say their names, it's real hard. I can see Ashley looking in the chat there saying you guys have an NDA, which is true. Yeah, he is the phenomenology account there. I'm sure you'll see a trailer from Ashley, and it's really not too far away in terms of watching it. We're not talking years, we're talking weeks, a month or so, and you'll get to see exactly the journey we went on. But yeah, learning the cultural meaning for these sightings was one of the biggest points of interest for me, because there are so many different interpretations of these events, and to be able to hear 3 completely different versions of the same event was very eye-opening in terms of how you get to the truth that's kind of in between them all.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to
And
Go on, Lou.
interpretation is a human thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's what it boils down to, right? At the end of the day, it's you're all looking at the same thing, but it's like the 3 blind men trying to describe the elephant, and one's holding onto the trunk, one's holding onto the foot, and one's holding onto the ear, and they're all describing something completely different, and yet it's all part of the same animal.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was just going to say this here phenomenology you see here on the screen is the new YouTube account where the documentary series will be put out for free, no paywall or anything. I think the first episode is coming about May the 1st. So yeah, guys, I hope you want to watch it and stuff. This is not just about the phenomenon. It's also about the journey of everyone involved from day 1 to day 14 or whatever it was. It's a human element to it just as much as there is to the phenomenon. We really wanted to portray like multi-faceted angles to this experience of being an investigative group, a team, bonding, meeting new people, meeting locals, talking about a subject that we all love, but also that indigenous folk have been talking about for hundreds of years, and bringing that all together, wow, that was something different. So please go and subscribe to the channel and all that good stuff, and look out for it, because I think people will be pleasantly surprised. Wow, where to move to next? Dan, again, I'm going to start this conversation with you, but I hope everyone else will jump in. Let's go a bit more science-based. And I know, Lou, you might be in the right mindset. You've been on that science journey tonight a little bit. I'd like to talk about DNA and DNA containers. Dan, can you kind of talk about that with us?
Oh, wow.
Throw that out there.
Yeah, just those keywords. Yeah, DNA is something that we're only kind of just starting to understand. And when people talk to me about DNA containers with messages, I think back to how, you know, we have comets that kind of, or meteors, I should say, that get dispersed throughout the solar system that can carry those genetic codes to other places. So I wonder, you know, when we have conversations around hybrids, people think of those, you know, almost mad scientist aliens engineering us. And it's not necessarily that. We can have a conversation about hybrids where just genetic material is shared between different solar systems and different planets. And yeah, that's probably where I would go with that angle. But I'm curious what the guys are going to say. I'll pass it to Sean.
You know, we have such a diversity of life here. Life is everywhere we look here. But if taken on a binary life or no life scale, we're still single point of evidence for life existing. I think the environment here probably, if the physics we observe to the edges of our observable universe appear to be the same physics that we have come to understand at this point, I think it's relatively logical for us to expand out that what has happened here has happened elsewhere. A question that really interests me is I think that everywhere we look, we can find patterns. We find patterns repeating, and we find patterns repeating in non-local areas. It makes me wonder if something like DNA is ubiquitous throughout the universe, that if there is a structure of life and the way to carry on species memory and to climb your way up into awareness. But we don't know, and we assume that what we call the phenomenon is a comparable and understandable form of life. And we've made assumptions based on what we've observed, but we don't have the evidence to go back to and to build upon. We're building upon anecdotes and scant data, at least in the public to a great extent, or at least in the community of people that feel that they're witnessing this. They don't have the answers they need. But I think that if we just remove the person or remove the personal ego from it for a minute, we've made some really ridiculous assumptions, in my opinion, about how special and unique and everything else we are. And it's just a tough one for me, because everywhere I look, I see patterns. And so it says to me that if I find an environment similar to this one elsewhere, I will probably find something similar to me. The universe is much older than my culture. My mind is open to a number of possibilities.
Yeah. Lou, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, my background in college was actually microbiology and immunology, and you know, let me talk a little bit about what DNA is: deoxyribonucleic acid, which is really the code, the sequence for life here on this planet. You know, the notion that amino acids can be carried through space and delivered here on this planet is nothing new. There are the building blocks of life everywhere. Methane is a perfect example of that. When you look at some of the moons, even in our own solar system, they are full of the essence, the soup, the primordial soup necessary for life. The notion of transpermia, which is that life may have come from somewhere else to here, and that's part of the way the universe works, is certainly a valid theory. I would suggest to you, and I would say, as far as hybrids are concerned, look, my background in microbiology and immunology, we are a species of hybrids. We've always have been. When you look at when Homo sapiens were mixing with Homo neanderthalis, we have been, in fact, it is genetically harmful for us It's bad for our genetic pool if we don't have that type of diversity. When what makes a healthy society is the fact that we have all sorts of different backgrounds. And most people have a very, very diverse genetic background. And that's good for the species. And it's good for here on this planet. And it's not a far leap to say, well, if it's good for this planet, that might be actually a universal trait. Maybe that is the way life exists and thrives throughout the universe, not just on our planet. And that this hybridization, I know people want to kind of go down the rabbit hole of we're talking about alien hybrids, but let's talk about that for a minute from a very real sense. You have a virus, and I've said this before. A virus isn't really any type of life form. It doesn't even have DNA, and yet it replicates and it protects itself, and it does a lot of things that life forms do. But it uses RNA, and it can inject its own RNA to change the sequencing of DNA in a host to make more viruses, right? So to some degree, there's viruses act a lot like a life form, and some scientists have speculated that maybe they are an alien for life form, and we've just been living some cases symbiotically, in some cases more parasitically, with alien life forms all along. You can't disprove that. There is some interesting evidence to suggest that maybe viruses aren't natural to here to this biome we call Earth. Again, I don't want to go too far in speculation, but there are some scientists who have said that for the record. So I'm not, I just think we need to be careful when we say hybridization. The first thing that comes to people's minds are, aliens coming in and, having, babies with people. I won't go into detail on how that might or might not work. But let's face it, hybridization is something natural that we see in Mother Nature all the time, and our species is not immune to it. In fact, we thrive upon hybridization. That some could argue that's been the success, the secret sauce, the secret success of our species all along. So, before people start poo-pooing that idea, you better take a good, long, hard look at Mother Nature first to see that she's already doing that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Dan, anything or anyone else want to continue that at all?
I'd love to add a little generalist spin to it, that we talk
Sure.
about here and we talk about what we observe and what this world is, but we forget a simple phrase like everything that is here came from space. Nothing started this is not even a place. This is a corkscrew of a solar system that's traveling in a circle in this area in a local group around a larger supercluster, and it extends downwards toward the quantum level and upwards towards the supergalactic level as to how everything truly does interact with each other. But we act as if we are here and everything else is out there. And no, we are inside everything else with everything else, and we are everything else. With the origins aren't local to this little spot. This little spot didn't exist 10 seconds ago. We're in a new spot, and a new spot, and a new spot.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely right.
I think that when we expand that out, you don't have to stay there all the time. You'll end up just picking lint out of your belly button all day. But you have to expand your viewpoint out that just to realize that there's more to it. So yeah.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. I'm going to stick with science for a little bit, and I'm going to come back to you, Dan, with my bullet point. I've not formulated questions because, let's be honest, I'm not intelligent enough to really do that. But I want to talk about antineutrinos, Dan. I know this is something that you are quite eager to talk about. So give it to us.
Yeah. So recently, Tim McMillan brought up the fact that there was an anti-neutrino study of the planet done in 2015, I think it was, that basically mapped all the occurring instances of anti-neutrinos over the planet, and the areas of interest basically signified reactors and would no doubt pick up any nuclear kind of source, like a nuclear carrier fleet or something like that. But there was also said to be mixed in that if you could look at the granular data, there might be areas of interest in terms of UAP presence as well. And yeah, Vinny was kind of handing off to me so I could form the question and cue you guys up to see if you'd heard any link between antineutrinos, the study of, and whether they signify UAP interest or presence?
Sean, you want to take that?
Yeah, I personally, let me say that in the course of my discussions, we've considered a lot of means of gathering data, whether it's past environmental data, real-time data, or ways to capture more data in the future. And I often generalize that what we're doing is trying to increase our sampling of the electromagnetic spectrum, because everything, including us, is existing somewhere within that area. I've had conversations that surround the tech, but I'm not a physicist. So as far as hearing rumors or things like that, no, I haven't heard rumors. I've heard scientists discuss possibilities of utilizing systems. I don't know how far that may have been socialized outside of my group. I'm sure that there are plenty of people in those realms that may or may not be interested in this as the subject advances into the scientific realm.
I'll jump on that too, just for a quick second here. I'm not familiar with anti-neutrinos. I am familiar a little bit with the notion of neutrinos, and the problem with neutrinos is that, well, first of all, they are super pervasive, but they are also super elusive. For being so prominent, and one of the sources of that is nuclear fusion and the core of our sun. So we're constantly being bathed in neutrinos. The problem is detecting them, and right now it's a matter of technology that we simply don't have the technology required to study them as much as we would like to. Right now, we have to have a neutrino tank buried, thousands and thousands of feet under the Earth's surface in order to just detect it. And basically, in essence, in theory, a neutrino hits this tank. It interacts with a liquid, water in this case, and as a result, it releases a photon of light that can be measured. And in practice, it sounds well. In theory, it sounds easy. In practice, not so much. It's a lot more challenging, and so we may have to wait. I guess, long story short, here, Dan and Vinny, is for the technology to catch up before we could use that type of capability in any way as it relates to UAP. I'm not saying it doesn't work. What I'm simply saying is we may have to wait a few years until we have the technology to apply that in the study of UAP.
Are there any other scientific avenues that may be looking at historical data or research, or trying to figure out a new way of detecting these things? And if so, have you had the conversations? Anybody here? And does that look like something that we could utilize in the future? And as you answer that, I'm just going to check on my daughter, please. My apologies.
What I can say is that we're always looking for signatures. I'm not going to go specifically as to what those signatures might or might not look like, but everything in nature, everything in our reality, perturbs the environment in some way, some small way, sometimes in a big way, and whether that's through acoustic energy or electromagnetic energy or heat or whatever. You anytime you introduce mass or matter into a space, you perturb space-time, even gravity to some degree. There's fluctuations, micro fluctuations in gravity fields. So we are indeed looking at signatures. The question is, which signatures are the best telltale sign of UAP activity? And I'm not convinced we're quite there yet, but I think we're getting close, and we're certainly asking the question.
Sean, any comment on the science aspect of that? I mean, anything?
Well, it's as Lou was saying, and as we were kind of alluding to before, we have to take a full spectrum approach, because we don't have a nomenclature list to look at and say, okay, well UAP produces this kind of telltale signature. We don't have a dedicated list of things to look for. So when we ask about specific things, I would say we want to throw the kitchen sink at it, but we want to do it in a pragmatic sense. The data has to be looked at and it has to matter. So that's all. I think that we're still determining what we're looking at, and so that's going to determine the tools that we utilize to look at it.
Yeah,
I agree.
absolutely. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, really, doesn't it? I've got a few questions that I've been bombarded with, let's say. And Sean, given the fact that we've not really heard too much from you, I've had so many people asking what's going on with Skyfort, where have they been, where are they at, what's happening. So I kind of had to ask, really.
It's pretty simple. Skyfort exists, first of all, to get the job done. And the charter that we gave ourselves was to connect like-minded people, professionals in academia, in government, in the military, and in the private sector to talk about this subject, to socialize the important and pragmatic data points, and to just create a comfort zone for rational discussion. We're not so concerned about enriching ourselves, advertising, becoming big names, or anything like that. And that confuses some people. We just don't have time for that kind of thing. I think, as you guys know, that when you get involved in, and I've demonized monetization before, I'm not going to do that right now, but you know that if what you're doing has to keep your lights on, it becomes a different kind of job, and you approach it differently. I'm a pensioner. I chose to do this for now on my pension because it helped me keep my ethical set together. It helped me keep my morals centered to this. And I didn't need anything out of this other than to try to make things easier for other people where it had been hard for me. So it's so when so that sounds like I'm dancing around the answer, but I'm not. We talk to people, and a lot of times, I won't take credit for any edifice or things that have passed or anything like that. But did we have a hand in it? We certainly did, because we spent countless hours talking to people and saying, listen, I know that you don't think this is real. I know that you've been filled with a lot of nonsense. Here's where I was. Here's what happened. Here's the data. Here's some videos. And here's some more people you should talk to. And in a lot of ways, for people that work in government or military or science, having the bona fides of having been in for 20 years, having been a recognized person that was at an incident that has already been socialized in the public that they can see, it makes it safe for them to approach this subject. And once they've approached the subject, a lot of these folks, I never speak to them again. I'm not going to name drop, but I talked to Eric Weinstein about a year ago, and I'm not any elusive person that he may have spoken about. I'm just another guy he talked to on the phone. But I was part of the process of going, thanks for taking my call. Yes, I'm not kidding. This is real. You don't have to believe me. Just please look at this data and decide for yourself. And that's the chance that so many of us have been asking for so long with what we call leadership or the media or government, that we're finally there. These people who are institutional leaders are taking this seriously.
Do you think that should also spread to cultural figures as well? Is that something that's come up?
Absolutely. It's while people turn to folks like Lue and I for answers so often, or for our personal conclusions, and I know that Lue and I both try really hard to withhold some of those, because I don't want my conclusions to inform another person, because my conclusions change all the time based on the data. However, it's pretty clear to almost any of us who spend a few minutes really thinking about this that we need our spiritual leaders, we need our thought leaders, we need those of who are in the consciousness sciences. They all need to get involved, because although we don't understand these finer aspects that may or may not involve personal consciousness or group consciousness, the people who understand those realms the best are the ones that should be taking over this subject. I'm a generalist. I don't belong in the laboratory. I'm a communicator and an interlocutor. But we need the experts, those who own the study, to take their portion of UAP and own that as well, and then return the data back to all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that's really been hitting my inbox this week as well, and it has been spoken about, I think I've spoken to Lou about it before, is how do we engage people, whether it be friends, family members, work colleagues? How do we engage them on this subject when they've really never heard about it or talked about it other than seeing it on a sci-fi movie or a documentary? You know, people are still so desperate to engage with their friends and family just to kind of say, please talk about it. Talk to me about my interest. Can we just go over that again in a way? Like how do people take that first step in your opinions?
I'm gonna probably tick some people off, and I'm gonna say first, you have to ask yourself if you're validation seeking.
Right.
And we're human beings. We need that. We need that validation. But how much of that is the need to communicate your story? It's understandable. But people who have not had those experiences that are so out of the realm of normalcy that I won't fish for psychological terms. There's a wall that drops down. And a lot of times because that person loves us or cares about us or has a relationship, we get a lot of grace from them, and they tune us out just like we're telling them about a television show that they don't care about, because that's as deep as they can get with it. They haven't wrapped their head around some of the implications of the reality of this. And so we have to be gracious when it comes to our family members that seem like they don't care about something that is so important to us that it's tearing the heart out of us. It's keeping us up at night. It focuses our interests. But at the same time, you can't fall into the confirmation bias bubble of just finding the people who think what you think and staying there. So it's tough. Um, that's why I say it's so personal. I have the same challenges with my family. Some of my family was here recently, and they were the ones asking the questions, but it seemed like every time the answer started, the glaze came over. And when we were done, it was just, okay, well, what's for dinner? There was no follow-on conversation. So it's very confusing. It's tough. You have to approach it with grace.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan, do you have anything to add on that? Because sorry, Dan, before you jump in, I know you've had experiences in the past. Do you feel that that's helped you talk about it, saying, look, I've seen something or done, experienced this? Because a lot of people haven't, and they're just genuinely interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a different quality to the discussion when you've had an experience with something anomalous. Um, you've got a personal stake in it, I guess, when that happens, because when people dismiss it, it makes you feel like you're crazy when you're grappling with reality, maybe not being as fixed as the world has told you growing up, and that can be real scary. So I really appreciate the moments like this, and Luca and Sean and yourself as well, Vinny, just
Thank you.
talking in the community and providing the space where you can share those experiences without being laughed out of the room. It really helps you kind of drill down and just process properly and integrate those feelings, as opposed to just putting them in some dark closet and carrying on with your 9 to 5, and over the long term creating yourself some real trauma, I guess.
If I can
Yeah.
jump on too real quick, I agree with you, Dan. We're talking about a topic that challenges people from depending on how you were raised in your culture, slightly different. I mean, there are real theological considerations, there's sociological considerations, there's philosophical considerations, and there's psychological considerations. And each person is going to react slightly different to this topic. And what I would do is when you have a conversation, have it in a way where you say, look, this conversation doesn't have to conflict with whatever preconceived notions you already have or the value system that you already have in place, or what you think about the notion of God or a creator or anything else. It doesn't have to be a direct assault or an affront on the preconceived narrative you already have. Look at it as just additional information to help inform you of what's around you. It's very much like, and I keep going back to this, when Galileo proposed using some of the principles of Copernicus that the sun, the Earth was not the center of the solar system. That rocked the boat, right? There are people that refuse to even look through the very telescope that he was trying to prove the point. At the end of the day, it didn't, it was perceived to have challenged the church at the time, but now we look back and we say, well, that's nonsensical. All it does is show you the grandeur and beauty of the universe for what it really is, right? If anything, it expands your appreciation of potentially a higher creator, the notion of one. And I guess what I would do is say, look, when you have a conversation about UAPs, it doesn't have to conflict or contradict people's narratives that they already have in their brain. If hopefully, if it's done properly, it can help them augment and assimilate new data, new information, and help build upon whatever narrative that they're building for themselves. Again, I don't think it has to be a destructive force. I think it can be a constructive force if handled properly.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. One thing again, another thing that has been filling my inbox is what's happening in the government, in the Congress, DoD, Pentagon. Who's looking at the subject right now? Is it still the UAP task force? Have we moved on to AOI MSG, or have the new office, has it been implemented and is working? Where are we at? I think people are just a bit like in the dark.
I suspect that's a question for me.
I guess so. I mean, I didn't want to pinpoint it, but please.
I can't speak on behalf of the government, but what I can say is that I think we're in a period of transition in a good way. You are now, as I've mentioned before, how we're shifting into gears. For the last 4 years, we have these little milestones that we hit and then we shift into the gear. Well, I think you're seeing that with the government. I think you see the government finally shifting into first gear on this, and the car moving out of neutral and beginning to gain some momentum and some energy and some steam. You have some discussion that will at some point potentially dissolve the UAP task force. Maybe it decides to come back in a different fashion. You have a governance board or an oversight committee at the USDI. You have the services to include the Navy and the Army and the Air Force to some degree, not as much as we would like, coming to the table and having conversations. You have the discussion of key individuals who will actually be running this, and to my relief and delight, it's no longer the individuals who were stonewalling this topic to begin with. That was my fear initially when USDI, my old office, was given charge to this. But I think cooler heads prevailed, and I think people realize that we need fresh blood in there to look at this topic if we're gonna get ahead of it and really try to figure it out. We have members of Congress that are being informed on a regular and routine basis, and their staff who are doing, by the way, incredible work behind the scenes. Like I've never seen it work. I've never seen it. I hate to say functional, but I haven't. You have, true bipartisan support. You have people on opposite end of the aisles who probably wouldn't even look at each other under normal circumstances, co-sponsoring law on a topic of one that involves UFOs of all things, right? So it's working, and these are big time politicians like Gillibrand and Marco Rubio and Congressman Tim Burchett and Gallegos and there's a laundry list. And by the way, that coalition's growing, and so it's going to make it increasingly difficult if anybody wants to try to push the if you will, the proverbial genie back in the bottle. I don't see how that can happen at this point. I think we can. The only direction we can move now is forward. I don't see this ever getting back into the bottle. I think we have reached disclosure that people were looking for, and I think now we're shifting into something new, which is understanding. So we've disclosed the reality; they're real. We don't know what they are yet. Now we are shifting into a new paradigm and a new era where we now have accepted the reality of these things. Now we just need to figure out collectively what we want to do about it.
That's encouraging. Thank you. Now, I believe, if I'm right, there should be some classified briefings happening within the Congress in the next month or two. And I think last summer, preliminary assessment, we heard a few voices from some of these senators, congressmen, and that, not saying too much, but we knew or kind of heard that they'd had these briefings. And do you expect us to hear little tidbits again, not of information about UAP, but that yes, these classified briefings are had and
Yeah,
come out into the news and the media?
Yeah, there has been some really historic things happening behind the scenes. and Congress owes it to their constituents to be transparent and provide the information that, frankly, the people deserve. And Congress is committed to that. For every voice you hear vocally out about this topic in Congress, there's 5 more in the shadows that have had their own, believe it or not, UAP encounter, but they're just not ready to go public with it yet. They pulled me aside and said, "Look, you're not going to believe this, but I had my own encounter." I said, "Well, actually, yeah, you'd be surprised. I do, because I hear this a lot. And they said, listen, I don't want to go public with this, but it was pretty extraordinary." So, we're getting there every day, closer and closer and closer. And again, I think we need to stop looking at, at this point, well, when are we going to have disclosure? You've had it. It's there. It's now law. It's that we are past the Rubicon on that. So if you're looking for it, then you're wasting your time, because we've already had that. We are now at a point where our government, our senior elected officials, our senior intelligence officials, our senior defense officials have all acknowledged the reality. It's real. Okay, so now let's move on. Where do we go from here? And that is in large part because of the work that you, Vinny, and Dan, and your wonderful audience have done about this topic. I mean, you guys mobilized a virtual army to write letters to their representatives and in your country to your ministers of parliament. That's historic. I mean, people are now listening. They're paying attention. They're saying, "Hey, there's something to see here, folks. This is serious." And that only happened because of folks like you and your audience. Sean and I are only 2 people. We can only do so much. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it takes an army or a village, depending how you look at it. And we've achieved that collectively. And how wonderful it is that we can all sit here and talk together and have this conversation. My only regret is that we could every member of your audience couldn't have one of these screens, and we could all see everybody. Wouldn't that be great? And we could all have this conversation together. Maybe we'll have the technology soon to do that, but I would love nothing more. I mean, can you imagine have everybody right now in your audience on a screen like this, for all of us to just interact and talk, right? I mean, that's magic, man. That's how we win.
Part of me wonders if kind of, the age we're in now is this age of communication where we're all connected no matter where we are on the planet, some better than others, but we're all talking. And people always ask, why now? Why is this happening now? And I wonder if that isn't part of it, that we're all actually starting to properly connect and talk to each other.
Dan,
so.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. No, go, please.
Dan, you and I dip into the esoteric side of meditation and consciousness a lot. And I was thinking about this the other day, because the question of why now frustrates the hell out of me every time I hear it. Especially when someone tries to apply it to my own life. They're like, "Why are you doing that now?" Half the time, I don't know, because I'm doing it now. And I think that's the answer. It's because when is it? It is now. It's always now. So the fact that you have noticed something is occurring, if you weren't part of the planning or you didn't have heads up on it, it's a surprise. Well, that's why, because you didn't know. That's why, none of these things happened overnight. Kind of like as the folks in the government find out it's real, as we've established that as Lou said, that disclosure has happened. But all these people are going, "But I haven't heard it yet." Well, the world doesn't revolve around what's been announced to you in your feed. It trucks along without the rest of us. So a tipping point has been reached, but perhaps the tipping point that pop UFOs expected and wanted hasn't been reached yet. But that's not necessarily the thing we were ever aiming for. We're aiming for ground state truth that we can share and socialize and solve. So
absolutely correct, Sean. Absolutely couldn't say it better myself. I think most people have in their head what disclosure means. The problem is that's not really what it means. That's their idea of what disclosure means, right? Disclosure simply means the acknowledgement of a fact, and that's where we are. So it may not be exactly the flavor that a lot of people were expecting, but for me, it's I think it's a damn fine start. I think we have received more in the last 4 years in the way of momentum and support than we have in the last 75 years. And there's a level of dignity and respect now to this topic that wasn't there before. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, there was really good researchers." And again, I know there were good researchers, but it didn't lead to anything. It led to an echo chamber where people could have a conversation among themselves, but it didn't do anything. We weren't able to get government off its ass and do something, and get the military, and get the intelligence community, and get the scientific community, and get the academic community, and get the, you see where I'm going with this, right? So a lot has happened in the last 4 years, and anybody who doesn't acknowledge it, well, you know, you continue living in la la land if you want, but you know, we're going to continue doing what we're doing, and the momentum is building every day, more and more and more and more, and more data is coming out, and more incidents are being reported. And by the way, I've said this before, people look at the NIMITs, well, we haven't heard anything since the Roosevelt. Well, you haven't been listening very well, because these things are happening every week now. I mean, like every week things are happening. It's a pretty big deal, and the government is now, you know, taking this very, very seriously.
Yep.
Indeed, indeed. Gentlemen, listen, I'm going to close it out soon, but before, I'm going to go around and ask each one of you, what's next? So Dan, let's start with you. What's next for Dan Zetterstrom?
It's a very good question. I've got coming up my own podcast show where we're going to kind of be running off into the forest a little bit and just kind of delving into a little bit of the more esoteric subjects that this one touches against. When that'll launch, I don't know. It was meant to be January, but then Colombia happened, and life just gets crazy. But it'll launch when it's ready to launch, I guess, when it kind of hits my quality bar. Look to that UFO podcast for any of my other stuff. I'm sure you'll see me produce a lot of art to do with the Colombia trip. And a lot is already pouring out of me. So yeah, just keep an eye. Eventually, Vinny and I will do a show as well where we just go over a lot of footage that we took in Colombia, kind of a behind the scenes of the documentary, if you will. I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Oh yes, it will indeed. We made sure that with all the focus on the documentary series being made, filmed, and the research and investigation and everything, me and Dan were there with our phones. We wanted to do something for everyone, like Dan said, so we could sit here and just show behind the scenes and the beauty and the people and the experience. So look out for something very soon on that, everybody. So Sean, let's move on to you. What is next for Sean Cahill?
Well, in a lot of ways, this may sound presumptuous to some people, but in a lot of ways, there's a tiny little mission accomplished banner hanging in Skyfort's mental offices. What we set out to do has occurred here in the United States. Now, to us, it's important. You guys know this because you're deeply involved with it. We want to export that ideal across the pond into the Great White North and anywhere else that's receptive to it. Because as you guys know, it's about communication, it's about authenticity, it's about being additive, using the data, and trying to create pathways of understanding. We haven't tried to corner the market on anything. We're not asking for spotlight or for money or anything like that. And you guys understand that worked for us, and we want to help not export that ideal. I don't want to put any of those silly phrases on it or anything like that, but we want to give all of our best practices to you guys, and then in as much of a legal way that we can, help advise or give advice as it's solicited. That's what's important to me, is to keep this ball rolling, because it doesn't just exist within the microcosm of the United States, and it doesn't just exist in the West or in the Northern Hemisphere. This is something that's going to have to eventually reach all of humanity, and it's decisions we're going to have to make together. We're just going to keep repeating the same mistakes. So that's what's next for me. The journey never ends. Tiny little banner of mission accomplishment. Now it's time to try to carve off a bigger mission.
Beautifully said. Thank you. Lou, what's next?
Well, hopefully Mexican food and a big margarita tonight. If I'm lucky, that's what I'd like to do. That's what is an immediate radar. But I suppose you're not asking that.
Well, no. Do you know what? You don't have to say anything. And I will reiterate this, because I've said it to a lot of people today. This wasn't an interview where Lou is put in the chair and asked questions, give us information. I wanted this to be a conversation between friends. So if the next thing you do is simply that's what's happening. It's all good.
You know what? There's two things. One, expect that we are going to be shifting into high gear here. We're going to if you think we've made a splash so far, you ain't seen nothing yet. There's going to be some announcements this year, I think, that are going to hopefully resonate. I will tell you that I'm going to steal a little saying here that Sean has told to me over and over again, and I'm going to steal it because I really like it. We are going to transform the notion of men in black. We want to be the men in Technicolor, completely transparent, and let everybody see everything that we're doing. Nothing's hidden in the shadows. We think transparency and sunlight is the best antiseptic to anything, especially a topic that's been kept in the shadows for over 75 years. So expect us to take that and try to dismantle any type of over secrecy on this topic. Now, let me caveat over secrecy. Okay, there's going to be portions of this topic that are still going to remain classified, and that's just, we got to get over it. That's just the reality of things. But the vast majority of it doesn't have to be, and that's what we want to do. We want to bring light to this topic, and there's other means and mechanisms that we can do. And I think some of those are going to start to become very apparent here within the following months and this year. I think people will look back and say, "Oh, that's what Lue and Sean meant." We've stopped just long enough to pat each other on the back, and we're still moving forward. We're not resting on our laurels. We're not sitting down and relaxing and looking at our achievements or accomplishments because we're too focused on the next hill we have to take. So I think that's what you can expect, other than the Mexican food and the margarita.
Yes, excellent. Now, before you go, if you don't mind, I just want to read through the people. I've tried to make a list of everybody that donated. I'm literally want to read their names out for donating to this cause so that we can all thank them. So, Paranormal Pixie Lara, Zed Prep, DJ San Marco, Lee Kim 39, William Calamari, Witness Citizen, David Pierce, Ellie Cahill, Tokyo Driftstar, Nando, Eve Clancy, Angel Star Rising, Linda Thompson, Teresa Bournes, Mel Taylor, Shelley Montgomery, Paul Vidal, A Spring Inside, Noah Campbell, Kay Kira, Linda Thompson, The Unidentified Celebrity Review, Carbine's Right, Obi Flet, and Zed Prep again. Thank you all so much. Every single one of you donated without having a question regarding UAP. You donated purely for the
Major
passion
thanks, guys. Great job. Thank you for everyone, all your listeners out there, and especially the ones that donated for this cause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A lot of those names I recognize. I try to say hi wherever I can. To Linda and company. Thank you. It means a lot. You are helping shape and improve the lives of people out there. And thank you for, to some small degree, restoring my faith in my fellow humans. Because together we can. There's no stopping what we can achieve. There's no stopping what we can do together. So, and Vinny and Dan, huge major thanks for you guys to put this on. It was very generous of you to donate your super chat to a good cause like this, especially people who really need it right now. And I mean, really need it. And, thank you for what you do. And, Sean, as always, brother, love you, man. See you shortly. So
Talk to you tomorrow. Yeah.
I actually talked to you about 5 minutes.
Well, listen, one thing I will say is to everybody, I will be showing proof of the donation because I know that's going to be the next thing that people ask me for. I will be showing that. So listen, everybody, and everybody that didn't donate, I just want to say thank you for such a great and cordial chat room tonight. We don't seem to have any, I don't know what the word is, but problems, let's say, in the chat. You have all been so awesome. And this is what we want more of. This is a great community, and we will go forward together. So listen, Dan, thank you so much. Sean, thank you so much. And Lou, thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you. And we'll do this again soon, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Take
everybody,
care, guys. Thanks for
I'll
having
see you
us.
all soon. Take care.
Good night, guys.
Hey, Lou, it's great to have you back here on the show. How have you been?
Vinny, it's great to be here, and a big hello to you and your great audience. It's been, it's like that old novel. We laughed, we cried. It's been one hell of a roller coaster, but here we are, right? Here we are, and a lot of things happening, a lot of new updates for you and your audience. A lot of things are going on behind the scenes, and slowly but surely, we're making progress together, all of us. As you know, Vinny, there's no rules. You ask me whatever the heck you want to ask me, and if I can answer it, I will, and if I can't, I won't, and I'll tell you why.
So we've been hearing this term, the program, being bandied about a lot recently, especially since David Grush came forward. But there has been rumors and talk of there being more than one legacy program. Is there any validity to that? And if so, what would the differences be between them?
Yeah, so I mean, the U.S. government has had a long history of UAP programs. People know about Blue Book and ATIP, but they forget about the UAP Task Force and AOIMSG, and now there's Arrow, and before that there were other programs. That is correct, and it is even possible that some of these were running simultaneously because we, even in ATIP, started bumping up against legacy, if you will, issues where there were these pockets of information that existed on UAP within the various agencies. It was like this weird lattice work. Think of a cobweb, but rather than have a nice orderly cobweb, it was kind of like a cobweb that was made in space. It's just kind of these random filaments, and we would bump up against them once in a while. And in some cases, they wanted to work with us. In other cases, they absolutely did not want to work with us.
So these programs, these crash retrieval, reverse engineering programs, would they fall under the Purple Nova moniker?
Yeah, correct. So we referred to them as Purple Nova. It was kind of a term used to describe beyond black projects, and that's what they were. That's what we referred to them as.
Now, in the book, you named the kind of usual suspects when it comes to the aerospace companies, Lockheed Martin, etc. But one name that you did raise that surprised me, and I think a few other people, was Monsanto. So what was it that they were involved in? What did you discover?
Yeah, allegedly, Monsanto historically had some part in the biologics aspect, and also perhaps even in the squelching of people having conversations about the topic, intimidation and whatnot. It is a multinational corporation, and it was suggested several times, well, more than suggested, but I'll say suggested, that they had a historical part of this effort, looking specifically at potentially the biologics aspect of it.
And with Monsanto being a global company, is there a chance that some of this material could have left the United States and been sent overseas?
Sure. I mean, look, it happens all the time, right? I mean, we have things in place to try to prevent that from ever happening, but it's happened before, and I'm sure it will happen again.
And with the aerospace companies and the hardware that they'd acquired, again, would that have gone overseas at all? Potentially?
You know, it's tough to say. The U.S. government's pretty good at locking things down if they want to. Usually when it comes to actual material science, it's a little more difficult because you actually can lock this stuff away in a safe, right? Whereas biological samples may be cut into a million pieces, a million slices, put into a petri dish. It's not exactly the same.
So when these objects, this material is acquired, would there be like a central kind of facility or storage facility where this gets sent to, kind of before it gets distributed out to the various, I don't know, contractors or military branches or, other people like that?
Yeah, so typically what you do is you take it to your nearest military installation where you can lock it down. Because a military installation isn't like, state and local tribal authorities, where because you're near, let's say, a indigenous Native American reservation, so they have tribal land authorities, or you're not next to a city where you have to worry about local cops and sheriffs. You bring it to a military installation, which is federal property. It's a federal installation, so thereby you are dealing with federal rules. And from the DoD perspective, they own the land, right? They are judge, jury, and executioner. They can do whatever they want on that military installation because it is federal land. So immediately you take this type of stuff to a local installation, military installation, where then you can lock it down and then decide what you want to do with it.
And what about facilities that may be storing this stuff more long term? We've heard about places such as Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, who are alleged to have held on to a lot of this material for decades. Anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few. I mean, you want some place that's close to, if you will, a brain trust, individuals that have certain expertise in science and exploitation and engineering, material scientists as well, and you want really the best and brightest. And so a lot of these military installations are really kind of close to research triangles, and you also want potentially national laboratories involved, right? So there's a few places that fit the bill for that, for sure.
And is the Department of Energy still part of this equation?
They are. So I will tell you, there was an individual, I don't want to say his name. He was a really good human being. He was a very senior person in the Department of Energy. He was a special agent and was also part of their Inspector General IG. And he told me about 5 years ago, and it's a shame because he's dead now, and he allegedly died from COVID. I can't say one way or another if that's true, but he was very concerned because he told me he had uncovered the UAP effort out of Department of Energy. Now, I've never talked about this, so let me be careful how I say this. Yeah, this is not classified. So he revealed to me, he said, "Look, I'm really upset, Lou. They tried to ruin my career over this. DOE has had a long interest in the UAP issue, particularly over some of our facilities, and I'm tired of the cover up." And he said, "Look, the Department of Energy is trying to actively discredit me. I'm very upset by it." Which, by the way, maybe he felt kind of compelled to tell me because I went through a similar experience, right? And Dave Grush and anybody else who dared to step forward, and he was very concerned. His wife is a medical doctor, and I had a chance to speak to her after his death. Uh, it was a shame. He was a really good man, and he wanted to come forward and be one of the whistleblowers. And unfortunately, he passed away in his home. His wife found him there, dead, unfortunately. Now, was it COVID? Yeah, could have been. A lot of people died from it. But it's interesting because there's been some recent issues where folks who are tangentially involved with this topic have had to endure some pretty interesting things lately. And so, coincidence? Yeah, could be, probably. I don't want to be paranoid, but that is a true story. And maybe one day his story will be told. I'd love to be able to tell the world a little bit about this guy. He was a really good person.
So the community obviously wants to hear from and see more whistleblowers come forward. Do you think they're just biding their time due to the fear of kind of pushback and things like that?
Yeah, they want more legislation to protect him. Look, they saw what happened to Dave Grush within 24 hours of him coming out. I laid it out in the book. I tell you, here's exactly what the government's going to do if you step forward. And that's right out of their playbook. And what they do, they went right after Grush. What they do with me, same thing. In fact, I had an IG 3-hour conversation with the Inspector General at DoD, where they told me this is a private and privileged conversation. This will never see the light of day. You can trust us. So I told them what I knew. What did they do? They released the transcript. Right. This was a protected and private conversation. Now, I don't really care because everything I told them was truthful, and I've told everybody else the same thing. But the fact is, they were sending a very clear message to anybody else who wants to have a conversation about this topic. Hey, you can come talk to us, but we're not going to protect your stuff. Even though we're supposed to. Oh, look what we just did. Oops, sorry. So, these are the way people realize that the government says one thing. Part of the government might say one thing, but they don't really mean it. They're not going to protect you. They're not going to go do what they need to do, and people realize that. So this is why we need additional legislation to protect these individuals, so they can come out and have conversations with certain members of Congress who have a need to know, and they can talk to the right people in the executive branch. Because right now, they know they can't. They do not trust. They do not trust their government. That's just the bottom line.
So in the last couple of days, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand was asked about any potential hearings this month in September, and she said, yes, it's in my schedule. And you've been instrumental in kind of helping things move along up on Capitol Hill. So are you aware of this upcoming hearing? And if so, what the focus might be?
No, I'm aware of it. I think it's going to probably be, if I had to guess, a new conversation with the new Aero director. Unfortunately, he hasn't been in the seat long enough to really be spun up on anything. So I don't know. Maybe it's just going to be more pro forma. Will you do this? Will you do that? Will you do this? Yes, 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 and yes. because only being in the seat for a couple weeks, that's really not enough time to give any type of comprehensive briefing on what the organization has learned over the course of several years. It's just not realistic. You got to get people time to get spun up. So I don't know. I suspect it's probably going to be something like that. There's going to be some other testimony too at some point here, and not too distant future, which should be very interesting. Probably very public as well, maybe from some whistleblowers potentially, if I had to guess. So that's moving down the track as well. I think Burchett had kind of indicated that. Representative Tim Burchett indicated that those conversations were ongoing, and they are planning to do something like that.
Well, let's stick with Arrow and the new director, John Kozlowski, because it's been said that he actually worked for the NSA advising the UAP task force on certain equipment.
Yeah, and he's also a known quantity to some of the folks that have been involved historically in the UAP effort. Folks like Jay and myself and a few others know of him, and in some cases know him. So I think there is some cautious optimism that he will do the right thing. Let's face it, the last iteration was a complete debacle. Not even the co-sponsor of that entire organization, which was the director of national intelligence, she wouldn't even endorse the report that they put out. I mean, it was so full of holes and inconsistencies. It was actually really embarrassing for that. It actually pained me to read it, not because it said anything that I was against. It was simply because it was done so poorly. I mean, even basic facts they couldn't get right, and it did more harm than good for Arrow. I mean, as much as it really didn't impact disclosure at all because it was so obviously poorly done. I'm hopeful that won't be the case this time. Hopefully they're going to put some more rigor, and there's not going to be this cognitive bias that we've been seeing the last couple of years with Arrow.
We were always told there was going to be a part 2 to that report as well. Do you think we're still likely to see that?
Not under the former director Kirkpatrick, maybe under somebody else. Look, I would never say anything personally to disparage anybody, because Sean's probably a great guy and a great guy to have as a neighbor and crack a beer with or have a barbecue. But professionally speaking, the track record, it wasn't good. There were things that were said that were blatantly and patently false. Like, oh, we didn't speak to anybody that had firsthand knowledge. That's not true. They did, and I know who they were, including some folks like me. So it's really was very disappointing to see that in writing. This is the same guy who said, "Oh, I was never at a meeting in the Senate about Skinwalker Ranch," and all of a sudden there's a picture of him at the meeting in the Senate about Skinwalker Ranch, right? I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that. So, and again, I'm speaking professionally, not personally. So I want to make sure there's a line there. I'm not personally attacking him. Just like in my capacity when I was the director of National Program Special Management Staff, if I did poorly, then that's free game because you are a public servant and your track record is your track record. So I'm just speaking to my opinion based upon his professional performance, not his personal character. So I just want to make that very clear.
The one thing that Sean Kirkpatrick has said quite a few times now is that he had full access to everything, yet found no evidence of crash retrievals or extraterrestrials in any way, shape, or form.
No, I knew people that were in organizations that actually said they never came to speak to them, or they knocked on the door and said, "Do you have anything UFO related?" And they're like, "Huh?" And they walked away. So that again, that's not accurate. Now, with that said, I also know that he and his family were apparently subject to a lot of intimidation and retribution and threats, which is completely unacceptable. Let me make this perfectly clear. At no time is it ever acceptable to threaten somebody. I don't care what side of the conversation you're on. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care how much you think the other side is damaging disclosure or the opposite. There is no time that is ever, in my opinion, is it appropriate to threaten someone or their family, or to expose them, or dox them, or interfere with their privacy and their right to safety and security. That's unacceptable. Anybody who does that is not on team disclosure. We don't want you. So I just want to make that clear as well, because he was attacked and his family was threatened. And if that's the case, then that's terrible, because I personally know what that feels like, and I would never wish that on anybody.
Well, let me expand upon that a little bit, because, we see a lot of that kind of negativity in the UFO community. We have people on both sides, people who claim to be supporters of you, who, say pretty bad things, and, they are attacking people and, doxing in some occasions, in your name, and the same comes from the other side, and I don't normally go into this kind of thing, but how does that make you feel?
I appreciate vigor and I appreciate people defending me. What I don't want people to do is attacking somebody else on my behalf. That is not acceptable, and I don't agree with that. If you want to defend somebody based upon facts and data, I support that, and that's on both sides. Not just me. Even like I said with Sean Kirkpatrick or anybody else who I may not necessarily agree with. I agree with having good, productive conversations, and but as long as we have decorum, right, within the field. Part of the problem with the UAP community, they're very passionate, and it's not a problem in itself. That's a virtue. The problem becomes when that passion gets translated into either violence or the threat of violence, or a complete loss of decorum. This only works, this conversation, because we can all talk together and we can also agree to disagree. The problem is that there's a lot of people that love drama and they seek it out, and they purposely want to stir it up, whether it's with a certain podcaster or a certain not so reputable outlet that they know loves just BS and drama and will literally make stuff up just because they want to see the result of the drama go, work its way downstream. That's not helpful. And part of the problem is too, some of it's very sophisticated. Look, I'll give you an example. Wikipedia, which is the number one search engine on Google, has been hijacked. Look, we've got the documents. There are organizations out there that are self-proclaimed skeptics. And by the way, if you ask me, a true believer and a skeptic are no different. They're just on opposite ends of the spectrum. But both of them, no matter what information you present, they will never change their narrative. So skeptics are just as bad as the true believers. The ones that they scream at saying, "Oh, you guys are a bunch of dummies." Don't look now, but so are they. And so when they go in and they hijack someone's wiki page and they put a bunch of stuff in there that say they're fake or biased or leaning, I've been called a conspiracy theorist. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I actually went to school to study science and medicine, right? Unlike the editors there who don't have any type of science degree. I was a federal agent. I was a special agent in counterintelligence, where I was just looking at data and the facts, right? So for these people to say that, or let's say something like, "Oh, Lue is anti-Semitic." I was raised Jew. What are you talking about? I went to temple, for God's sakes, and have a yarmulke. These are people that say things out of context that have no idea what they're talking about, but they get the power behind the keyboard. They put something in there and they let it float. And unfortunately, the masses, the majority of people, aren't aware of it or care enough to say, "That's wrong. We need to hold you accountable. That's slander." And I'm saying this not because of just me. That's just one example. They do it to other folks like Gary Nolan and Chris Mellon. And if they do not agree with your narrative, watch out. And they're going to lock it down. And by the way, Wiki allows them to do that. And they're getting paid as a nonprofit organization to do this, right? So now not only are they doing it because they feel that it's important, but they're actually getting paid to do it. There's an influence. Someone is influencing them to do that and paying for that and supporting that, right? And when you start looking at where some of this money comes from, some of it's coming from overseas. That's a big deal. Wait a minute. Are we talking now potential foreign influence in U.S. media and freedom of the press potentially? So anyways, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but these are the things that the community, if they really are angry, focus their time and attention on that instead of beating each other up and instead of picking Team Lue or Team this or Team that. Look, we're all one team. We're all under the same flag. That's truth and accountability and disclosure, right? America can handle the truth. The world can handle the truth. And the world deserves the truth. Let's stick with that. Let's keep pushing forward. And rather than backbiting ourselves constantly and, I want more attention. No, I want more attention. No, I want more attention. Let's focus on disclosure, guys and gals. This is important to all of us. Let's not let our own egos ruin the one opportunity we have to actually get disclosure and transparency. Can we just set aside that our differences for just a little bit and try to look at the real roadblocks to disclosure? That's where I think we need to apply our emphasis. And look, I'll be the first one to tell you, I hate it when people come out there and accuse me of all sorts of BS. That's, Lue's under SEC investigation. No, I'm not. Lue's being sued. No, I'm not. All these dumb things people will just invent to see how far it goes. Let's take that energy and focus it on something that's actually important and that can make a difference. That would be my recommendation.
Now, let me ask you about the alleged unreleased extra 4 minutes of the gimbal video. So many people kind of messaged me or asked questions on social media about this. Have you seen it, Lue? Has Congress seen it? What does it show exactly?
So, because I don't have approval to talk specifically about the gimbal, other than what has been actually shown, let me just say this that might help people. If that's the video you're hanging your hat on, don't do it, because there are videos that the government have that are truly in ultra HD 4K. That's as clear as a bell. People say, well, why are we only seeing the fuzzy stuff? Because that's the only videos that the government's comfortable releasing to you. That's why. It's not why we don't have the other stuff. We've got really good stuff. The problem is it's really classified. And why is that? Because maybe the location we were at, maybe the type of capability we're using, maybe the fidelity of the information that we have, right? Maybe there's a whole lot of reasons why you want to keep that safe and secure and out of the hands of your adversary. Now, are there ways to maybe strip the metadata to mask certain things? And yes, there are. And this is why you see people like Chris Mellon and myself really pushing hard to try to get the release of these videos, have them scrubbed to the point where the government's happy and comfortable with it. Say, look, there's no sources and methods here. We're not revealing anything, any type of secret capability. Now that we've got this naked video, can we put it out there for the world to see, so they can see just some of the stuff that we have? That's what we're trying to do also, and this is why it's important for Congress to be part of this conversation, because they can write law that forces it. Look, we've already crossed a mountain. We already have it by law that organizations now have to send their UAP information, their historical UAP information, to the National Archives, right? Think about that. Now there's a single repository. Instead of it being in all these different organizations and agencies, it's now one place, baby. You got one belly button. And if you've got a need to know and a security clearance, you can go there and get that information yourself, right? You just can't release it. But now there are researchers in the government and people in the aerospace corporations and people in the Department of Defense and people in national security and the intelligence community that now can actually go to the National Archives and start doing some historical analysis going all the way back to the 1950s. And so I think that's a really big achievement that I think people underestimate just how important of a step that really is, because that's been part of the problem all along. We've had these disparate efforts within different organizations, whether it's DOE or CIA or DoD or anywhere else, U.S. Air Force. And it was kind of like pre-9/11 days, right? You had all these pockets of information, but nobody was sharing that information. And what happened? Well, 9/11 happened, right? 9/11 happened because we weren't sharing information good enough inside our own government. So this is now kind of the same thing where historically the UAP effort has been managed the same way. Now we're at a point where all that's going to be, if you will, coalescing in one central facility, right? And that's monumental. I mean, that's half the battle right there, to be honest with you, in my opinion.
I think the worry with that, though, is how is it policed? Where's the oversight? What is stopping someone like the Air Force just saying, nothing to see here? The same old story, really.
Right. So now you need a stick, right? You have a carrot to incentivize, which is usually money and budget. And now you have to have a stick. And that stick is, okay, if you don't do this, you're fired. How about that? If you don't do this, we'll hold you criminally liable. How about that? So either that or you need to resign, and you need to resign like now. Otherwise, we're going to, you better do your job you're supposed to do, or we're going to find someone who can.
Now, Lue, you've done, quite a few podcasts in the last few weeks since the book Imminent was released, which have been great. But in one of them, you asked about intent And I think your reply was that that hasn't come out yet. Now, does that imply that there is some knowledge about the intent? And if so, are we likely to kind of hear about that at some point in the future?
Yeah, great question, Vinny. There's a lot of options. There are some people who feel very strongly that we already know their intent. I personally am not convinced of that. It doesn't mean I'm right. I could be wrong, right? I mean, I've only got involved in this program really since 2009-ish timeframe. There's a whole history going back decades. Is it possible that other organizations have better insight, more insight than we did? Absolutely. I sure hope that's the case. Actually, I hope that's what the case is. I can't guarantee it. I don't know, and I personally didn't come across it other than the anecdotes that hey, there've been actually agreements and this and that. Well, that sounds great, but until I see the document in front of me myself and I can hold it and touch it and smell it and read it, I can't comment on that because I simply don't know. Right? I want to make sure that I'm always very careful on the things that I do know is because of it's firsthand, and then the things that I'll speculate based upon that firsthand information. And then there's areas that I simply have no clue, and this is one of those areas. I do not know the intent. I have not had a convincing argument yet from anybody inside the government that leads me to believe that we know for sure what their intent is. Look, we don't even know the intent of our own fellow man, right? And men and women out there. How many people get catfished? We all have gone on a date with someone. Oh, I love them. I was just watching a show with my wife the other day on Lacey Peterson, and everybody thought this guy was a great guy until it turned out he wasn't a great guy, right? So you have to be careful with intent with human beings because a lot of times, we don't know someone's intent, and that's problematic. And so now you want to try to superimpose that, as difficult it is with humans, and now do that with NHI. On what basis are you able to confidently predict their intent? Is it because you heard something, you saw something? Because please tell me, because I sure would love to know. I'm not convinced we have a full comprehensive understanding of intent.
Yeah, I think we sometimes too often anthropomorphize these beings and kind of put our thoughts and feelings and values onto them. One thing that always kind of rubs me the wrong way to a degree is when people say if they were a threat, they would have destroyed us by now or done something by now. Whereas to me, how do we know that they even perceive time as we do? How do we know they're not just biding their time? Do you know what I mean? This is kind of how I think about these things. It's not one or the other. But we just don't know. So we have to look at every possibility.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Correct. I mean, our time scale is, the last 60 years. Well, that could be, a day and a half. It's relative, right? Depending. We know that some of our adversaries have 20, 30-year strategic plans. We don't. In our country, we pretty much have 4-year strategic plans because we have a new president or a new administration every 4, if not every 4, certainly every 8 years, and priorities change. But there are countries out there that have 20, 30, 40-year strategic plans because they have continuity and they can do it, and they do it. So it's something to recognize that just because we haven't seen any clear sign of intent or what they want to do doesn't mean that there isn't any. Doesn't mean that they don't have a plan and that are executing that plan.
And I think nobody genuinely knows the actual intent, whether they're good, bad. So I always imagine that with good comes bad, light and dark, yin and yang. I mean, is that a reasonable way to look at it?
Yeah, I even go more simple than that. There's love and there's fear, and mostly most things that are done for good are done out of love, and those things that are done bad are usually somehow, when you get down to the very end, it's related to fear somehow. I think. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know how else to expand upon that. We talk about good and bad, yin and yang, opposites, light and dark. I think from an emotional perspective, I think the two motivations are love and fear. Out of fear, a lot of bad things are done, and out of love, a lot of good things are done. Hopefully, we as Lincoln likes to say, right, listen to our better angels if we're smart.
And a lot of these interactions with a non-human intelligence have actually come from experiencers and in some cases abductees. And the focus the focus in the UFO subject for the past few years has been heavily focused on the government side of things. So is there a way that we can bring the experiences and the people that have had these interactions with this intelligence back into the conversation and into the forefront? Let them have their say and not feel like they're just taking a back seat.
Yeah, we need to, but everything has to be done in sequence, right? A lot of people are just now coming to terms with the notion and the idea about UAP. You know, you don't you don't eat a 7-course meal all in one bite. What happens? You choke, right? And then you don't get to eat any of it. So we need to do things incrementally. Now, we have already started discussing the biological effects of UAP on human beings and on military personnel and intelligence officials. We've actually now started seeing where individuals are on full medical compensation, 100% disability by the U.S. government because of involvement with a UAP encounter. So it's happening, right? But it's got to be a little more gradual. I know people are chomping at the bit and say, well, I want to be represented. You are being represented, I promise you. But we have to do this gradually, right? It's like a conversation. Look, I don't want to be crude, but let me kind of give you an example as a father to deal with this, right? There comes a time when you have kids and you got to talk to them about sex, right? It's awkward, it's uncomfortable, but if you don't, they're gonna learn it from the internet, right, or their friends, which is the last thing you want to do. So it's like having a conversation like that with with your kid. You have to be sensitive. You've got to be careful on how you have that conversation, and hopefully it's a healthy, productive conversation. Same thing with this topic. This is a lot for people to swallow, man. This is a lot. And by the way, there's still people that will say, look, if you're an experiencer, that's not a good thing, right? Because from a law enforcement perspective, one could look and say, okay, well, let's see, someone take you away against your will, that's kidnapping. Somebody's touching you without your permission, no, that's a felony offense. That's called assault, right? So we can start racking up the charges here. I think if my daughter was taken somewhere against her will, I wouldn't be very happy about that, right? So this is part of that conversation that will necessarily lead to and then you've got people that are having trouble themselves dealing with this. Look, I being in combat myself and seeing the ravages of war, that's hard for people to process, right? There's a PTSD aspect to a lot of those experiences, and people who claim to have been abducted or had some sort of up close personal contact with UAP, some of those folks are psychologically traumatized, right? And so this isn't a topic where we go and we just make fun of people and say, oh, you've been probed, dude, and ha ha ha, and tinfoil hats. That's probably not the best way to approach folks like that. And that's what's been happening for the last 70 years. So on top of talking about the topic, we have to recalibrate in how we have the conversation. Because if there is validity to it, then we've got a whole bunch of other issues we're going to have to deal with. It's not just nuts and bolts UAP. Now we're talking about, hey, look, in some cases, you start kidnapping people, that's an act of war. I mean, literally. So let's be careful how we approach this conversation, right? We need to be very, very careful. It needs to be all based in scientific evidence. We need to make sure that there's protections for people who feel that they may have had an encounter or have been abducted, right? Again, the term abduction, I think, is relative because some people say, well, I wasn't abducted. I went because I was my own free will. Okay, well, then maybe that's not an abduction. But somebody who's laying in bed who claims that someone came in and grabbed them and snatched and grabbed, put them on a table, starts touching them, that's an abduction. That's legally in legal terms. So we need to approach this topic, carefully and I think responsibly.
Yeah, completely agree. Now, one thing that I found really interesting in the book was a bit where you talked about people with remote viewing abilities, people that had UAP encounters and biological effects had actually been tested and found that they had Native American DNA. So could you expand upon that a bit for us, please?
Yeah, some research was done by trained medical practitioners and geneticists and microbiologists who found this commonality, that a lot of individuals who are prone to remote viewing seem to have a large amount of indigenous American blood in them. Now, if you talk to indigenous peoples, like where I live near the Crow Nation and other peoples, this topic is matter of fact for them. This isn't, we like to look at things as paranormal. To them, this is parafact. This is part of the way they were raised, and they have an interaction with UAP going back thousands of years in some cases, Aboriginal people. So only we have this stigma associated with it. And is it possible that, for example, remote viewing, which I believe personally is based in something in quantum physics? I don't think it's mumbo jumbo. I think it's actually very common. I think most people can actually do it and not even realize it. I suspect it's probably something vestigial, meaning it's nothing new. It's old, probably like our appendix that we relied upon in order to survive in nature and ascertain before we had the ability to communicate on a global scale on relatively almost now a global language, right? Because AI can translate for you instantaneously. We had to rely on other skills to survive, to make sure that whoever I'm talking to over there doesn't kill me, doesn't take my food, doesn't hurt my family. And so it's possible that remote viewing is really just some ancient, call it a sixth sense, but really it's probably just nonverbal communication that today animals, even today, can still use, like dogs when they walk into a room and they see each other. A lot of times I explain to people, they're like, what's it like to remote view? I'm like, well, you ever been in a hotel and say, you know what, I feel like calling my friend out of the blue, and all of a sudden, oh my gosh, I was just thinking of you, right? Perfect example of what remote viewing might be part of, right? Is this a lot of scientists now are speculating that human consciousness, what makes me and you is really a quantum process occurring in our brains. And if that's the case, we know in the quantum world, time and space can get a little fuzzy, right? As Einstein said, spooky action at a distance. Things start to happen at the very small scales of reality that don't make sense and shouldn't happen, but they do. And in fact, that seems to be the rule book, and that there's this range of probability versus an exact spot, an exact location in space time. It breaks down. And maybe that's where remote viewing, that's really the core of where remote viewing comes from. May not be uncommon at all.
So are you aware if the government still has an active remote viewing program?
I can't talk about that, unfortunately. I'm not allowed to discuss what the government may or may not be doing right now regarding. I can tell you that Stargate was shut down. And before that, it was Grill Flame and a few others. But what the government may be doing now, I'm not at liberty to discuss.
Now, recently on Joe Rogan's podcast, you revealed this incident involving a very large object passing an oil derrick. And in the past, you've also talked about the now infamous 23-minute video. So I guess my question would be, are you able, without revealing sources and methods, to tell us about any other very compelling incidents or cases that have been captured?
I don't know where to start. I mean, there's so many. We had one where this object came within 20 feet, 30 feet of the aircraft. The pilot nearly, let's just say he was very nervous. He threw expletives, but again, there's so many of these videos. There's stuff that's not even video related. There's other intelligence capabilities I can't talk about, but give you even a more compelling picture of the performance characteristics of some of these things. Like, to the point you're like, this can't be real. This can't be happening. And yet there's the data, right? It's like, there it is for all to see.
Let me ask you this then. Has the Tic Tac been seen again since 2004?
I would say best way to answer that would be a undeniable yes.
And that would be whites doing the same kind of things, the same kind of maneuvers seen over water?
Over water. And there's some other ones. We're starting to see the cylinders coming back now. So it's really weird because there seems to be like a cycle to some degree. For one decade, people spot Tic Tacs, and then a decade later, it's more lenticular saucer shape, and then the next day, it's back to the Tic Tacs, right? So it's really interesting. We don't quite yet know what that means. We don't know if it's an inherent function of, again, their intent, right, or is it the fact that we just happen to be looking for certain morphology of craft more often, and so we're seeing those. Don't know yet. I think the jury's still out on that.
Wow. Do you think these videos will ever come out? This information?
I sure hope so. This is why I the book, I put some of those incidents there because I got it cleared by the Pentagon. This is the first time I was even ever allowed to talk about some of these videos. I've mentioned them before, but I've always walked that fine line where if I said too much, I could find myself in a lot of trouble. Now that it's out there in the wild and I've been approved to talk about it, then I can talk about those incidents. I'm not allowed to talk about other ones that I haven't yet received approval to talk about, unfortunately.
What about information, documents wise? Are you aware of any kind of documents that are out there already in the public domain that are often heavily overlooked and people should really kind of be focusing on now to kind of learn more about what's going on?
I mean, sure. Look, I'll tell you. I know it's controversial to say, but there's an individual out there who has a fantastic site. We don't always agree, but he has done an incredible job with Freedom of Information Act, and his name is John Greenwald. He owns the Black Vault. He is a curator of the Black Vault, which is probably the most comprehensive repository of all released UFO information by the U.S. government. That's a big deal because there are some real gems in there that you can, if you know what you're looking for, paint a really compelling picture of what we're dealing with. It's a proverbial gold mine. And so I would encourage anybody, if you're interested to know what documents have been officially released. People say, well, this is just a report. No, look where that report's coming from. Look at the system, right? This is not just report. This is an IIR, an intelligence information report that was put into an intelligence database by an intelligence officer conducting an intelligence investigation, right? That's where you can start looking at this stuff and saying, oh, I see. This is not just some rando, as my daughter likes to call him, that's putting up information. No, this is now, and by the way, the source of this information may have been, I don't know, an intercept of a foreign country's communications, right? So it's not even our own people reporting it; it's another country, and we just happen to, maybe hear about it. So this is really, really compelling stuff, and John has done an incredible job and service, frankly, for everybody, creating that website. It's really amazing. I would tell everybody, for anything, support that because it's really a great resource. He's done a tremendous job with that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely second that. The Black Vault has been such a valuable resource for me personally in the many years before I was doing the podcast and everything. When I was researching, it was almost my go-to for starting off looking into individual cases and that. So yeah, definitely agree. It's vital. Now, Lou, obviously, I've been inundated with questions from the community. I put out posts all across social media asking for people to submit some. So if it's okay with you, we'll get to a few of those now. I'd like to start with a question from Nick Gold on X. And Nick asks, is Lou aware of the existence of any intelligence assessments generated within DoD IG agencies relating to the possibilities for the nature and origin of highly anomalous, apparently technological UAP?
Wow. Let me do a polite pass on that. Great question. I'd have to talk to some people first before I can answer that one way or the other. Great question. Give me okay. Oh, just give me a little time. Let me see if I can get approval from somebody to talk about that.
Next, we have a question from another Nick on X, and he says, what is Lou's most recent experience with the phenomena and or high strangeness, and when did it occur?
Well, I don't know if I would call it high strangeness because at the end of the day, it could be completely coincidental. I just want to make sure that, like, for example, with the green orbs that we saw at our house, those were real, whatever they were. Now, were they UAP related? Maybe not. Is it possible that they were ball lightning or St. Elmo's fire or faulty wiring in the house, and now the air is being ionized and there's a plasma ball? Sure, well, that's possible. But here's what we do know: that it was witnessed not only by myself and my wife and my kids and even our neighbors, but it was also occurring as I got involved into the ATIP program. And when I left the ATIP program, it subsided. And it was also experienced simultaneously with other individuals that were associated with ATIP and OSAP. So I can't speak for them. I think those stories will be coming out at some point. But it was real. The problem is I can't definitively tie it to the UAP phenomenon. I can't. And so I won't, right? It's easy for me to say, oh, they got to be related. But I could be wrong. I think there's a relationship. But to go further than that and say what that relationship is, I haven't a clue, brother. I wouldn't even know where to start. So again, that's why I don't say high strangeness, because I don't know what's considered high strangeness. I don't think remote viewing is high strangeness. I think it's just science. And I think soon we're going to learn more about how it works, and people will just be like, "Oh, okay, got it," and it won't have that weird stigma associated with it.
I've got a question here from an anonymous source saying, other than in a hangar, has Lue ever seen a flying disc in person?
I'll just say yes for now. Let me and just reemphasize. I know this drives people nuts, but I got to do it. I am allowed to talk about whatever's in my book. Anything beyond that, I don't have approval to do that, and I've got to be really careful, because now more than ever, I've got some serious haters. I've got some people who really, really want me to shut up and go away, and they're looking for an excuse for me to step over my bounds. And so I'm being extremely cautious in how I answer certain questions. And not that the questions themselves are sensitive, but they could lead very quickly to a very sensitive conversation.
The next question is from Amy Lou on YouTube, and she says, is the military really trying to shoot them down? If so, do they not worry that they, at one point, might retaliate?
Well, I don't think we're trying to engage them and shoot them down like it was reported back in the 1950s, potentially during the, I believe it was 1953, maybe 52, with the Washington, D.C. event that occurred over the Capitol building. There was a report that we did try to shoot it down, and that we maybe even succeeded in hitting it. I don't know. I wasn't alive back then. I just hearing the anecdotes. Furthermore, we do know that pilots that I've spoken to in South America, and even the Iranian pilot in Tehran, all tried to engage the targets. In some cases, their aircraft were disabled. Their avionics were disabled, only to be recovered once they stopped engaging. In other cases, pilots used their 20 millimeter cannon, onboard cannon, and failed to hit the target. My recommendation has always been not to shoot it down. I don't even know if conventional weapons could shoot one down. We do know there's a potential vulnerability to EMP. So you could potentially shoot one down without ever firing a shot if you know what you're doing and if you really want to. I've always recommended against being provocative. That's why in the Project Interloper that we had sent up through the Joint Staff, it was very clear it was going to be all passive, meaning we were going to put out a big nuclear footprint out in the middle of the ocean. UAPs were going to show up, and then we had sensor data systems there to collect information, but we weren't going to do anything provocative. We weren't going to actively try to disable one. We just wanted to look at its telemetry, where it's coming out of, where it's coming into, is it coming in from space, underwater, and try to collect as much signature data as possible. That was the intent of Interloper, and we all agreed at no time were we going to be provocative, because you never know, you don't want to go kick a hornet's nest if, you don't know what you're doing. So I'll leave it at that.
Sabrina on Instagram asks, in Lue's opinion, what are the potential implications for global security and geopolitics? Sabrina asks, in Lue's opinion, what are the potential implications for global security and geopolitics if it were confirmed that some UAPs are of extraterrestrial origin?
Wow. Well, this is the big question, isn't it? It's not what are they going to do, it's what we're going to do. And that's for me the biggest concern. I'm less concerned about UAP than I am about our reaction to UAP. And this is why this conversation needs to be a global conversation. This is why, from a national security perspective, I'm okay with our government being part of that conversation. But this conversation is much bigger than that. This is a conversation that is philosophical, psychological, sociological, theological, right? That involves all of us. And I don't want my government telling me what to think about this. I just want to know, is it a threat or not? And if it's not, then get out of my business. And I think we need to have a bigger conversation. I think, this is a conversation where you want to sit with your priest or your rabbi or your imam, or maybe around the dinner table with your family and friends, or, I don't know, but forever, whatever you do, don't let some government bureaucrat make that decision for you, because they're not qualified. They've proven that over and over again. And that's why I don't tell people either what to think about it, because I'm not qualified. I'm the first one to tell you, look, I'm not that guy. I'm not a philosopher or PhD person that can talk to you about, the history of theology. And I have no idea. I'm a national security guy myself, but I recognize that. And that's why I'm trying to shift this conversation to the bigger audience, the global audience on the global stage, so we can get the best and brightest to have the conversation. Because so far, keeping it in national security channels hasn't really worked very well, has it? So
now I've got another question here that says, were there attempts to communicate with UAP, like with radio, using light signals or sound? And were there any responses from that?
Yes, there were. So there was some work done in the early days. It's proprietary, so I can't give a lot of details, but we actually had several proposals to have a suite of instrumentation that was speculated to not only attract, but once they came, think of a mini interloper. We could do some little things somewhere, and then when they showed up, we'd have collection capabilities to start analyzing and recording performance characteristics and whatnot. It turns out that there was a good deal of promise that you might be able to use certain frequencies of light, believe it or not, to potentially lure or attract these things. Think of bioluminescence underwater, right? We can get down and we can put an LED, multicolored LED in the bottom of the ocean, and what shows up? The Humboldt squid, right? It's hungry. It sees some lights, and ooh, what's that? Let me go see. I wonder if it's juicy. So yeah, there's also some study to suggest there may be some infrasonics that could be helpful in trying to triangulate UAP as well. So yeah, I won't go too much more than that, but yeah, there seems to be maybe some things you can do to, when you go fishing, it depends. Not all lures work, right? Some lures are and this is crap. I'm not catching nothing. So,
well, we are actually closing in on the hour. I know our time is restricted, but let me ask you, what are your thoughts on actually writing a second book?
Well, there's a whole lot to discuss. If I write a second book, the question is, do I continue on the UAP topic and talk about all the things I didn't put in the book and continue on with another one? Or do I talk about the other things that I've been involved with in the government that may have some historical value? Not that I did anything historical, but those portfolios have some very interesting historical value that may, shed some insight on government transparency. Look, I am a believer and an advocate of government transparency and advocacy. And unfortunately, we've done a lot of things that have led to the mistrust of the American people in our institution. And that's problematic, because this institution only works because people have faith and confidence in our government. And when they don't, then things start to happen bad. And so we have to keep those individuals accountable. And I'm the first one to stand up and say, I'll hold myself accountable before anybody else. And I'll accept full responsibility. If anything I did that was wrong or bad, then I'll accept responsibility. We need that in government, because that's why government works. And anybody who's in government who forgets that they're there to serve the interests of the American people, or their loyalty to the American people, or to government for the people by the people, then you need to get out of your job. You're not the right job. because you are a servant. When you're in government, you are a servant of the people. Full stop. And government is there to serve the people, not the other way around. And people in government forget that. And when they do, they need to leave. They need to get out. And that's if I were to write another book, there's a whole lot I could write about. I could write about intelligence. How does intelligence really work? Everybody's, oh, disinformation agent. Oh, he's counterintelligence. Do you even know what counterintelligence means? I mean, most people, they say, oh, you're a counterintelligence agent. Yeah, duh. Do you know what it means? By the way, it's not psyops. Two different disciplines. I know it's easy to say, oh, counterintelligence. That's like saying, oh, yeah, well, if you're a drag race car driver, then therefore you must be excellent on a BMX bike. What? Different things. What are you talking about? I can't even ride a bike. So I'm kidding, of course. But my point being is that I could spend an entire book talking just about the nuances of intelligence, signals intelligence, human intelligence, imagery intelligence, counterintelligence, and where is it used in the business world, and where is it used in politics, and where is it used for national security? And people do it all the time. People use intelligence all the time, don't even realize they're doing it. So I don't know. Maybe I figure people are probably tired of hearing me talk anyway. So if I write another book, I doubt anybody's going to want to read it. But I'm happy to do that. There's all sorts of options. I guess maybe what I would do is ask you all: do you want another book? And if so, what do you want it about? Because I'm happy to tell you anything that I can tell you legally. I'm happy to do that. And now, by the way, not all those very pretty, right? There's a lot of things that happen in the government and in conflict that kind of are ugly, but that's the reality, right? And so that's what you have to do. That's why, for me, in this last book I wrote, the book Imminent, I shared some of myself, and the reason is because I cannot look at you, in good faith and stand up on a hill and scream, "I want transparency" by the government when I'm not willing to be transparent myself. And so transparency starts with me, starts with you, starts with all of us. And if you're not willing to be transparent yourself, then you can't really expect anybody else to be. So that's why I put a lot of myself into the book, knowing that there would be criticism, knowing that people would rip me apart for certain things. But there's no way around it. Either you're true to yourself and your mission, or you're not. And so I put some very personal things in that book for that exact reason. For better or for worse.
So since the release of the book, have you been contacted by anyone, within the government or even from somebody overseas in a high ranking position to say, thank you for writing the book?
Yeah. I'm going to protect their identities. I explain to them after they go through the, usual, "Oh, you're a hero." And I have to tell them, no, I'm not. In fact, every time someone says that, I suffer from imposter syndrome. I really do, because I've served with real heroes, and some of those folks never made it back from the battlefield, right? So to put me in that category, it's just, I mean, thanks for the compliment, but I know in my heart I don't deserve that, right? And so I'm just doing what anybody else would do in my position. I took an oath to defend this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. It turned out that the bureaucracy was part of that problem for a while. We're trying to fix it. I think we are fixing it, but I'm not a hero. I'm not anything anybody else. Anybody listening to in your audience right now, listening to this, if they're in my position, they would have done the same thing. And frankly, one would argue maybe even done a better job than me. I don't know. I didn't have a roadmap, so just following my heart and using my brain. But I guess that would be up to the people to decide if what the next step is. I've had people come up and thank me. Yes, I have, and it's been very heartfelt, and I appreciate it very much. But again, sometimes people give you accolades that you don't deserve, and so I'm very quick to address it immediately, because I'm just an average dude like everybody else.
So my final question, Lou, is there a roadmap for disclosure? Whether we get the UAPDA passed this year or not, is there a solid sort of direction that we're definitely going in when it comes to actually getting confirmation or full transparency?
We've always had a roadmap, baby. Come on. I told everybody, man, I made it clear years ago. We had five pillars, right, of emphasis. We had the legislative engagement, the executive engagement, international engagement, media engagement, and public engagement. That's always been the roadmap, and shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I made it perfectly clear, and this is we are not hiding anything. We're not pulling any punches. People can see exactly what our roadmap is, and you can either be part of that roadmap or not. It's up to you. It's not rocket science. I mean, it's kind of common sense, really. Yeah, we're not giving up. We're not stopping. We're moving forward. Now you're seeing me enter a new phase where I can really start that public engagement. For a while, I've been working behind the scenes, really focusing on the executive and legislative engagement. Now I'm focusing on media and public engagement for the next foreseeable future, because I need to bolster those up. Right? It's like putting up a roof. All those columns have to rise at the same rate, otherwise you have a lopsided roof. So now that we've got legislation and the executive branch finally have an arrow, an organization, and new leadership, and we've got new legislation coming, old legislation been passed. Now I need to focus on what's probably, arguably, the most important pillar or column, which is public engagement, and get the public involved. Right? This is not a world according to Lue. I made it very clear as I start going around and talking to people. I want their views. What does disclosure look like to you? How do we get there, right? I don't want to be the one unilaterally making the decision. Now that we're here, it's been 7 years, and I think we've come a long way. But where do we go from here, right? And how do we do it? And what does that look like? And what role does each and every individual play? Every member of your audience has a role to play. They're just as important to disclosure as you are or I am. So, what role is that, and how do they do it? So this is the next phase of the disclosure conversation I'd like to have.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just honored to be a part of this process, and I get to speak with people such as yourself, and form friendships with such individuals. So I'm just honored to be a part of this, and really appreciate everything that you've done. And yeah, really looking forward to seeing you soon.
Yes, sir. We will, and sure, have a pint at the pub, and please, if anybody in your audience ever, when I'm over across the pond anytime, love to do a get together. Not a problem. We'll have our Sacred Order of the Red Lion.
Absolutely.
Maybe expand that a little bit, right? Boy, there's going to be all sorts. I just said that there's going to be so much conspiracy around that. What did he say? What is the Sacred Order of the Red Lion? Well, that is a secret.
Let them have their fun, Lou. Let them have their fun. That's what they like to do. So, but yeah, I just want to say finally, thank you so much, Lou. Always good talking to you, and to everybody watching. As always, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Really means a lot, and I hope you enjoyed this interview. And all that's left to say is we'll see you on the next one. So for now, take care and goodbye. Lou, it's good to see you. How have you been?
It's always good to see you, Vinny. Thank you. I'm still getting over this. I had COVID about 3 weeks ago, and I still have this kind of persistent cough everybody talks about. I've had COVID a few times before, so it wasn't really too bad, but it's just this lingering cough. So forgive me if a few times while we're talking, I kind of turn my head to the side and cough.
No problem at all. No problem at all.
Like right now, actually.
No problem. So Lou, I'm going to touch upon quite a lot of things that have been happening recently. I also want to dig into some things that we may have spoken about a few years ago as well. So forgive me if it seems to jump around a little bit. But I do want to start off with something that you actually tweeted out yesterday, and this was that ordnance inbound with these rockets or missiles launching. I just wondered if you could clarify what that was about.
Well, there's a lot happening in my professional life and my personal life, and timing is everything. And to the bigger issue here, a lot of people, I know they get frustrated because they might see me on a podcast and they'll say, "Well, Lou isn't telling us anything new." Well, look, I hate to say it, but that's not my job to tell you anything new. All I'm simply doing is keeping the public informed to whatever degree I can of what I'm doing behind the scenes, to help drive disclosure and greater transparency. It's not to reveal the secrets of the world or national security secrets to people. That's not the way I work. And after 7 years, people should know that by now. So, there's a lot of my life that I choose to keep private, both on my professional side and on my personal side. That tweet was intended for a very specific audience, and that audience knows. With that said, I don't want to create any unnecessary drama or anything like that. There are things happening behind the scenes that I think are really moving towards greater transparency. But again, let me just caveat to some people who may get frustrated. I don't do these podcasts to provide people necessarily salacious new information. I provide what I can, and to the degree that I can, transparency on what I'm doing and what we're doing behind the scenes for the purpose of disclosure, and that's why I do it. So I'm hoping. Forgive me, my my calendar here on the computer for some reason is kind of blowing up here. Let me turn that off. Um, so yeah, that was intended for a very specific audience. There are things happening, I think, behind the scenes that's going to be um, very telling. 2000, I think 2015 is going to be. I'm sorry, 2025. Forgive me. Not a Freudian slip, just not enough sleep. 2025 is going to be, I think, a good year. There's a lot happening. Again, we've got folks in the executive branch, folks in the legislative branch really moving forward. We've got here in the U.S., our media is very receptive to this. We have a lot of support and a lot of ground support too, grassroots support. I think what is important to know is that, as I've mentioned before, international engagement's always been a critical piece of our strategy, and I don't think we've been paying very much attention to it lately. So I'm going to be spending a good portion of 2025 engaging our international partners and allies through scientific forums and academic communities, and maybe some heads of state in order to try to continue this trend that we have of greater openness about this topic. So I know I didn't answer your question directly. It was intended for a very specific audience. It'll probably be self-realized at some point here in the future. But again, I know people say, "Oh, Lou's always talking cryptic stuff." Well, that's because a lot of stuff I still can't say. So I try to leave the breadcrumbs as much as possible. And if people don't like it, then don't you don't have to tune in. I guess that's my simple advice.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I know you well enough to understand that, and people they can comment all they want about you're not going to get anything new out of the interview. Well, half the time, or a lot of the time, I want to speak to you to get your views and opinions on things, not just to try and draw out as much as I can. That's not what I'm here.
Well,
here
and
for.
look, the
So
bottom line, Vinny, is there's a lot more we don't know than we do know, right? So this is why these conversations are important. And if people want to know how are we able to do what we're doing, I've always been very open about that from day one. I told people this is how to do it. This is our war plan. If you want to know how we are trying to push for disclosure, this is how we're doing it. It's not a secret. And so, I'm just following along the same strategy that we've had now for the last 7 years.
yeah, no, completely understand. Now, Lou, I think the first time that I interviewed you was back in the summer of 2021. So we're going quite far back now, a number of years. And I remember in that interview, I asked you about a couple of incidents that were being talked about a little bit. I remember Rich Hoffman of the SCU had mentioned it. And this was the incident involving two Navy ships, the USS Bainbridge and the USS Boxer. And nothing ever came of that. No one heard about it again. I wonder, is that something we can go into at all?
Sure. I mean, the Boxer incident occurred in the late 1990s, around 1999 timeframe, in the same waters as a USS Princeton. The Boxer is a conventional, non-nuclear capable vessel, and it's but still very intriguing. Forgive me. A lot of similarities with the USS Nimitz incident, and it turns out that there's a whole lot of incidents very similar to this. I've talked to countless number of Navy personnel and Coast Guard personnel who have reported these large luminous green USOs underneath their vessels and then taking off underwater towards the horizon at literally breakneck speeds, just disappearing within a few seconds um, towards the horizon. I've talked to personnel, intelligence personnel who've been on Navy ships on special assignments, who've also reported a lot of UAP activity. in and around those waters. And then, of course, you have the fishermen, the civilians off the coast of Guadalupe Island, in and around that very same area, training area, where the whiskey training area, where the Nimitz incident and the Boxer incident occurred. And their observations are verified by none other than Mexican military, right, and Mexican police. So there seems to be a hotbed of activity in and around that area. For some people, this may seem new and revelatory. The reality is we've known about it for quite some time. There's even been some studies and expeditions out there on the civilian side. And the question is there something unique about the seabed or the seafloor, that particular part of the water, that makes UAP so frequent and interesting? We do know that there are some geomagnetic anomalies, meaning there are some deltas or differences in when you look at the seafloor, there tends to be this normal amount of geomagnetism that exists. And then you have these kind of little hotspots where, for whatever reason, the geomagnetic feature is a little bit different, a little greater. Now, it could be caused by all sorts of things, right? It could be caused by lava tubes, ancient lava tubes that rose through the surface of the earth and then have dried, and now there's a different type of rock there. So it's making, it's throwing off the geomagnetism in the local area. There's all sorts of natural reasons why you may have a geomagnetic anomaly. But what is interesting is that it seems in this particular case, there seems to be potentially some relationship between that and increased UAP activity. As for the Boxer incident, yeah, that's an interesting incident. A lot of people aren't aware of it, and there's not really a whole lot that's been made public about it. But my hope is that in the next year or two, that incident will get more eyewitnesses who maybe were on that ship to come forward. I received several emails about it some time ago, so we've definitely been tracking that incident for some time.
Is the Bainbridge from that area as well?
I can't tell you. I don't know much about the Bainbridge, to be honest with you. My focus has been more so when I was at ATIP and we were at the Pentagon, we were really focused on the here and now. Even though looking at the historical, incidents was interesting, when you're talking to a 3 or 4 star general, they don't really care what happened, 2 years ago. They care about what happened 2 days ago. So you've got to keep everything very time relevant because you might only have 10 minutes to brief somebody on a very complex incident, right? So you've got to be very succinct and say, okay, here's the top 5 things you got to know. These are the top 5 things we don't know. And these are the things that we're doing to fill in those gaps. And then that's it, right? So we really didn't have much chance to look at the Bainbridge incidents very much. But I think a lot of this is going to change. Hopefully, as Aero continues to do their historical deep dives, some of these incidents will become more publicly available.
I hope so. I really do. I think there's probably a lot of cases that we're not that familiar with that could really shed some light on this subject. So I appreciate that. I'd like to jump to historically towards the end when ORSAP was ending, and we heard about this program last year called Kona Blue. Now, from what it seems like that Kona Blue, and correct me if I'm wrong, was set up to take in the transfer of craft and materials from private aerospace. Is it that black and white? Is it literally they were going to have the craft?
I remember when they proposed and we're trying to set it up over at DHS. It wasn't a Pentagon program, so I really couldn't discuss it, and I never, had Pentagon permission to discuss it. Although now it's kind of out in the open press, so it's a little easier for me to. People that were part of OSAP and ATIP were in some cases also part of Kona Blue. A lot of people don't know that. Maybe some people do. But some of the key players that were working with us were also working with DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and also, and I think it was out of their INS shop, Intelligence and Security shop, if I'm not mistaken.
Science and Technology.
Was it S&T? Could have been S&T. That sounds correct. But I remember there were other organizations as well in the intelligence community besides DHS that were also lending assistance to that effort, and it was a legitimate effort at the time.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean, in that the document that was released last year, it alluded to a lot of things, but if you're saying it really was to take anomalous objects.
I mean, you'd have to talk to people that were part of that effort. I don't want to speak on their behalf. I'm sure there's a lot more nuances there. But I can tell you, I remember, them discussing it when I was at the Pentagon in the skiff, and it wasn't that big of a deal to us. It's just kind of like, okay, great, we got more people on the playing field. This is fantastic. Let's keep moving forward.
Yeah, because I think as well, it's been said that Robert Bigelow and Bigelow Aerospace, the company, were setting up a facility, to take on board this material and these craft.
Yeah, yeah, they were setting up some facilities out there in the Vegas area, and then there was another one that was built in what we call the NCR, National Capital Region, for the express purposes of doing the same thing.
Wow, it's a shame it never got the green light. Well, listen, I'd like to jump back as well to some. Go on, say.
No, I was going to say, but look, just because it never got the green light didn't mean that people didn't put time and effort into it. They did, and a lot of talent was put into it. So even though eventually it may not have received the ultimate green light, work was being done.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, I'd like to stick with some history, and I'm going to go back to ATIP now, and something that maybe seems a little bit more relevant because of what we've recently learned with the Jake Barber story is the slide 9, ATIP slide 9. We've got things like psychotronic weapons and cognitive human interface. This all seems to suddenly make a lot more sense again. Can you talk to that at all?
Imagine that, huh?
So is this the kind of thing that you were looking at?
I mean, yeah. I mean, this is when I came out in 2017. I was hopeful that one day this would all come out. I had to be very careful that it didn't come from me, and if whatever information it did provide was released in an authorized manner, vis-a-vis the official process through the Pentagon, which I still honor to this day, that process. But yeah, I mean, there you have it, right, in black and white, slide 9. What does that mean? Well, it means exactly what it says. Because I have not had permission yet to talk in detail about it, what I will simply do is simply acknowledge to you that it is a legitimate slide for obvious reasons. And the very things that you're speculating about, other folks as well in the ATIP program were speculating as well, and were proposing it.
Was any work being done on those areas as well?
I'm going to allow some of my other colleagues to answer that. There are things happening behind the scenes where I think their perspectives will be shared at some point, hopefully in the near future. That may go into a little bit of that. I'm very familiar with slide 9. I know exactly how it was put together and who put it together and for what purposes. But that's not really my story to tell. I'm going to let someone else tell that story, and hopefully they'll get the approval from the Pentagon to do it.
I hope so too. Yeah. I'm gonna jump back to ORSAP here, only because recently Jacques Vallée released his latest book, Forbidden Science 6, and somebody picked up online that there are 4 project names associated with ORSAP, and I know you kind of weren't majorly involved with ORSAP, but I wondered if you heard these names, and that is Project Able Grey, Project Sierra Doors, KIM, Project Orion, and Project Flight Mock.
I'm familiar with one of the names.
Which one?
The second one.
Okay. And it's UAP related?
I don't want to answer that simply because I wasn't part of that effort, and I'm certainly no expert. And honestly, at the end of the day, hearsay probably isn't that helpful. There's folks in the know that were part of those efforts that can probably speak on a much more authoritative level than I can.
Understood. Now, sticking with programs, we recently heard about Immaculate Constellation, and Jeremy Corbell in a recent interview has stated that it's now under another name. Are you aware of this?
So I cannot confirm or deny the existence of a government program which I've not been authorized to discuss. So if a program, as you say, existed, like Immaculate Constellation, but I wouldn't be able to go to any detail on that. I don't have authority to go into that, and I said that during my testimony to Congress. But what I can say it's not uncommon every time you have a code name or a trigraph for a particular classified effort. When there is risk that it gets compromised, there's always a renaming of the program for what we call OPSEC, operational security reasons. So it's very, very common. It's not that uncommon because unfortunately, program names get released sometimes inadvertently, even by accident. So you always have to be watchful of that. So you want to have a good OPSEC plan, and then when or if there is any type of risk or threat to compromise, you very quickly change the name to something else.
We are led to believe that Immaculate Constellation was an illegal program. So would that still follow those same sort of rules?
Yeah, it does. Whether it's illegal or not, that's for the lawyers to decide. As a former government bureaucrat, if the government says this is a program, then you have to respect that. And if it's something is classified, even confirming or denying the existence of a said program could put you in a really compromising situation. So that's why I completely steer clear of those terms, because I'm not at liberty to discuss anything regarding the existence or not of said program. So let me fill in the blanks there if I can. What happens if I do? So if I release that and I start talking about things I'm not allowed to, I go to jail. And people say, "Well, Lou, isn't it worth it for humanity's sake?" Well, maybe, but I don't think I have to go to jail. I think we're going pretty far so far in disclosure in the last 7 years, doing it the right way instead of the right now way. And I know people are impatient, but my response is, look, are you willing to do my time if I have to go to jail? 35 years, you willing to do that of hard time? Most people will say no, uh, because it's you're serving jail time, and you lose your security clearance, and you lose your access, and you lose everything, your ability to even communicate with anybody and on the outside world. So, I don't want to be ever in the same type of boat as some of these other people that have compromised national security information the wrong way. There's a right way to do it and a wrong way, and even sometimes when you do it the right way, you can still get in trouble for it. Ask me how I know. So I'm always very, very careful of that. I don't ever want to do anything to damage or hurt or compromise the national security of the United States. I want to help it. I want to bolster it, but at the same time, I also want to help my government get itself out of a corner that it's seemed to have wedged itself in over the last 70 years. It's not a great spot to be in, and I do think that there's some solutions how to get out of it.
Sure, sure. Just kind of sticking with Immaculate Constellation, it's said that it holds a lot of great video and evidence of UAP, some of the best that exists. Now, if this is an illegal program, where should this information reside? Should it be on JWICs and SIPRs? Or what's the kind of the structure for that kind of information?
It would depend. I mean, you have programs that operate on all systems. You have NIPRNet, SIPRNet, JWICs, and you've got some other SAP systems. You've got some special, STO systems. You've got all different types of systems, and depending on the level of classification of information, you technically could be having a conversation about something even on NIPRNet. We did at ATIP. A lot of communications we had were on unclassified systems because we weren't mentioning anything classified. We weren't mentioning the words UAP or anything like that. And then a lot of work can be done on SIPRNet because SIPR is the basically secure protocol internet network for command and control for the Department of Defense. And so not everybody's going to have a SCIF, but a lot of folks out in the field have SIPRNet. So you use SIPRNet to the best ability that you can, keeping in mind that it's only allowed up to a certain level of information. So if you need to go above that, then you have to use another system, right? And if you need to go into the SAP arena, you have to use a different system. And so it's not one shoe fits all. It really depends on your audience. Am I talking about something super sensitive? And if the people I'm talking to, can I have an unclassified conversation? If you can, it's always better to have it at the unclassified level because there's less requirements to protect information over those systems because it's unclassified. But again, then there lies you having to do due diligence and ensuring that what you're actually talking about or discussing or writing over NIPRNet is indeed unclassified. And this is how unauthorized disclosures occur, and even sometimes what we call data spills. because you get a wrong classification of information, or somebody mentions a word that they shouldn't have over a NIPRNet. Now you've got to scrub the whole system because you've got a problem.
Yeah. Are you surprised that we haven't seen more videos be released the same way that you and I don't know if it was you and Christopher Mellon released the Go Fast Gimbal and FLIR 1?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of videos out there since, there's a whole bunch of videos that have come out. Even the DoD and Arrow have released some videos, which I frankly think is encouraging. But there's a lot more, and there's some videos in particular that I really would love to see come out. One of them is the one I described. I won't say where it was, but is the large circular submerged object that is whizzing by a offshore oil derrick, and it's bigger than the derrick, and it's moving at incredible speeds. That's a great video. There's several others that I can't discuss because how they were collected and where they were collected, but equally compelling. And by the way, it's not just visual, right? You can have hyperspectral capabilities out there that can reveal a lot more than just watching a black and white video. We look at things through the electro-optical spectrum, which is 0.0036% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. So actually, if you have the capabilities, you can actually see a lot more in other frequencies beyond what the human eye can see, and you can get a lot of intelligence using those systems. And that's when you really have some compelling data, because you can assess and make assessments on things that you can't normally with just, let's say, gun camera footage. That's why it's so important.
Now, Lou, we recently had a White House statement regarding this ongoing drone situation, that these were FAA-approved research drones, and pretty much shut down the conversation from there. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, are those same research drones the ones you're experiencing in the UK right now? I don't think so. And research drones don't usually typically shut down U.S. airspace if they're flying in an authorized manner. So there's a lot here that's not making sense. I suspect, forgive me, again, darn COVID. I suspect that this administration had been given a pre-cooked answer by the last administration. They had just came in and they were pressed for time. They hadn't even had their seats warm yet. I suspect over the next few months we're going to start seeing maybe a slightly different narrative or correction to some of these statements, particularly from the last administration, because there's a lot of data out there, and law enforcement is involved. And it's not just local law enforcement and state law enforcement, but national law enforcement is also engaged. And by the way, they're doing a hell of a good job. I think a lot of people, it's easy to throw rocks at organizations like the FBI, but the reality is the vast majority of FBI agents are outstanding. And I've had the honor and privilege to work with them in the past on joint investigations, and even to some degree with the UAP issue. And these are men and women who are extremely patriotic, want to do the right thing, love their country, and love their fellow citizens. And they are taking great risks trying to do a job on behalf of the American people on a topic that still is fraught with quite a bit of controversy. And so I think when you have federal law enforcement engaged, and they're truly trying to do their best to get to the bottom of this, I think that's very encouraging. And I see that now more than ever, as we're moving forward. I can see a congealing, if you will, of disparate activities within the U.S. government starting to work together in a way that I've never seen before. So I'm very encouraged by that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just seem so disappointed because towards the end of 2024, Donald Trump said, we'll release all the information on the drones, we'll get to the bottom of it. And then, literally a few weeks later, and you get this poor statement that just seemed to be like they were just, dismissing it. And I think it just upset a lot of people.
Give a chance. They've got some really good people now that are coming into the government that are taking this topic very seriously. And you have people in Congress as well, folks like Eric Burleson and Tim Burchett and Luna and Mace, Nancy Mace, and others, Moskowitz, who really want to get answers for the American people. And that is extremely encouraging because they're to the point now where they're almost becoming incensed and they will not take no for an answer. And that is in large part because people have called them and told them that they support this idea of greater transparency and secrecy. There's a big, I think tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, um, Representative Luna is making a huge announcement. And if I was a betting man, it probably has to do with overclassification and secrecy of a lot of things. If I had to guess, I don't know that to be the case, but she's definitely a proponent of and a veteran herself, a proponent of greater transparency. And if Congress is getting itself involved in some sort of oversight of classified information, I support that. I'm all for that. I am all for that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you mentioned Timber Chet. He actually made a statement in the last couple of days regarding Jake Barber coming forward, and I think he made a statement along the lines of that this Jake Barber may be a plant.
Well, look, we always have to be careful, right? People think that of me even to this day. I'm not, but I think we always have to be careful to make sure that we don't have people come in and try to look. The UAP community or UFO community is fraught with charlatans, and there's people out there that will, lie, beg, and steal their way either for clicks or attention or for money, and we continue to see it. And so, as their narrative becomes less and less popular, they become increasingly more and more desperate to push their narrative. And so, you have to be careful to make sure that people aren't being set up deliberately just so they lose public trust and confidence. So Burchett is, I think, doing what is prudent, just asking the hard questions. Is it possible that Barber or anybody else, right? David Grush, myself, Chris Mellon, Jay Stratton, who knows? Fill in the blank. Doesn't matter the person's name. People always have to make sure that you vet people properly and that they are legitimately who they say they are, and they've got the vitae to back it up. It's very easy to pull a performance report from somebody who's been in the intelligence community or the national security arena and validate for yourself. Are they who they say they are? I think we also, this is going to sound kind of weird. This is a topic that has really been full of extraordinary claims, and it turns out that many of them are actually real and legit. But you have to make sure that you take every claim with a grain of salt until you are able to validate and verify that claim. And until then, you have to be careful, right? You have to try to remain neutral and objective as much as possible. I don't know Mr. Barber. I do know people who do know him, and those people that are they're impeachable. They are fantastic human beings, and I trust them, and I would trust them with my life if I needed to. But with that said, it doesn't mean that everything that is being said is 100% accurate, right? I believe I said this before. Jake Barber, I believe, is telling his truth, just as I am telling my truth. But there's a difference between universal truths and personal truths. And we've talked about that, right? Where a universal truth may be something like gravity, right? Where it's kind of undeniable, or the fact that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west because of the rotation of the earth. Then you have personal truths, whether that's religious affiliation or political allegiances, and things that may feel like a universal truth, but in reality are only a universal truth for a particular group of people or an individual. And so that's where things get a little bit more murky, because then we're starting to rely on human subjectivity and human bias, and that's something that is very, very hard. That's why in the scientific community, you always want to have, when you're doing experiments, you want to have a control experiment, because that establishes, without human interference, your baseline. And there have been experiments just by human beings thinking about something, believe it or not, in quantum physics, can potentially dictate or drive an outcome to an experiment. So we have to be very careful. We have to be careful because the human element is also fallible. The human element is, we have this fantastic, incredible machine that can hear and taste and smell and feel and all these things in this little organic package. And for the most part, it does a really, really good job of assessing and analyzing its environment. But there are things that can, if you will, trip up the human machine. Optical illusions are a perfect example. How the way we interpret information can differ between two individuals looking at the exact same thing. And so we always have to be mindful of that. And again, I don't speak on behalf of Mr. Barber, just like he doesn't speak behalf on me on my behalf. I'm very thankful that he came out and said what he felt he needed to say. I think it helps the situation. This is a very complex topic we've been dealing with now for some time, and you know what? It may turn out there might be aspects to this topic that are going to be disturbing for some people. Um, it sometimes the truth hurts. It is what it is. So that's probably how I'd answer that question.
No, I understand. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually going to be speaking with Ross Coulthart in a couple of days, so I will be sort of digging into Ross's vetting process just to kind of get it from his perspective, because obviously he was so heavily involved.
Ross is good. Ross is a shrewd investigative journalist. He was a lawyer before, and I've known some of his sources, and he is a damn fine journalist for sure.
Well, just sticking with kind of whistleblowers and sources, obviously the Jake Barber story is heavily focused on the sort of crash retrieval aspect. But one thing that kind of does take a little bit of a backseat is the reverse engineering side of things, which we're led to believe with these legacy programs kind of go hand in hand. Now, for years, we've had people say, oh, we cracked anti-gravity back in the 50s and we've replicated these, alien reproduction vehicles. But then on the other hand, you get people saying, they pull these things out every 10 years, try and work on them, don't get anywhere, and they go back into storage until science catches up. So it's two complete opposites. So, do you think that at any level we've actually made any success with that kind of the thing?
Well, let's talk about what reverse engineering is versus exploitation. They can be two different things. So I've often used the analogy: if a 747 cargo plane crashed in the middle of the Amazon jungle, and some of the Yanomami tribe walk up and see the broken glass and the bits and pieces of the cockpit and the fuselage. If they pick up a piece of the glass from the cockpit and they turn it into a sharpening tool where they can now cut animal hide much faster, much more efficiently and cleanly, um, is that exploitation? Yes, it is. But is it reverse engineering? Not really, right? So we need to understand, first of all, what reverse engineering really means and versus exploitation, and then two, do we want to tip our hands to our foreign adversaries? If we did crack the code, would we want to broadcast that to the world? And if so, under what circumstances? We can look back at Operation Just Cause in Panama. We had been working on stealth technology for 2 decades. Lockheed Martin Skunk Works and other organizations with the Tacit Blue and Half Blue programs. And it wasn't until 1989, during the invasion of Panama, did we let the world know that we had the F-117, affectionately known as a wobbly goblin within certain circles. But the F-117 was that night fighter, and we showed the world that we had it, right? So, and which, by the way, became very useful in the Gulf War Gulf War One. So we have to make a decision as a nation, and usually it's up to our leadership, our presidents, and whatnot, to make those decisions, if and when the time has come to show the world what we've been able to achieve. And I think as long as you have adversaries in the world, you're always going to have secrets, because really, at the end of the day, you keep secrets from your adversary, not your own people. The problem is that there's just no practical way to tell 500 million people, Americans, what's going on and not tell our adversaries. So that's why you have things that are, those are some of the real reasons why you keep things classified.
Would you consider things like this mythical TR3B man-made black triangle? Would you put any weight behind that kind of story?
I would, to some degree. Whether you call it a TR3B, you can call it whatever you want. Does the U.S. government have advanced technologies? Damn right we do. Does the U.S. government have some really cool toys? Yep, but I'm not going to discuss them, because that's how we keep a competitive advantage over our foreign adversaries. But look, we spend billions and billions of dollars each year to keep that competitive edge over near peer adversaries. So Yeah, we've got some pretty cool stuff, but unfortunately, so do our adversaries.
Now, in the past, you spoke about a system that was being used to potentially track UAP, and this is a decades-old system that we learned was based around, I believe, gravitational waves. Are you aware, is this system still being utilized for that purpose, or is there anything new that's replaced it or in the works?
Well, I mean, there's some very easy experiments that can be done. There was a proposal to use LIGOS, which is a laser interferometer that detects gravitational waves. And recently, it actually did. It succeeded. You have basically two sensors at 90 degrees, separated by thousands of miles, and each one of the legs of this sensor is about a mile long, and it shoots a laser light. We all know the speed of light is 186,000 miles per second. So there shouldn't be any deviation. The time it takes a photon of light to reach the very end of its track and come back should be the same time it takes for the photon going in the, up at a 90-degree angle and coming back. And yet we were able to detect the collision of two black holes across the entire universe, cosmos. Think about that. Because the massive amount of distortion caused by the gravitational waves when these two massive objects collided, rippled throughout the entire universe, and we were able to detect those fluctuations all the way here in Louisiana, and then of course the other LIGOS laser interferometer just moments later validated and verified that yes, we actually detected gravitational waves. Now, gravitational waves are very interesting because gravitational waves is not what you might think. It's actually the compression and expansion of space-time itself. And these gravitational waves are very, very small, so the instruments have to be very, very sensitive. So one can imagine setting up an experiment where you go to LIGOS and you say, okay, I want to see all the times you've detected a single gravitational anomaly. Maybe not the other gravitational detector, but just one. And then what you do is you go to local law enforcement or maybe your fusion center there, DHS Fusion Center, get with the local cops and say, hey, over the last 4 years, did you have any within 10 miles of LIGOS? Were there any UFO reports? This was, yeah, actually, you know what? Grandma over here in a trailer park looked out her back window. She actually reported some lights around 11:30 at night. And meanwhile, one of our troopers, I was on the road doing patrol at around 11:05, also saw that same thing and reported it. So there was two corroborating witnesses, and there might have been an attorney downtown who also saw it. And then when you look at that, and if you can compare that to the raw data, and you can say, okay, well, at 11 o'clock at night, when these witnesses were seeing something, interestingly enough, the LIGOS gravitational detector also picked something up, right? So now you can say, okay, well, if that's the case, are these UAPs causing small micro fluctuations because of their propulsion that we can now detect the difference in space time? So that was actually one of the experiments that was proposed and that we proposed, and we were going to do it. And in fact, I think someone may have already done that. I don't know for sure, but it's a very simple experiment to do. Relatively very little resources. Um, so that's one way you could do it, and you could actually probably find that information even online. Maybe LIGOS posts whenever it has picks up a gravitational anomaly. Um, so yeah, that's how I'll answer that question. Does the government look at other things? Yeah, absolutely. There's other ways potentially too. There's been somebody that I know came up with something called MADAR, which is kind of like a radar, but it used something else. Somebody else was trying to experiment with infrasonics, ultra low frequency, the same type of technology we can use to detect, let's say, asteroids entering our atmosphere. Uh, can we use that same technology to detect maybe something anomalous other than an asteroid or a comet or some sort of heavenly body?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard stories, a lot of stories about various sensor systems and satellites. I mean, I think the Podesta emails in the WikiLeaks a few years back suggested that there were satellites pointing down to Earth, capturing these things, whizzing past them, and disappearing into the ocean off the coast of Puerto Rico. Things like that. Does that hold weight?
Yeah, of course it does. Of course it does. And it's not just that too. There's other capabilities that we can use that we, potentially may use to detect foreign adversarial airstrikes. To look at UAP, those databases. Air Force has one. NORAD has a database where there's actually these many of these anomalies remain mysterious, non attributable. So and the data's there. It's there to be analyzed with anybody who's got a clearance and a need to know, and the mission. So this is why I think people like Chris Mellon get so frustrated, because organizations like Arrow that were set up to do a job, some of the lowest hanging fruit, they're not even considering it. And it's like, guys, the data already exists. You don't have to spend more money to create new systems. Just look at the data that you already have. And so therein lies some of the frustration with the bureaucracy, trying to recreate the wheel every time.
Frustrating indeed. Now, Lou, we've touched upon ORSAP and ATIP, and then obviously you retired from ATIP 2017, and then we saw the emergence of the UAP task force. Did you liaise with the kind of setup of that organization?
Yeah, I was working when I was at U.S. Space Force. That was my job. We supported the UAP task force. I don't talk about it because I didn't run the UAP task force, and I haven't really had permission from Space Force other than to say that I worked at Space Force doing it. So I don't really talk about it much. But there were a lot of good people. Dave Grush did too. Dave Grush supported directly the UAP task force. Same with many of my colleagues, and they did a damn fine job. They don't get credit for it. It's a shame because all boats rise with the tide. The UAP task force wasn't a single person, just like ATIP wasn't a single person. It was a group of us, right, working together for mission success. And I'm very pleased that there was a unit citation awarded for the UAP task force because they did a lot of good stuff. Even though they weren't around for very long, but they, in the time that they were able to do some really good stuff.
So with the UAP task force positions, let's say over this side, David Grush was liaising with them, I think, from the NGO. Is that correct?
NGA.
NGA. Sorry, yeah.
NGA, but he wasn't just liaison. He was on mission. He was actually working, reporting to. We had calls routinely with Washington D.C. on the topic, looking at new data and deciding what to do with it and how to analyze it and who should know about it. It was a daily effort. It wasn't just like, oh, I'm gonna people say, oh, well, Dave Grush was a liaison. He was a lot more than liaison. He wasn't just kissing babies and shaking hands. He was actually doing a lot of the hard work. He is a physicist after all.
So at that time, while he was working for the task force, then were you at Space Force at that time working through, with all of these individuals?
I was.
So it was a team effort, right? Okay. I'm just trying to understand the structure of how the sort of interagency.
There's a picture somewhere. I can't release it, but there's a picture somewhere in around 2020 where we all got together in Colorado Springs to have some very sensitive discussions. It was a big group of people and people's names that you might know and recognize. But that was I led the kickoff for that meeting to get everybody on the same page.
Is that image on the internet?
I don't know. I've seen some people, put pictures around. I'm not gonna confirm or deny anything, but there were some pictures taken of the group, kind of as a camaraderie thing, and kind of like this is a big moment for all of us, and kind of a culmination of all our hard work.
Well, I'm sure people watching this will start digging, see if it is out there.
I can only imagine the memes, right? Oh my gosh.
Now I've got some questions from a lot of people out there, but a quick couple of questions with regards to questions that you've been asked. You appeared at the November 13th hearing last year. Was there anything that you hoped you'd be asked that you weren't?
Not really. I was more concerned about making sure that I didn't say anything to compromise national security while at the same time being as open as I possibly could with the members of Congress, keeping in mind that this was being televised live. And any slip of the tongue could have resulted in an unauthorized disclosure. And I was reminded of that several times. So that was really my focus. I just wanted to make sure I could be as forthcoming and truthful as possible without saying something to jeopardize national security. And I think, look, Nancy Mace said it herself, right? She said she's never been to a hearing where there was literally a standing ovation afterwards. And that's not because of me. That's just because of the topic. And, she said in the beginning, it's like people tried to intimidate her to not have this hearing. And what did she say? Bring it on. I mean, that's fantastic. That's exactly the type of fearless leadership that we need. Um, so I was very happy to see that. I was very honored to be next to my friends and colleagues like Admiral Tim Gallaudet, Mike Gold from NASA, and the reporter Mike Schellenberger. All these individuals risked a heck of a lot to tell the truth before the American people. And it's not easy, by the way. Anybody who thinks it's easy, be my guest. If you think you can do a better job than those guys, then nothing's stopping you. Go ahead. It's not easy. And you're putting your reputation for everybody to look at, and your family's reputation. Families don't like being associated with this topic. It's people still think of tinfoil hats. So you also have to commend not just the people up there that were testifying, but also their families, because they're kind of getting inadvertently exposed as well, right? So to answer your question directly, no, there wasn't anything that I wish they would have asked me that they didn't. But I was prepared to be there for 10 hours if necessary.
No, it was great. I think it really helped. I hope we get more this year. That would be amazing momentum to continue that.
Yeah, I think Congress has got a couple tricks up their sleeve, more than just hearings. There's some things happening, and I think the usual players are the ones that should be commended. I've already mentioned their names, but they're working very hard to continue to increase transparency on this topic, and they've put their political careers at risk. So for them, I applaud what they're doing.
Are you still heading back and forth from DC for meetings?
Unfortunately, a lot. Yeah, that's I'm on the road a lot more than I'm actually at home, unfortunately. Which is probably why my immune system is shot and I'm always so sick lately, because I'm on the road quite a bit trying to do these things behind the scenes. It's not easy, and it's not cheap, right? So it gets very expensive when you're doing it on your own dime. But I feel committed. I feel it's necessary. I feel it's important. So that's why I do what I do.
It's much appreciated. Just quickly, I wanted to mention this upcoming documentary, The Age of Disclosure by Dan Farrar, that we've now seen the trailer and clappers in it and this. What are we likely to expect from this as far as momentum?
Well, I haven't seen the movie yet, even though I'm part of it. I'm very optimistic it's going to move the needle forward. I think the people that are in that documentary are some of the most senior people in our government at one point, and have risked a lot to come out and tell the American people and the world what they know. And some of these people are actually part of the new administration. So it's really hard to deny that someone in the administration isn't taking this seriously when you have people on camera stating for the record their opinions on this topic, knowing that they're going to be speaking from a position of authority at some point in the future. So I'm very optimistic, and I'm very glad I could have been part of it, if for any reason, to continue to drive transparency and disclosure into this topic. Um, it took a long time. This wasn't something that was just baked in the kitchen overnight. Years plural went into putting this documentary together.
And do you think it was done on purpose to be released with this caliber of people and potentially information as a documentary rather than more authoritative channels? Was it done on purpose?
Well, let's go back to the original pillars, right? We talked about executive level engagement, legislative engagement, media engagement, international engagement, and public engagement. Well, what's the best way to engage the public while also wrapping in the legislative branch and the executive branch? Do a documentary. Let everybody see for themselves what these people are saying, right? And it's a very effective way. Look, we use TV all the time to communicate things. It's the reason why you have a Super Bowl halftime, right? And why commercials are so expensive, because people watch. It's the reason why presidents make their State of the Union address on television. Why? Because people watch. Uh, Media is very important. Film is very important, and film is indelible. Film is like a book. It lasts forever, right? People are still watching Wizard of Oz to this day, and there's a reason for it. And I think it's important that we communicate to the American people. This is why I think a project like that is so important. And same thing with people who write books and people who do interviews, is because they're trying their best to be a purveyor of information. Um, and that's why I think this project is also going to be very, very, very helpful in that regard.
I can't wait. I know a lot of people are eagerly anticipating it. So yeah, bring it on. Bring on March. Right, let's get to some questions that were sent in. This first one I found very interesting. It's from someone called Telling the Compelling. It says, please ask if Lue is aware or can elaborate on what haystack may be.
Wow.
It was spotted on Tom DeLonge's guitar next to Interloper.
Wow. I can't discuss haystack right now.
Okay. Because you were given permission to talk about Interloper.
Well, Interloper, I discussed. I have permission to talk about that. The bottom line is that we had created a plan in the Pentagon through the Joint Staff, creating a program, a very sensitive classified program to snare, or if you will, entrap UAPs. Not physical entrapment, right? Or try to set up a scenario that we knew would entice UAP activity, and then have a suite or an array of collection sensor units out ready to turn on at a moment's notice and start collecting telemetry data and performance data and electronics emissions data potentially, and a bunch of other stuff. And that was called Interloper, and it went all the way through the Joint Staff. Yeah.
And was Haystack on that level, so a big operation, potentially?
Bigger. But it was far more. It was very, very significant. Unfortunately, I cannot talk about that right now because there are other equities involved. But I suspect at some point, that will come out publicly.
Interesting. Very interesting. Jack asks, has the book The Chains of the Sea that you've mentioned maintained its relevance?
Yes, but maybe not for the reasons people think. That little second novella, the little second story of the three stories, forces the reader to consider that our understanding of reality may be fundamentally different than what reality really is, and that our reality is far more entwined with other realities that we as humans have a difficult time perceiving, simply because we are three-dimensional physical beings and kind of experiencing time as a fourth dimension. But we're kind of stuck here, right? But maybe that's not the case for other things. And it forces the reader to reevaluate and reconsider some preconceived notions that we've had about the UAP topic. It's very short, only like 60 pages. You can read it in an hour and a half, probably, or 2 hours, but I don't want to give it away. And I'm definitely, look, I don't make any money off this. I'm not promoting the book because I think people should go out and buy it. I think there's PDFs available online. It's not particularly a story worthy of Steven Spielberg, but it's very cleverly done, and it forces the reader to look at things that appear to be unrelated, but as you get further along in the story, you begin to realize there's a very close relationship, but it's not obvious.
Onion Oblivion asks, is Lue not afraid of the secret UAP programs being moved into the control of new corporations, big tech guys like Musk or Thiel from Palantir and others?
I'm not afraid of it. I've kind of made a name for myself as being a door kicker. I don't mind that. If things are being done legally and for reasons that are legal and moral and ethical, then I'm okay with that. What I don't agree with is lying or deceiving to the American government from authorized oversight authorities and functions, which is what has happened. And I don't think if it's going to be a lot harder to do that now because people are aware. I've had people from, and I won't say who or what companies, but several aerospace companies say, look, yeah, we were kind of working on this stuff, but the general consensus is that was all back in the past, and now we want to play the right way. And part of that too could be, frankly, some negligence on behalf of the government. Just kind of turning a blind eye. Look, we don't want to look in that corner. We know what's over there is over there. Let's just focus on this stuff over here. So, there may be some culpability on both sides. I don't think it's fair to just demonize the military industrial complex and say it's all their fault, because it's not. They're a product of our desires. We built the military industrial complex to do what it does, and they do it very well. It's the reason why we win wars. The problem is when, on the rare occasion, oversight functions fail. And then human beings, being human beings, start doing things for selfishly motivated reasons. That's my concern. But no, I'm not fearful of this getting put back into some sort of dark closet again. I think we're well on the path. I think we've reached a critical mass, and I think at this point it's just an inevitability in time and maybe style how we decide to tell the American people.
Well, that's encouraging. I appreciate that. I think that's a good place to end, Lou. Thank you so much for joining me. It's always an absolute pleasure. I really appreciate your
Vinny,
time.
always my honor and privilege. As you can see, I still have your skateboard behind me here, prominently displayed. I've had some young folks come in my office from time to time, and they have been tempted to ride it, but I have said no, absolutely not. That is one of my prized possessions. So I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for what you're doing over there on your side of the pond. We will be seeing each other again relatively soon on some projects of mutual interest. Really looking forward to getting back to the UK. I think what I would like to leave your audience with, and you this, is that I think 2025 is going to be the year where I spend maybe a little more time on the international engagement and getting some of our international allies and partners to kind of sit at the table and we can all start sharing information with each other.
That would be really helpful, because we're just still not getting anything out of the government over here in the UK. But yeah, once again, Lou, thank you so much.
Yep. Vinny, my honor and privilege.
And we'll speak soon.
Ciao.